The protagonist sat with his comrades at the table and wondered whether the curse would let him work in a team and let him create something cursed today from the materials available. At that moment, the blind man called his name. Gale looked at him and replied, and he was told they were breaking the contract. The man told him they were excluding him from the Wolfpack team, and the main character was stunned, unable to make sense of it. Gale scratched his head and asked why this was happening. Cash, the boss, told him he was fired and repeated it several times. The rest of the team began mocking him. Melissa asked if she should comfort him one last time. Luke told her to stop. Nora said it sounded like someone thought they couldn't be fired. The protagonist sprang to his feet and told them to wait, then demanded why they had made such a sudden decision, and Cash pressed him again about its suddenness and whether he truly did not understand the reason. Gale remembered forming the team 3 years earlier. Because of his low rank, he helped by creating suitable curses. He said aloud he did not understand. Kosh said it had taken him a long time to understand. He said his class offers terrible support. It only weakens a mob with a consumable curse and nothing else, and he is the lowest level on the team. The main character says he knows his class has no potential, but his curses let him complete quests easily, even though they are weak and priests can remove them. Gale said he uses more than just consumables, pulled a decoration from under his collar that he said passively affects mobs, and his team called it terrible and questioned whether he was adequate to wear something like that. Cash announced they had found a replacement for him, the support mage Mora, who could both buff and debuff, and the girl said she was glad to meet him. Gale thought she was beautiful. The rest of the team greeted her and said it was nice to meet her. Then Cash turned to him, asked if he understood, and said they no longer needed him. The protagonist asks them to wait and give him another chance, saying he still has a powerful curse he hasn't used and many other things. Faltering under his boss's stare, he did not finish his speech. Gale asked whether they would regret it, and he said no, thinking how he had supported them since the team began. Cash kept hurting him, and suggested he give in and try himself at the curse shop. Melissa said it was true you could sell them to suspicious people. Norris said he would advertise his store. Luke said at least he did not hate him. As he stood there in silence, the main character said he understood everything, thanked them for all they had done, and walked away. But no one even looked at him. Gale wondered what was wrong with them because they had been together for so long, and he remembered K. Shed's warning about covering the rent and had worked out the cost of his curse so he would not be paid. The protagonist held the symbol and couldn't tell them everything to their faces, so he enchanted their equipment to boost their abilities. Gale decided it was no longer his concern and canceled the spell. A magical seal formed above him and hurt him slightly, then disappeared after a moment. Gasping for breath, the protagonist realized cursed items are not always harmful, and some raise attributes by a set amount. After that, Gale felt fine, and his body felt better. The team was no longer cursed, but he didn't care, and decided to join another team. Opening the stats window, he saw Cares' level was about 50. His own level had risen to 48, and he was now in the Curse Master class, and his other stats and personal points had increased too. The protagonist said Karis had about 5,000 attack and 3,000 defense, so he had leveled up well, and the innkeeper asked how long he would stay since he had already checked out. He said he had to leave and apologized to her. A while later, he left the hotel grounds, thinking what to do next with no money but many curses, when he heard a vendor calling out and selling fresh apples. Gale has considered opening a shop, but he does not want people saying it was always his dream, and likes the idea of a tool shop in the middle of nowhere. The protagonist realized he was finally free to sleep and eat whenever he wanted, to hide the curse when needed, and to spend his time on the research he loved. Gale smiled. He raised his hands, shouted with excitement, and decided his first step would be to start making money from sales right away. At that moment, in the hotel's Silver Wolf Pavilion, Melissa sat on Cash's lap and said how refreshing the food was, and how nice it was that the main character had left. Norris told Mora he was spoiling her only because he was new. Luke said they should have kicked him out long ago. Mora stayed silent. The other guys looked at her and immediately blushed and swallowed. Cash said he and Gale had known each other since the team formed. Melissa said she felt he was adapting to each of them as if by a spell. At that moment, magical seals appeared over the whole team. Cash jumped up immediately and asked what it was. The others noticed their equipment was glowing. Mora suggested it might be a dispelling spell. The seals began to disappear. The boys admitted they had no idea what it was, and each felt his magic fading and his body growing heavier. Mora was shocked. She asked the boys what they had said, then added that she thought it was an advanced form of a dispel spell. They immediately asked her about it again. Cash immediately asked whether it was really Gale. Melissa replied that it was probably true, and that he had done something to them. Norris said they genuinely believed he was taking revenge on them. Luke said they should have killed him. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. She wasn't sure he had cursed them, but removing a curse usually didn't make anyone feel worse. Cash said he didn't know how they were and had no idea what Gale might do now. Melissa agreed and said if he tried anything, they would beat him to it. Mora said it was a spell, not an attack, but no one listened, and Cash said he was the leader and that if he sees someone as an enemy and refuses to speak to them, that person is the group's enemy. And he quoted Tim saying, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." Norris said if he saw him again, he would burn him to death with his magic. Luke said he had warned him he was becoming a devil and that it was even worse. Norris said it was just his imagination. Luke said that if he were in his place, he would cut off his finger so he could never cast another spell. Luke wants to see Gale living on the streets. Norman said Luke is clearly capable of doing this. The more I thought about it, the more I knew it wasn't just her imagination, and it left her with a faint premonition after she cast the spell. She worries their status has dropped, and remembers how they always seemed on top because of the main character. Moore turned her head. Melissa asked if something was wrong and handed her a mug of drink. Mag thanked her and thought it would be unusual if the curse had such a useful function. She grew convinced a cursor existed in this world, and no one here could have done it, not even the S-rank Wolfpack group. Deciding that was impossible, she then remembered the member who had left. At the time, she didn't know he had been kicked out of the team as a comrade and as the Wolfpack's main force. And at the same time, Gale walked through the forest, cursing the owl and demanding it give him his curse back. After a while, the protagonist reached the Merchants Guild and asked a man if he really wanted to open a kiosk. The man agreed and then began suggesting suitable locations. Once they chose the bench, the man said it cost 4 gold coins a day because the area was popular and expensive. At that moment, Gale began rummaging through his pockets. Counting his coins, he found only 3 silver pieces. The other man said the street stalls toward the square were cheaper, and he kept silent. After some time, the main character reached the place and thought it had been a good day as he stood before his very shabby stall. Smiling, Gale thought it was a little dirty but good enough for him. He remembered the merchant who had given him the starter kiosk kit, thanked the man, and thought he was kind. The protagonist decided to sell some magical tools and a few interior items, and he finished sorting his goods. Gale then wondered what price he should sell it for. If he could make more than the cost of the materials, it would be profitable. The main character looked at his goods and thought they did not look attractive. At that moment, the merchant ran up and said he had forgotten to explain something, and then added that his counter looked bad. A man rushed over to help him and promised to fix everything. After a few moments, everything looked much better. The protagonist thanked him, and the merchant said, "A shop can have its own identity, but if it cannot see what it cannot sell it, and the store will have problems." When the training ended, the man said he would come back. Gale thought the man had many bad memories of the team, so the promise was very touching. The man was very kind. The main character then removed his curse at the gate, and liking the talisman but unable to wear it around his neck, hung it on the counter like a product. Gale smiled and decided it was time to sell. Having never been in business, he felt nervous and worried about how the townspeople would react to the curses, whether they would accept them and be happy. The main character began shouting that the adventurer was at their service and was selling curses on everyone for a low price. One guy came up to him and asked whether it was a curse, saying it was unusual. Another girl suggested that magic that could be weakened was more effective than a curse. Gale said the curse is a consumable item anyone can use without magic, so some seekers want it. One of the men said 5 coins for the poison general was a good deal, and the protagonist said he would recommend buying it, though privately he thought that was mainly because it had been free. Gale noted there are curses for various conditions, including debuffs that lower status and more. It performs well, is inexpensive and he can afford it. Then the man's gaze fell on the weapon, and he asked what it was. Gale said it was a curse dagger that, when used, applies a debuff lowering the monster's defenses and, as a side effect, increases the status by 1.1 times. The man picked up this dagger, saw a curse on its blade, and screamed, leaving Gale surprised by his reaction. The man asked what it meant, and the protagonist explained it meant less protection, so the potential buyer said he was finished because the dagger was cursed. Then the man turned to Gale and said it sounded fine and honest, but he pointed out that no one would buy the damned goods. The main character took a different approach, showed the man the dagger as a piece of home decor, and asked if he liked the handle. The buyer said it is fine for indoor use and does not object to the design, and he picked other items and said he would buy this one too because it serves as a decoration to protect the home from evil. The main character then gave him a bonus dispel spell, 3 on the house. The man said it was very thoughtful and thanked him. That's exactly how Gale sold it, explaining the consequences. For example, if you apply this curse to an item, all its stats are multiplied by 1.5, but anyone who uses it will be cursed. And he knows the design is elegant, so he will give them a spell to remove the curse. He also has cursed shoes that she will curse to increase agility by 2.5 times. Make the servant wear them, or lift the curse. Yes, of course. He also owns a cursed crossbow that boosts all other stats by 1.3 times and has a must-hit effect. But it is cursed, and it was sold for use at the annual hunting party. The protagonist exhaled, breaking out of his thoughts. At that moment, another man asked about the curse. Smiling, he said he had heard it before and remembered the story. The legendary hero was said to have a berserker on his team. His frequent use of cursed armor made people believe cursed gear was very powerful. Calling it a curse may sound unpleasant, but the spell set includes a curse remover and explains the curse's effects and side effects, including mood changes, because it can be removed. After he told his story, a large crowd gathered around the stall and started talking about how strange it was and whether he really offered dispelling spells with his goods. After some time, the protagonist stood in front of an empty stall. He said everything had been sold. Different people were there today. One of them claimed his curse Metal Death was powerful. He thought he was quite energetic. Gale saw several people running toward him who asked if this was the only place that sold cursed items and if there were more, and he replied that they were all sold out. The men fell to their knees before him. They begged him to cast the curse on the spot. He replied that the store would open tomorrow, said goodbye, asked their forgiveness for that day, and quickly ran off. One of today's shoppers told his friend he would try on the cursed ring they had bought at the kiosk to see what would happen. His friend warned him not to faint from the curse, and the shopper said he had no intention of doing so. They saw his status had risen by 1.5 times, were amazed a single ring had caused it, and wondered how it could have such a strong effect. After that, the buyer asked whether he knew how much the Bogle U-buff spell cost. He said you could make a fortune reselling it, and the buyer replied that he should not dare to say that. The blonde said a spellmaster was there, and when the brunette said no guild would miss this, the blonde added he meant who this guy was, that he was the most unusual spellcaster they had seen. The whispering, gossiping adventurers did not know that a curser still carried the curse of 4 people, and, despite his poor health, continued to support the team. Even more, a curser who can create a curse so powerful it reaches rank S. No one would ever guess he had been expelled from the team and sold cursed items on the streets as a curser. Meanwhile, Cassian's team fought the monster. Their leader was thrown into a tree and hit his back hard. The rest stood in shock, not understanding why. Hearing this, Org shouted loudly, and Kaush, holding a sword, demanded why the monster would not be defeated. Some time ago, the team worried about taking an S-rank quest with a newbie, but the leader reassured them it was fine, saying he'd checked everything and heard they were among the guild's best. The man turned to Mora and said it was perfect, exactly what they needed. Then they saw the huge Org and decided to go ahead and deal with him. Sometime later, Melissa yelled at Luke for what he was doing and called him stupid, and Luke said he wasn't succeeding. Then Melissa called him a bad person, but a blow knocked her back. Norris stepped aside and read his spells. Cash asked how long he would sing, and Norris said he would wait a little. Then a magic seal appeared in front of him. When the seal vanished, only a tiny flame was left. Cash asked what kind of magic it was and said he couldn't defeat the org with it. As the monster swung at him, he used dodge. Morris promised she would do it, avenge everyone and cast buffs one after another. The girl kept thinking she was running out of mana. Picking up her staff, she slammed it down, and a magical seal appeared under each member. Then she said their stats were now twice as high as usual, and ordered them to kill the monster. Kolsch, pleased by her words, ran at the monster and swung his sword, but Org stopped him with one hand, and in his own language asked if he really wanted to fight while picking his nose. The team leader was stunned that his strike had been stopped so easily. At that moment, Org lifted the man off the ground with his sword and sent him flying. Cash was badly battered. When the monster tried to strike, he fled and Moira raised a small barrier. He told her she was a poor support mage and demanded she double her stats, calling her useless. Adding an aside, she said she would use the cursed item left by the previous owner. The girl said it would weaken the organ, so Cash jumped at her, grabbed her clothes and asked whether she really planned to use Gale's curse, adding that the curse would not work. She remembered Gale's letter saying that, as part of the experience he was passing on to her, he would list some of the support methods he'd used and also share some curses. Morris said she had learned that, before she arrived, they were cursed even before any fight. Kasha let her go immediately and Morris fell to the ground. The man said it wasn't a spell but a curse, and the rest of the team agreed he was right and knew they were cursed. The boys kept insulting Gale, then decided to keep going because they were still far from the mountains where the hippos live, and they forgot about Moira as if the game were over. Kishash realized the road was dangerous and full of A-class monsters. His comrades said they did not understand his disappointment because the curse kept them from using their full power and they needed to be in better shape. They said they weren't running away, just making a strategic retreat, and that their opponent was now off guard. Cash said that was fine. If the curse had worked, it didn't matter to him. Moore asked whether they were already giving up or if it was too early, and Cash smiled and said they were surprised because she hadn't even given her all yet, so the girl was stunned. The others agreed with him, saying she was new and had hardly fought, so they decided to leave, and Mora was angry because as a support mage she had no way to attack. Calling after them, she said if it was true they could not do that. They turned smiling, told her she could do the rest, and ran off, leaving the girl alone with the monster. Org said he felt sorry for her too. Morris stood there, shaking with anger. She shouted that they must be joking, then threw a curse into the air. She charged after the guys and said aloud that they were wrong. After a while, Cash and the team rested and started sharing how they felt. One person said they felt disgusted. Another had lost their favorite wand, and Melissa said she thought she was going to die. Norris said he usually had no trouble with multiple spells. Luke said they shouldn't have been tired after a short run. Melissa blamed Morris and praised her own virtues. Norris pointed out that this wasn't the only explanation, even before the helping magic took effect. Everyone moved clumsily. Luke asked why it hadn't taken him twice as long to cast the spell. That was bad. The guy said he'd gone a bit overboard. If he'd been in a good mood, he would have burned it to the ground. Cash insisted it was the protagonist's fault and wondered how else he could get revenge on them. At that moment, Mora stepped into the clearing and said she had caught up with them. The leader said she was late as if she had already finished the task. Mora was furious, and a small monster clung to her cape. Kosh asked what it was, but she did not answer. Walking the city streets, the main character felt very happy, sang various songs, and called out loudly that being a street vendor is fun. Many people peer into the store without buying and just stare. Even when curses are reserved for adventurers, many of those people are only looking for spells. The merchant saw him, said they had not met for a long time, and asked how his business was going. Gale said he was thinking of moving the store. The man asked where he planned to go. Gale immediately thought of the aristocratic quarter and set up his stall 10 meters from the main street, because Richard aristocrats want to be stylishly dressed, not like commoners, and they like to be in the center of fashion. Moro told the others she had not come for flattery. Behind her, the monster reverted to its original form when the cursed item expired. Everyone shuddered in fear. Shouting that she could manage on her own, the girl passed the responsibility to them and ran off. Cash told her he didn't care what she planned to do. The whole team stared at the monster. Melissa immediately urged the others to act. Luke then told the monster that meat is softer and tastier on women. Everyone ran away from him and he looked back, saying he was a kind of vegetarian. 4 days later, the team returned to the pavilion and sat at the table, their faces pressed to its surface. Cash wanted water and Melissa wanted a bath, and they said they never expected to be so desperate to escape that they'd end up in another forest. It was awful and they smelled terrible. The hostess asked Mora whether they were from the same group, and the girl replied that they deserved what they wanted, and then a voice from the table blamed Gale, and they called the hostess. Cash asked the woman for water or a towel, and Luke backed him up by asking where her service was. At that moment, a glass of water was placed in front of them. She said she would give only 1 glass of water because it was not free. They immediately took offense at her tone and demanded to know who she thought they were. She insisted they should not refuse to pay the lodging costs. The landlady also told them they were low-class clients, which angered Cash, and he asked her what she had said. The woman said she had already been paid in advance for the previous day, and that if they drank the water today, they would have to leave the hotel. Then she held out her hand and asked if they would pay extra for another day. Cash snapped and reached for the money, then realized they had none. His comrades pushed him to pay now so the hostess would not underestimate them. Then they saw the man's face go pale. He tried to deny what was happening and looked at Melissa, who had a new dagger because she likes new things. Luke had a full set of gear serviced, but his gloves were broken in the battle. Norris had a new spellbook and a wand, but all his items were lost. Kasha's custom sword was repaired, yet it fell apart in the same fight with the monster. They all suddenly realized their group had no money. The hostess immediately asked them what had happened. She told them they would owe 5 silver coins per night for 5 people with excess OP, 6 if they wanted food. Then she asked whether they could pay. The men were very angry. Melissa glanced at her glass, realized she was thirsty, apologized to everyone, and started drinking the water greedily despite their attempts to stop her. Mora ignored them and asked the hostess for a glass of ale and some food. The crew watched Melissa drink the last of the water with an indifferent face. Morris noticed the whole team staring at her. They said she had not paid a single penny into the common treasury, and she grew nervous because it sounded serious. She told them firmly this was her personal money, and that the group's treasury came from quest rewards. Moira remembered a past conversation when Cash told her she did not need to worry about money because they would be paid well and could figure things out themselves as Ranka. The leader told her not to talk nonsense, saying it was connected to the quest. Melissa agreed, then grabbed the girl and said everything was now hers, and what was shared belonged to everyone. Moira tried to stop them, but they already looked bloodthirsty. Nora said that if anyone had a grudge, it should be against Gale. Then they grabbed the bag of money and said she would serve everyone, including her money. They opened the money bag, said there was enough, and that she was rich for a support mage, and Morris said she would beat them all. Laughing, Cash said he couldn't believe a support mage would attack. It would be no more than a mosquito bite, and at that moment a blow struck him. A man moved aside and threw a chair at him from inside a barrel, and Melissa immediately called to him, and then swung the chair at Mora, saying, "You should not let your great virtues get the better of you." Melissa struck, but found only a robe where the girl had been. At that moment, Mora appeared behind her and struck her. Luke and Norris immediately called her name and asked her to calm down, saying such behavior was not appropriate for a girl. Angry Mora told them to shut up and called them small fry. Luke and Norris warned her to stop joking because it was going to hurt. They clashed, and during it the girl sorted things out with everyone while wearing a satisfied smile, then apologized to the owner for the damage and offered to pay, but the owner said she didn't have to. Smiling, Mora walked over to the men on the floor and told them she was leaving the group today. At that moment, the main character was selling his wares when a blonde woman with a fan approached and said he had some strange antiques. She focused on the lizards most of all. Their live performance was odd but interesting. Gale thought they were basilisks. He told her aloud she had a keen eye. It was his damned Cantera. That surprised her. The woman panicked and asked again about the cursed one, saying it frightened her a great deal. Then a mustached man leapt onto the stall and asked to take care of it, leaving the main character taken aback. The stranger accused him of daring to sell the cursed item to a nobleman. Gale denied it, saying it was only an interior decoration, and the man immediately asked for more details. After he had told everything, they left. She sat on the box and thought she really was a noble woman. Even if he had set a high price, they would have paid more than she actually cost. Even if sold, they are his creations. No one wants expendable spells for combat. Gale thought everything was selling well, so he figured he could close. He remembered today's scene and how, no matter who it was, people shook when they first saw his damned items. Every nobleman called it an unusual, interesting, even bizarre design. But none said they liked it, and he knew how he felt but had no time to think it through. The protagonist noticed a young girl approach his stall. He guessed she might be a noblewoman but seemed too plain. Assuming she was hiding, he spotted someone watching them from around the corner. The stranger asked him if he was working, and then he looked at one item. She said it had a strange design, but that she liked it, then smiled brightly. Gale said he was surprised that she liked it. She was holding a ring in her hands. He thought he did not know who she was, but she was there on business. The protagonist said he was closing, so he could give it away for less. She was pleased, but said all the money was in the castle. When Gale asked about the castle again, she said she had left her wallet at home and had little cash. He laughed. The main character said the price was so high she could afford it. She tried to argue, but he said she was the first to praise his design and that he had a discount for regular customers. Then he winked. The girl handed him a large gold coin, and Gale stared in shock, wondering if the coin was really too small for her. Gale wanted to call after her, but she had already run off, waving and smiling. A sudden realization hit him that he had failed to explain what the curse did and how it faded. He looked around, but the stranger had already vanished without a trace. Clutching his head, he began to think about what to do. The effect is small, and her defense is tripled. Even with only instant death resistance, once worn it can't be removed because it's cursed. Gale thought that because she looked rich, he was sure she could break the spell in the temple. Next time you would apologize to her and give her the cursed spell. Then he remembered the castle and wondered what she meant. At that moment, someone grabbed the stranger and pulled her into the gateway. She screamed in shock, begged to be released, and cried out where she was being touched. The night girl said she had finally been taken. After a while, they moved to the castle. The 4 guards sat on the floor. That night, a stranger said she was not even worried about them and called her Princess Kara. The main character was walking down the street when someone grabbed his shoulder and said a man was looking for a young man with black hair and a blue jacket who had been selling at a stall here. And because he looked so similar, the man asked to see his face. Gale turned with a fresh face and said he still looked young, and the man said he seemed to have made a mistake and asked for his forgiveness. The protagonist had used a cursed item to change his appearance. That explained why the royal guard was after him. He had to speed up his preparations and leave the city. In the castle at that time, the princess was told the item she had bought was blasphemous against the church, and she said there was nothing wrong with it. Looking around the room, the night girl said she still couldn't figure out its design, and the princess said she was still far from understanding, calling her Vivian. The latter said they had a meeting with the neighboring country's ambassadors in the morning, so it was better to get ready. At that moment, Kara slipped the ring onto her finger. Vivian snapped, asking if she was really going to a meeting wearing that ring, and the girl replied she was just trying it on. Gale sat in the Adventurers Guild, eating a tasty meal and remembering the thoughts he had when he was alone. And now he could do anything and was talented. He needs to get the materials soon. The quarry is on the brink, and collecting and repairing items about to be discarded is not difficult. By then, Cash and his team were asking why they could not borrow money despite being an S-rank team, and they requested 10 or 20 gold coins, to which the female administrator hesitated before answering. She said they had made no progress in their search since their promotion and had not secured any funding, and asked whether they had met with a client because people were complaining about their lack of presence. Cash said it was an unexpected monster. The administrator said he was A rank and they were S rank. The guy said he was some kind of mutant and clearly unusual. Smiling, the girl said she knew they and the others were training an organization near the city and had done something else, and she wondered whether they had really underestimated the guild, which made Cash angry. According to her, Moira had left the group a few days earlier. They had a complaint and a bill from the pavilion innkeeper and had to pay her out of guilt. Gale watched them and thought they were in serious trouble. The administrator grew angrier and asked if they really wanted to borrow money now. They looked a little scared, and Cash said it was all Gale's doing, which surprised Gale. Melissa said the protagonist's curse had lowered their stats, so buffs were useless. Luke added that Moira was useless too. The administrator exhaled. She then said Moira is one of the top 5 support mages in the entire capital. After problems with the old group, she suggested a new, better group to replace it, and Cash and the team were surprised. The protagonist thought she was so skilled that they still managed to lose her. The girl said she wasn't sure if Gale was bad, but few curse casters were as talented as he was. She immediately thought of antidote spells and said she wanted to know how much they cost. Gale remembered making spells for the guild. Cash didn't want to listen anymore, so he called the whole team and said they had to go. Melissa asked about Gale, and it was said they needed to choose a quest by teeth. Luke supported him, and the leader told them to be quiet. People asked if they were really Ranga now, and Kosh said he thought so, but he seemed wrong. Gale worried whether they were okay and what they meant by the curse, since he had lifted his own long ago. Deciding it was time to leave to avoid running into them again, the protagonist thanked the cook for the food and stepped outside, where he saw 2 guards running down the street. One asked where they were rushing and whether an enemy was attacking, and the second replied he had heard the princess and Vivian were arguing again, this time more fiercely. They said it would take many adults to stop them. Gale realized that even then the kingdom's army would be sent, and while walking down the street the thought returned to him. Palace guards tried to stop Vivian, telling her to stay in the palace and calm down. The princess wrapped a blanket around herself and glared at her. Vivian shouted that the ring was cursed, and everyone was frightened. That night the princess said she would just try it on, then slide it onto her finger. Dark shadows appeared beside her, and the girls were afraid because they did not know what they were. The older man sat down in front of Kara and asked her to take off the ring quickly, but she said she could not. Vivian said there was no other option but to cut off her finger. Grabbing the sword, she swung it. Shouts rose immediately from the room as someone called for the princess to be protected. After a while, the princess entered the hall and apologized to the guests for being late, addressing them as dear guests. People told Kara she looked beautiful, and she thanked them. When asked about her finger, she said it was slightly injured. The guards reported that guests from a neighboring country had arrived. The princess said they were probably tired from the long journey and suggested some tea, but they said there was no need, and then pointed to a large box, saying it contained quality tea and delicious sweets. Kara said there seemed to be a lot of them, and agreed to try them, and she was told they had indeed brought a lot. 2 bandits stepped out of the box, drew their weapons, and said the others would taste their empire. Vivian shouted that there were enemies here and we must prepare. The arriving guests drew weapons and said the crossbow arrow was coated with a fast-acting poison that would cause a quick death without suffering, so the guards immediately shouted that they had to protect the princess. A volley of arrows flew toward Kara. She closed her eyes and covered her ears. None of the arrows hit her. The enemies were surprised, and Vivian was shocked too. When they attacked her again, the arrows hit an invisible barrier and broke apart. Princess Kara opened her eyes and asked when she had put up the barrier, since she assumed it was all thanks to the protagonist. Vivian sat down in front of her and asked if she was hurt, and the girl said everything was fine and thanked her. The knight wondered why the guests were pretending to be an empire, but first they had to go to a safe place. After that, 2 men approached the princess. Vivian asked Mr. Uriel and Arazul for their opinions. Kara asked if it was a terrible curse. Priest Ariel replied that removing the spell itself is simple, but this spell is too advanced, and the person who made it has likely mastered creating cursed objects. This ring is crafted with the highest level of complexity to maximize its benefits. It grants the wearer very high status and bears a few curses that make it vanish. The man added that our Azul will handle it next, and Adama said he apologizes to the princess. He took her hand. Vivian called to him right away. The man looked at the ring and said it was a cursed relic class ring. He never expected to see something so wonderful in his 10 years of life. Vivian immediately tapped him on the head and asked how long he was going to hold Kara's hand. She added that she thought the church relic Angel Shield had a similar effect, and Aristotle said that if he remembered correctly, he had that skill too. The priest said he'd never heard of anything that size granting instant resistance to death, and the princess said there was one, the Empire's treasure called the Heart of the Demon King. This item grants strong benefits, raising resistance to instant death and shortening magic casting time, but it drains the user's life force and can be fatal. Vivan said you must pay a high price to get a strong effect. This is the truth of the whole world. There is no price to pay. It is not merely a relic. It is far more than a relic. The princess called Vivan by name and asked if she remembered that boy. Vivan said she did, then realized Kara had bought the ring from him. The knight smiled and asked if she really wanted him caught and killed, and the princess replied that she wanted to thank him, so he should be brought to the castle. Though cursed, the ring saved her life, and that's what matters. That's why she wants to see him again. The protagonist bought new clothes, including a coat with inner pockets, gloves, boots with built-in shin guards, and sturdy clothes reinforced with steel wire. It looked good to him. Spells and a homemade dagger were all he carried. The only thing left was getting them to his destination, so he looked at the city and decided it was time to move. Wondering how the royal capital would look after time away, he exhaled. While happily walking down the street, Gale noticed something in an alley and stopped to look. They turned out to be members of his former team. They were cold and trying to warm up. Melissa asked them not to growl, and Norris said there was nothing to growl at. The girl grew indignant at being called a bored, and the guys denied it, while the main character felt there was something familiar about them. Gale arrived at the market and bought an apple, which he began to nibble as mounted guards rushed past, talking about needing more men and saying the castle gates were already manned so everything would be fine. The protagonist scanned them, wondering why the royal knights were here, and noticed the royal guard. He turned and saw a wanted poster for a dark-haired young man who sells plain jewelry. Witnesses are asked to contact the castle. Then, the knights asked the guards if they had checked the square. The guards said yes, and added that the royal capital army was patrolling it now and would not miss a fly. The men were trying to determine whether the young man was at the inn or the guild. Gale was excited when he was stopped. He did not match the description this time. Suddenly, a knight told him he resembled the other man a little. The man did not care for jewelry and did not seem to be selling it. Gale said the comment was rude. The knight added that the man was poorly dressed and the jewelry he sold had destructive power, so it would look even dirtier. The man told Gale he could go. Gale was angry, and he felt like an idiot for giving in to his feelings. He needed to get out of the city quickly. Seeing so many horse-drawn carriages, the protagonist realized he could choose where to go, and if he wanted work, he had to head to a big city. He checked the map and saw the trading city of Imbalance and the military city Gracias Fort nearby. He could go to the ancient city of Granche. He noticed only 2 months remained before they left, and they were offering a discount. So the man began to entice him by saying they would take him to the farming city of Farmage for 1 silver coin. Gale pictured a farm and a pile of vegetables. He raised his hand right away and said he would go. Then another hand went up beside him. The protagonist studied her closely and thought he had seen her before. He tried to ask her about it. Moira pulled back her hood and smiled as she asked if he was really Gale, and he replied that she was in Cash's group. Afterwards, they climbed into the carriage together. He remembered he'd said something unpleasant, and she had slapped him in the face for it. Gale said they would not be long and added that she hoped so too. The protagonist chuckled. The girl said he was too close. They tried to step apart, but he said there was nothing to be done because it was cramped. She turned away. Looking around, he saw imported goods from neighboring countries, iron products for sale, an escort of mercenaries, a few ordinary civilians, and a strong girl who feared nothing, and he thought about her early departure from the team. The protagonist wanted to rest, but could not. To Moira, he said aloud that they had their own view and would not interfere much. The girl said something she had not even thought about. Gale believed his mutilation had nothing to do with the girl. Kasha was probably attracted to her beauty. His behavior made it clear he'd been trying to do something with him for a long time, so it was for the best. The protagonist asked why she had left. Moira told him what she needed to say. How he had managed to stay with them so long confused her. The girl said Cash was useless as a leader and couldn't fight. The other 3 were awful with swords, and she didn't even mention bows. The protagonist asked if it was really Kosh, and she confirmed, saying there was no one else it could be. As a result, the guild took her, and she cannot stay in the capital for a while. Mora said whenever they have problems, they blame each other and then move on. She is sure he knows. She apologized for her words, and he said it was all right and that he was sorry they had caused her so much trouble, and the girl told him not to apologize. The protagonist looked at her and thought she must have slipped away from the group and quietly left the city. Pulling food from his backpack, he made a sandwich and handed it to her, saying they were both victims of that group and he wanted to get to know her better. And she smiled and said something that couldn't have been said better. The food made her mouth water, and she thanked him while Gale handed sandwiches to the other passengers. Morris said it was delicious. She noted he made it in such a short time, and he said he had great ingredients, including wine. The girl immediately asked what he intended when he offered her wine. She noticed it was expensive and asked if he was sure about drinking it, and he said he had earned the money selling at his stall. Mora said the streets were buzzing about artifacts found in the stall. He immediately asked who it could be. The girl sipped her wine and said it seemed the princess herself was searching for this man, and that sweet girl suddenly appeared before his eyes. Shaking his head, he thought it could not be. Mora said she did not know he earned money at the stall, and he smiled sweetly and asked if he looked like the type who sold artifacts. She laughed and admitted he was right. He called it terrible and wished she would say it was true, even if she was fooling herself. Mora said that if you wanted to do something great, you would have to go somewhere more sacred than this city. Gale agreed, then added that you could become a hermit, laughing as she did. They continued on their way. The girl said he made her laugh and that she liked him. The main character replied he didn't find her disgusting either. They bumped palms. If one of them acted as a vanguard, they could join forces, with Mora providing support while he used his damn spells. And at that moment the carriage stopped abruptly. The orgs blocked their path. They appear to have attacked the column. From the sounds outside, the fighting does not sound good. One of the men said the mercenaries were killed and asked for help. They looked outside and saw several orgs, and Mora said things looked bad because the orgs seemed to have spotted their carriage. She knew that being in the rear guard with Gale would be hard, but there was no one else to fight here. Asking the protagonist if he had a weapon, she said they had no other choice, and that she only had a magic staff and a small knife. Gale said he once had debuff curses and a small dagger and suggested they go deal with the enemies. Mora said that dying without doing anything was far worse than falling in battle, and she trusted her support magic, so he should trust her. Gale said he understood he'd be on the front lines, so she should watch his back to keep them from coming up behind. She agreed and apologized to him. He said everything was fine. The protagonist smiled and offered to show the enemies the S-rank's former power, and they immediately jumped out. Gale knew they were still underestimating them and had to attack right away to kill at least one. Then he noticed something. The protagonist said the protective wall would hold up against several attacks, and Mora told him to go and not worry because she would strengthen him, and he agreed. She suddenly saw a dark, indistinct shape jutting from his side, asked what it was, and then saw Gale holding a dagger. Mora said the buffs don't work that fast, so timing is crucial. If they time it right, they can kill an org with one hit, then stop the enemy with a curse and kill another in that time. Gale said what he thought he understood. If they dragged it out, a patrol would arrive to see what had happened, so they couldn't lose. The girl was angry and went over what she had just said. Moore asked what the object in his hand was. He said it was an ordinary dagger with a curse. When she asked again, he only told her to stay behind him. The girl tried to stop him. Dropping to one knee, she began to draw a magic seal. It would not be stable, but they would still have to be stronger than them. She used the skill Increase Maximum Power. By now, the protagonist had grown stronger. He swung the object toward the org, said it was a good position with good flight range, and that now was the time to act. The object bore writing that began spreading its effect among the monsters. Moro stared in shock. She suspected these were Gale's curses. They only seemed to affect monsters. The monster's condition kept getting worse. The protagonist began shouting that he would chop them into small pieces, mostly to try to stop them because it was too early. She realized Gale was not fully suspended in the air. He swung at the organ and severed his head with one blow. The girl was shocked. I couldn't say anything more. Meanwhile, the main character cut off another enemy's head. He pressed on, facing every monster in his path. They were frightened. The protagonist looked at his dagger and laughed, then turned to Moira and said her buffs were great. and she said it wasn't because of the buffs. Realizing the debuff was an area curse, the girl knew surviving here would be difficult. Ignoring the defense, blocking recognition. Even if true, this is close to constant affect. After all that, he still calls the legendary item ordinary. Unable to understand, she presses a hand to her forehead and calls him stupid. At that moment, Gale's body was enveloped in magic. Seeing the seal beneath him, he felt Mora's buff raise his status and thanked her for the support, but she said he was wrong. The protagonist said he could keep fighting, and the girl noticed he seemed to be doing it without any buffs. His status had dropped and he did not notice, so she apologized and said she would fix everything now because the buff had worn off. The protagonist said that as long as their combo works, he's invincible. Mora asked if he had really lost his mind. Gale attacked the orgs again. Kenny handled another, then turned and saw several more making a nasty sound and realized there were even more of them. Then he threw an artifact toward them, which struck them, causing small wounds, and their bodies began to dissolve. The protagonist lunged at them with a dagger and said Mora's buff made the orcs fall under his slowdown curse and freeze. Watching this, the girl thought he had really called it and was slowing down, though he wasn't. Then she saw him run to attack one of the largest monsters. He finished him quickly and cut off his head. At that moment, several skeletal spirits seemed to appear behind him. Many thought these were moments of death. Extremely rare and impossible to make by hand, she still doesn't get it. The protagonist said they had won, and she replied that he had defeated them. Gale said it was cool, especially as support. Passengers in the carriage peered out from behind it. When Gale and Mora waved, the passengers immediately ran toward them, happy. They stopped after a while. The main character admitted it was his first time fighting monsters and felt a little scared. Mora immediately remembered what he'd done and asked again. He nodded. The girl asked why he had been on the team with Quiche for so long, and he said he was simply one of the first members. Nothing more, just a master of cursed objects. Mora said Cash was wrong to kick him out. Gale said he had said the same thing, but felt it was the only right thing to do. She said he had too little self-esteem. The girl said the dandelion coffee tasted delicious. He said it could do many things, and she said that made him sound all-powerful. The guy said she was exaggerating. She stood up, said she was going to bed, thanked him for the coffee, and he wished her good night. Gale realized he was omnipotent, a thought he had never had before, and today everything went smoothly thanks to Mora's support. Memories of his time with the group came back, when everyone fought up front while he hung back like a shadow. And now, when he faced monsters, he felt no guilt. Gale laughed sweetly and said the girl was very kind. He smiled. The girl was trying to sleep then. A new day began, and they set off again. After a while, Morris said they had arrived. Gale was surprised by that. They ran toward a rural town, a place full of farms. They had to walk, and by the time they reached the houses, they were exhausted. The main character said they had about an hour to the border and that he should stay on the cart. She added that, as expected, the road was a steady incline. Mora asked him what he planned to do. He said he would go to the guild, turn in materials from the orgs, and then look for quests. She said they needed to check whether anyone was recruiting for their squad, and until then, they would stay together. He agreed, wanting to be among ordinary people, because their mission would not be simple. After a while, they came to the Adventurers Guild at the edge of the farm. They began looking over various quests. Mora asked if one person could handle it, and he replied it would be fine. Gale asked to join him to take out the undead. It's an A-class mission. She replied that as rear guards, they were unlikely to succeed, and believing she was ready to help, he said aloud that this type of mission was his only salvation. A girl stepped up beside them and said she did not recognize them, then asked if they were new. Gale said they were from the royal capital, and the stranger said it was great. She took the protagonist's hand and looked at him warmly. Mora stood behind them, angry. Then the girl asked the mage if they were friends. He replied that they were companions. The stranger smiled, said they were a support link, noted the position was very popular, and asked Gale what his position was. A rear guard and master of curses, he told her. She perked up when he added that his main role was support, though he could also fight. The girl apologized, said it was rare to see a master of curses, remarked that she must have chosen a suitable job for herself, and winked at him. She said she would offer them a couple of missions to help them get used to it, Then she looked over the quest and said they had chosen a good one, and that several more were like it. There were few priests here, and no evil spirits capable of destroying them, so right now few are willing to take on this mission. She suggested they might get lucky. The stranger warned it would be like fighting death and asked if they wanted to take it on. He agreed. The girl said she would give them some advice. As she warned earlier, she cannot send a rescue team to anyone who refuses the mission. When the protagonist asked for a map of the area, the woman smiled and said she had one, then offered other items, but the protagonist said she only needed the map. After that, she put the guild seal on the mission. The stranger added there was one more thing, a skull found recently that belonged to an adventurer who had tried to complete the mission alone. Approaching Gale, she warned him to be careful because they already had few avant-brists, and the situation in the city was not very good, then looked at Mora and laughed, saying they were really friends. Then the girl remembered something. She greeted them in Farm Edge and said her name was Gimli. Gale then said everything was fine and they would start the mission tomorrow, while Mora questioned their hurry and said it would be better to rest after the journey. Leaving the guild building, the girl complained that Gimli's persistence was unbearable. The protagonist asked what she meant, and she denied doing anything like that. Mora lowered her head and said she now had to go with him on the mission, and Gale said he was not against it, but asked why she had changed her mind. At once, the girl shouted that she did not care and that she was only worried about him. Her face turned red. Smiling, the main character said it was better for her to stay. There was no need to raise her hopes, and it would be easier if he went alone. Mora warned that anyone who confronts the undead faces grave danger, and she is worried. The main character said it was not a problem because the curses would help him and he was looking forward to tomorrow. Gimli sat and thought about Gale and his words. Gale was amazed that he was a master of curses, yet he bore no ordinary curse. A new day had come, and the protagonist and Moira were having breakfast when Moira told him he slept too much, and it was already lunchtime, and he replied that he couldn't help himself. They realized others were watching them. Armed people and adventurers are almost non-existent in the city. Such people are very rare, and that is why they are watched so closely. They soon reached the mission site. The main character said they had to finish the mission to earn money. Gale asked her what she had brought with her. The bag held a silver knife, an incense amulet, and holy water. He called it meager. The main character said everything was fine because the undead were his specialty, but the girl said she was more worried about this area. They went down. Mora said she would run if anything frightening happened. Gale agreed and wanted to stay close because the dungeon wasn't simple. She told him to run with her. They walked toward the light at the end of the hallway. When they came out, they saw skeletons on the ground. Mora said it was horrible. Gale asked whether it was the work of the undead. Then he started digging through the skeletons and they saw tracks. The girl said this place used to be a dungeon and is now a cemetery, a sad place with so many bones and no one punished for it. Gale asked if she could say the same thing if they had gone deeper, and in that moment her main wish was for the bones to rest in peace while the man said she was very religious. At that moment the protagonist picked up the skull and held it to the girl. She did not react. Then he began to move his jaw, and the girl suddenly struck the skull, screaming for him to die. Gale apologized to her, saying she had not meant to scare her. The woman said they were monsters and told him not to do it again. He thought that if she was so scared, she could have waited for him outside. The protagonist says he wants more rewards, so he'll go deeper. If she's scared, she can wait outside. Gale said using holy water was a waste, handed her the lantern, and apologized before leaving. Mora froze when he suddenly left her alone. She turned and saw a dark corridor. She shook her head and ran after the main character, telling him to wait. They found themselves amid a pile of coffins. Pressing against him, the girl said she heard something. He replied she had probably imagined it. She apologized and said she was very scared. Gale dismissed it as just a bat, and Morris replied she was only a little surprised, and that, besides, there were a lot of undead here. Turning, the girl saw a skeleton behind her. It made noises that frightened her, and she jumped into the main character's arms. She shut her eyes and said they were moving. The man told her to calm down. Tears streaming down her face, she jumped to the ground. Mora said it was impossible and told her not to scream so loudly. Then she saw the undead in front of her and her panic attack began. Grabbing the main character by the collar, the girl started pulling skeletons from his body. The guy was stunned. Once all the undead were defeated, he asked if she was okay and if she had calmed down a little, and she said yes and apologized to him. The protagonist said he was a little surprised that she had followed him despite her fear, and she replied that she had no choice because going on missions alone is dangerous. She said she was worried. Gale smiled and said everything was fine and that he liked fighting the undead. He smiled and thanked her for caring. The man said he would go to the very depths, asked if she was ready to come with him, and told her to close her eyes, saying she could take his hand and follow him if she felt afraid. Mora actually listened, closed her eyes, and took his hand, and they both blushed, while Gale had thought the man was joking, but she really did it. In the capital at that time, just before the protagonist left the city, the scene took place in a forge. Cash and his team asked if it was really a forge and offered to buy the man's tools. He said they were too dirty and told them to leave. After a while, they sat by the wall, wrapped in rags. Cash said he was hungry, Melissa that she was cold, the others that they needed money, and they would have to spend the night in the field again, while Luke had brought several missions. Cash looked at them and said they were S rank and that all the missions were too easy, and Norris told him to calm down. He said they were all exhausted today, so they couldn't finish the difficult task that was necessary to get them back on their feet. Cash checked the tasks again and said there were only low-paying jobs, the top one paying 60 coins to kill an org, which reminded them of an old enemy. Melissa suggested taking the C-rank task since D and E were too cheap, while others suggested doing the org. Cash said they would only go up to level C. The girl said skeletons were easy. Luke realized he hadn't expected to spend the night in the field on an empty stomach. Norris turned to him and said they would do it because they already planned to, and added that the skeletons were only small fish. No one asked if Melissa and Cash would be okay, and Cash said they would quickly kill them and eat steaks on the bone. The man said these two are the ones who get seriously injured, and Luke replied that your health is the most important thing. After some time, they reached an abandoned church in the suburbs. Luke surveyed the scene and reported there were many of them. He drew a diagram and explained that 20 were hiding in the cemetery's darkness, and Cash said it was easy while Melissa agreed with him. She asked the others what they thought about her and the leader storming in. The leader said he would show what a knight could do. After a while, they put their plan into action. Cash used the holy light. Melissa began slashing at the enemies with a dagger and told Norris to start acting. He opened his book and began reading the spell. At the same time, Luke defeated a couple of enemies. They were pleased with their victory. Keshers was pleased. It turned out this was his plan. He said these are the knight's abilities, and Melissa's attack. Norris will burn them, and Luke will finish them off. This is perfect. Norris clarified it should work. Luke said they would wait behind the wall and provide backup when their turn came. The leader agreed. Cash and Melissa reached the gate. He asked if she was ready, and she said yes. At that moment, the cleric barrier briefly unlocked. They ran straight for the skeletons. Karis said he would pack them all up, and Melissa said they had been out in the sun for nothing. They leaped into the air to attack but failed because the skeletons struck first. Cash and Melissa flew back. Luke and Norris watched without interest, as if they had expected it. The skeletons surrounded the couple and began hitting them, and they cried out in pain. Luke called to Norris that they were in serious danger and could die, and Norris opened his book. He immediately made a small flame for himself, and when Luke asked what use it was, the man said he had focused the heat into it, so it was small but very strong. When it hit the skeleton, it caused no harm and only enraged the undead. They grabbed their comrades and fled. The mission failed. The next day, they agreed to take a mission with the org, and Melissa said she'd take care of him before jumping on his back and knocking him to the ground. He stood up abruptly, grabbed her hands, and lifted her into the air. She asked for help. After checking her over, the organizer released her and walked away. The man said she was not his type. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked what was funny. At that moment, Cash said the org had turned away in vain and swung his sword, but the weapon flew off his back and fell to the side. They got angry and turned around. The leader said things were bad. The monster then threw them all aside with a club. The mission failed as well. A few days later, the whole team arrived at the Capital Guild looking downtrodden and sad. Sitting at the table, they blamed the main character for their failures. Broke, they had sold off their best gear. Norris said they needed to earn money and catch up with Gale. Luke suggested opening a shop, and KRS said that was an option and added they had a quest with goblins today. However, after some time they returned to the guild, all beaten and covered in bruises. The administrator asked whether they had failed again. Cash said it was a fraud, remembering how they had come to the village and been told that S-rangs rarely came to them. The head said their arrival means the residents no longer need to worry, and the residents promised to help in every way. The man said that this was their first encounter with goblins, and Cash said they would take all the initiative and they would not have to do anything. When it came time to fight the goblins, the villagers handled them themselves. Kashah's group took heavy losses from those monsters. Cash told the administrator the villagers said they were useless and would not get any money. The girl then suggested lowering their rank even more while their skins were still intact. The leader immediately grabbed her by the clothes and demanded she give them an easier quest. The administrator pulled his hand away and struck him herself. This was his fourth defeat in a row. At that moment, the protagonist thought the deeper he went, the denser the lost souls became. You can wait in this underground cemetery. Morris sat beside him, her eyes still closed, as they stood on a high staircase, and Gale called out to see if anyone was alive, but no one answered. They went down, and he said there was nothing to grab, but someone felt something. Then a huge skeletal hand came out of the pile. Immediately, the girl screamed that she knew something was there, then asked to open her eyes because she was scared to keep them closed. The protagonist figured it would be scarier with the open ones, said there was no one here, and then cast a spell on the huge skeleton. The undead started to vanish at once, and Gale turned to the girl, saying she might be able to open her eyes. Mora asked if he had really just killed the undead with Dispel. Asking if she had actually seen it, he said it was simple but had no time to finish. The girl asked him whether he even knew what simply meant. Dispel is a spell that removes curses, and she had never heard of it working on the undead. Priests and others used it, he explained, and she called it an exorcism. The priest's role was to perform purifications with divine magic. The main character admitted it wasn't very good. The girl asked what he meant, and he said he would explain. They'll start with the premise. In his case, he is not dismissing it. He listens to the undead while holding a skull and looking at it kindly. The main character turned to the girl, and she looked shocked, asking what he meant by listening to the undead and how that related to the work of priests. And he told her not to rush and that he would explain. Gale asked if she knew what was causing the undead. She replied that it was magic, malice, and he confirmed it. At that moment, another undead appeared from behind. The protagonist continued to tell the story and dealt with him, saying that this tendency is strong in cemeteries and asking whether the undead hate exorcism and purification, to which Moore replied that it is natural. Gale said that to them, an exorcism is a stranger, suddenly shouting at him in condemnation, even though a grudge keeps him tied to this world. When Moira asked what he was doing, the protagonist said he was collecting ghoul fluid. He asked whether being scolded as a child had made her angry. She immediately recalled a childhood moment when her father said she would not cope, and when she argued there were plenty of female adventurers. He silenced her and told her she talked too much. When the protagonist called her name, she snapped out of her memories and apologized for being lost in thought. Gale said that when someone has a grievance, he listens. If a person dies of hunger, he would have wanted to eat enough. If a person dies alone, he feels sorrow. Someone was slandered and cruelly tortured. The protagonist explained everyone holds grudges as part of life, and here it's better to show he understands them so the undead will calm down and everyone will be happy. Suddenly, another skeleton appeared from a nearby coffin, and Mora shuddered at how large and angry it was. The girl jumped onto the main character again in fear, staring at the undead and thinking the skeleton was the Dark Knight. She clung to Gale, convinced the support could not handle such a monster. If he came closer, he'd be far more dangerous than the leeches. The man begged to be let go because he couldn't breathe. The protagonist stood and kept hold of Mora. When she asked why he was trying to hug her, he said she was the one not letting him go. The girl saw the skeleton about to strike and screamed. At that moment, Gale stepped up to the skeleton, thrust his finger into its skull, and a magic seal appeared there, then cast another spell. The skeleton stopped immediately. Telling Moore to go down because it was over, the protagonist turned to the undead. The skeleton became the outline of a young man who hovered above it, and Gale smiled at him while the girl stood in shock. After he spoke words of gratitude, his spirit dissolved, leaving only a skeleton on the ground. Mora watched with her mouth open as Gale said, "This is how it happens," and that she didn't understand anything. And it was a B-level monster, and then a young man came out of it and disappeared. The main character said the man never got to say goodbye to his bride and regretted it deeply. Moira asked how he knew, and Gale said making cursed objects would somehow teach him to read the souls of the dead. Then, after listening to his story and understanding him, he calmed down. Moore asked whether he really meant that the undead only wanted sympathy. He replied that they had been people before. He called it his unique exorcism. Compared to priests' crude purifications, it is the best way to obtain high-quality materials for making cursed items. The young man said that once magic dispels a curse, nothing of it remains, and the undead are an immortal enemy. And the girl, listening with a displeased look, angrily told him he had ruined all her ideas about the undead. A man and a woman walked along the pavement, both wearing short cloaks. The woman carried a staff as a weapon. The man had only a bag. She looked at him openly, so he had to ask why she was staring at him like that. The girl guessed he thought the undead were easy to handle and that he could deal with them without trouble. He kept his voice calm to avoid scaring her, telling himself the undead were just simple working material for him. The girl grew very angry, turned sharply toward him, repeated his words in anger, and demanded he apologize to all the priests for the work materials, because she somehow thought this was right. But the man did not understand and asked why she had reacted that way. They stopped near a large staircase leading down. Still hesitant to go down, the boy said using dispel on the undead was a win-win for everyone, but it was still not easy. Suddenly, the girl sat up and screamed that his way of thinking was terrible. He asked her not to scream. A couple walked down the stairs, the young man carefully holding the girl's hand as they stayed close and wary, and he smiled as he said they'd arrived. He said they were on the lowest floor where all the undead gathered. Hastily hiding behind a column, she ventured that although it was the bottom floor, it had more light than the floors above. Trying to surprise the girl, the young man began describing the floor's inhabitants, saying goal throwers, skeleton knights, and even dark phantoms and wights exist and are all connected to this world. They kept hiding behind the column. The girl looked visibly nervous as she watched the dead. About 50 of them were here, which made the place so bright. They gave off a pale blue spiritual glow, she said nervously. The man could tell she was scared and tried to ease the moment by asking her to close her eyes, but she snapped that she was used to it, and he thought she was lying. He paused, and his companion noticed. Their silent exchange was brief, and then he said there was no lich. The girl was overjoyed. She hoped they would leave immediately, because without him, they could not. "Then we must turn back," she said, though she sounded uncertain. Suddenly the staff slipped from her hands with a deafening crash. On the other side of the city, a young woman sat solemnly in an expensive dress with a crown on her head. Beside her stood a girl in full uniform. A photo on the crowned woman's table showed a man who fought the undead. The young woman turned to the other and asked if she knew him. The guys noticed the monsters did not attack them, and when they heard noises, the girl pushed one of them from behind and told him to hide. From the doorway, a dark undead figure floated above the floor, cane in hand. She watched one undead come around the corner into the passage and realized he was unlike the others and clearly owned this place. The Doom Sorcerer was the strongest of the undead sorcerers, and when he surfaced, he could raise an entire army by himself and was called a messenger of disaster and death to humanity. The girl didn't understand why he had appeared there. The man interrupted her thoughts, saying the undead had arrived just in time and that he had been looking for him. She turned to her friend, confused and surprised by his words. The girl whispered angrily, asking what the man was talking about. This was because such a sorcerer requires a priest of the highest level. The undead noticed the unexpected guests while they were talking behind the columns. A magical attack shot toward the couple, destroying a column of the building. The man dodged, grabbed the girl, and protected her while answering her question. The man warned his companion to stay in line, and they fled together from the magician's attacks. The sorcerers kept attacking, and they cheerfully dodged the enemy. She suggested running around them and leaving the room since one attack would kill them, and he said they had one spell left, which made her ask a puzzled question. The man stopped and planted the skull-topped magical artifact into the ground. The shard erupted in flames and began to spin around. A magic circle bearing a dispelling blessing appeared, and the magician fell into the center of the trap. The girl watched in admiration as the secret priestly magic used to save cursed people unfolded, and could not understand where the man had obtained such a valuable artifact. The girl watched in wonder as the man cleared the herd with a single sweep, and the spirit of a man rose from the undead, the monsters dissolving one by one and leaving an air of peace. The couple climbed out of the dungeon into the clear sky. The main character pulled himself up and breathed in the fresh air while the girl sat huddled and swore she would never go to the cemetery again. Mora was horrified to learn they had defeated the undead army in a single day and refused to believe it. A man tried to calm her, saying she was wrong because sorcerers were everywhere. Moro argued that the church usually raised temple knights who eliminated threats with strike forces, and if sorcerers were that common, the world would have ended long ago. Gale stood up, surprised by the girl's answer, and said they usually ended up in old, large cemeteries because the sorcerer had been a nobleman who ran them, and the girl replied that this was why he walked through cemeteries across the whole city. The guy hugged his bag happily, saying it was great to have so many materials and that he'd be able to make even more spells. The girl agreed and added that he really loved cursed objects. Taking the items from the bag, the man said making them was a lot of fun, put on his favorite cursed beads, picked up a knight's sword in one hand and a staff in the other, and asked contentedly whether he had looked cool just now. The girl said she couldn't agree with his idea of beauty. Gale warned her she was missing out by not seeing it. The man turned away, offended, muttering that there were no understanding people left. Then I remembered he had said he owned a small shop. Gale replied that there was a girl who really liked his design, and many said it was fresh and cool. Cursed objects are in demand because they can be used as interior decorations and serve as talismans. Just a thought about it. He said the world would eventually catch up with his sense of style. Her reply that it would not prompted an indignant question from him. The man cheerfully said he would try to make it happen. She responded with a smile, remembering how she first met Gale. As Morale spoke to this girl, she suddenly heard a conversation off to the side. The man scolded Gale for being slow. The woman with him told him to be more patient with the hero. Morris sarcastically noted what a kind team they had. The receptionist said it was a wolf pack whose members had complex personalities and formed a C-ranked team with proven abilities. Moira noticed a man walking behind her. It was Gale. She told the employee she would handle the task. Gale lost her spot on the team. The girl ended up with him. Moira remembered that at first, after his comrades betrayed him, Gale was frightened and kept looking down. But now with her he had opened up and his eyes shone with hope. And when the girl said she felt so good, now the guy asked a puzzled question. Moore said she had enjoyed spending time with him. He grew embarrassed, turned away, and asked how she could say that with tears in her eyes. She shouted back that she was not crying. Smiling, the man apologized and decided to thank her. Gale said he had been kicked off the team and had come to the village. He admitted it would be sad to be left all alone. Clasping his hands, the man said that even with money and a decent city, being alone was still hard. Gale smiled without showing his eyes and said it was nice to laugh with someone, and it was all thanks to Mora. The girl stepped forward in surprise and looked at him. Blushing, the girl felt embarrassed. After stepping away, the girl asked why he was so blunt, embarrassed by Gale's kind words. Then she resigned herself, pulled her robe hood up, and softly thanked him while he asked again, not hearing her, which made her think he was insensitive. Moira asked the boy what they should do with the reward. He said they should split it in half. The girl was taken aback by Gale's words. Moore protested she had done nothing, only walked beside him on the journey. The boy replied everyone had a role on the team. The girl picked up a bag and said the most she could do was carry a few things. Gale took all the other bags with the reward, and Moore let out a surprised cry, asking how strong her companion was, since even a high-level porter would not be able to pull so much at once. The guy pointed to the skull bracelet and said the artifact increased carrying capacity, physical strength, and endurance. The girl opened her mouth, surprised by the ornament, and realizing it could change the course of the war. The guy said he had made it himself. The girl covered her eyes with her hand and turned to the side, and the guy looked at her, puzzled by her behavior. Moore asked the man if he had seen cursed items in stores before. Tats called the girl rude. He replied he was a cursed item expert who tracked trends and found most of them weak, and she protested that she did not have the item's appearance but did have their abilities. Usually each item only carries one effect from the cursed item, otherwise the vessel might not hold up, so it would help if the effect could be increased by at least 10%, the girl said. Moore said that items with 2 or more effects and greatly increased power are called artifacts. Gale laughed, saying that back then people treated him like a national treasure and dismissed his inventions as trinkets. She thought the magic items grew more powerful as their maker's understanding improved, but she was angry that he never listened to anyone. He said the effect didn't matter. Everything depended on ingenuity, and you could combine them as much as you liked, just like sorcerers did with magic. The girl considered her companion's words. Someone pointed out that by that logic, cursed objects are no different from ordinary toys. The man objected, saying it depends on how powerful the object is. The woman, like everyone else, knew cursed objects caused terrifying effects and stayed silent. The risk of being cursed was high, since if someone equips a cursed item even once, they cannot remove it without a special skill. The item came at a high cost. It raised striking power, but the user could be weakened by sunlight on the battlefield and collapse, unable to act, and it could also put them into a confused state where they attacked allies, mistaking them for enemies. It might be possible to control items using the hands of a master of cursed objects. If the curse was removed, the imposed effect would disappear with it. It was possible the creator could fully control the created object and keep the curse while leaving only the positive effect from its use. Thinking this, the girl stopped. Mora asked the boy if he wanted to shake their world to its core by calling him a terrifying master. The boy agreed happily, saying that was why he needed perfect item design. Riley smiled at that. The girl said Gale's arrow couldn't reach, and the guy said he mustn't let go, and Mora agreed, because limits on cursed objects' power would keep the world from noticing Gale. Morris stopped on this road, and the bull walking forward said he saw some turf and offered to take the cart. Gale ran up to the villager with the cart. The girl considered the master of cursed objects. Laughing, she found him funny and wondered if she could be with him on that team at least some of the time. Gamley, a dark-skinned elf, greeted the guests and welcomed them on behalf of the Adventurers Guild. The girl recognized the man as Gale, said he had come too early and asked whether he could resign, but he denied it, said the opposite and showed the bag's contents. Then Gale said it was not fake, told the girl to check it herself, and the LPN was to examine the skeletons. The man tossed the sorcerer's skull that had caused the girl's misfortune at her feet. The elf was surprised. The girl's eyes sparkled as she said she would buy everything for 10% more than usual. Then Mora cut in, demanding 30% more and explaining that the letter's task had been to clear the area, but they'd actually pushed deeper into the dungeon when the Lich suddenly appeared, and they were lucky to survive. The hero's companion said firmly that the letter's information was unreliable and asked for only 10%, which the guild could not accept. Gamley looked at the girl in confusion. He gamely apologized to the heroes, saying their guild was still small and the information might be unreliable, then tried to bargain for 20%. Moira agreed reluctantly. He did not understand why his companion was angry. Moira said she had to say it to his face because when taking a quest, you also need countermeasures, and she used the example that she could accept a task to destroy fire monsters, but in fact, smiling, the man said Mora was kind, and the girl admitted sheepishly that she was not. Gamley interrupted their conversation, asked to be forgiven for spoiling the mood and apologized to the man for her inexperience, and he reassured her that everything was fine. The girl hung her head in shame and admitted she had naively believed the gravedigger's words and was wrong. Gale blushed at how cute the elf was. The boy tried to hide his excitement and admiration, assuring her the graveyard was his path and that he would come there on his own from time to time. Gimli threw herself into his arms, relieved by his words. The man thought the girl looked like a real guildmaster, and for the first time he felt truly appreciated. Moira interrupted the hug and told them to stop. The elf ran to the second floor, saying it was time to start inspecting the goods and that she'd be back soon. Moore asked Gale whether he liked that girl. Gale, confused, asked what she was talking about. The man asked why she had suddenly taken an interest and refused flatly, saying he did not feel that way. The woman said she had been nice to him and posed for him. Gale looked embarrassed and said nothing like that had happened. Moira gave up and left. Gale couldn't make sense of his companion's behavior. The girl flushed and frowned. Moira shouted back that she wasn't angry but was only trying to tell the man the elf was over 100 years old. A spear shot past the couple and pierced the floor. Gimli apologized, saying her hand had twitched on its own. The boys knew she had aimed correctly. The girl said it was time for them to get their reward. Coins were placed in front of the couple. Gale said they would split them in half. Moira wanted to object, but the man calmed her. Gimli saw the men off and told them to come back later for the remaining reward. Gimli inspected the new product and grew angry at the girl's suggestion to return it. A voice spoke to Gimli from the shadows. Gimli asked what had happened, since her guest rarely came here. The voice said it would take a minute, and then tell the elf what she wanted to hear. She gamely ordered the information released, and then the girl began her story. The elf considered the uproar in the capital, which was called an assassination attempt. Gimli asked if Princess Carlo was alive and was told yes because the princess had used a cursed item that prevents instant death. The girl said, "Only the shield had that property," and the voice from the shadows replied, "It had no information about the church relics." The elf regarded the unknown artifact with terrifying power and asked who the killer was. The girl replied she did not know, only that someone from the military was involved. Gimli smiled at the complex case and assumed the criminal came from the Imperial Division's special forces. The girl assured them the details would come later. The elf asked the informant to try asking if there was anything else interesting, but the informant refused. She gamely ordered one last thing to be done to learn more about the assassination attempt, got permission, and the girl disappeared. From the game, we learned the Empire had made a decisive secret move to assassinate the heir, assuming it faced internal strife, and the girl remembered the cursed object as Gale and an acquaintance came to mind. Beneath his cloak, she saw an alarming number of cursed objects, but he remained unperturbed. Together with his partner, the man defeated the Lich. The girl decided he was handling cursed objects. They gamely took a shower, lost in thought about being dark elves and victims of cursed objects, and recalling their ancient desire for family. Gimli remembered bowing down with her people, needing the Demon King's quote to lift her family's curse and restore her former rights. The girl worked part-time as a guildmaster while gathering information to join the Imperial Guard. She thought disputes between the capital and the Empire could create a new opportunity for her, and had recently met an unusual master of cursed objects. After putting the pieces together, she concluded the artifact was made by Gale. After changing her clothes, the girl said Gale was an interesting young man to her. In a church in the capital, a man asked if the visitors were cursed. Gale's former group stared at the church minister in shock. The man said the curse had no effect, and they were completely clean, but someone objected. The team leader scolded Gale, saying someone had cursed them in revenge, and they wanted to remove him and get their powers back. The man replied that traces of the curse still remained and it was a miracle they had survived. But with Gale gone, everything returned to normal. A group stood in the corridor. They realized their current state reflected their true strength. The commander grew angry and blamed the priest for his incompetence, which was what the men had hoped for. Staring at his hand, the hooded man could not believe he was a below-average mage. The commander ordered everyone to listen and urged them to find Gale. One man said their former comrade was begging in the alleys. Another man called out for money. The man asked the other to stop because they too would soon be on the brink of poverty. After selling all their equipment to break the curse and cover living costs, the boys could not afford a normal hotel and wore torn rags, and we were on the brink of homelessness. He grabbed his comrade and asked what kind of despair he was feeling. The comrade asked to be let go. The boy stopped struggling in the commander's grip and asked everyone to look at the notice board. Cash looked away. Cash asked what was in that spot. On seeing the ad, the man rushed over and grabbed the piece of paper. His comrades asked what the announcement said, and Luke replied that, as the commander had said, they were there for a reason. Cash laughed, saying he was right, and they were very lucky, and the man pointed to the ad and told them to look at it. A sheet of paper bore a picture of Gale and a royal decree asking that he be found alive or dead for a certain reward. The distinctive features matched the man, and they couldn't believe he was on the wanted list. The boys mocked, while passers-by stared at the group, fired up by the idea of catching and handing Gale over to the kingdom and dreaming of a reward. Walking together, the princess and her knight discussed the informant and agreed they would not pay for bad information again. The knight said the informant was a guild member and a C-class adventurer, and the princess added he had recently taken part in a manhunt. The wolf pack team sat like barbarians at a table surrounded by knights. The boys noted them the furniture here was expensive, said the food was amazing, and gobbled up the candies. Cash put his feet on the table and complained that informants like them were being kept waiting, saying they were obliged to demand extra money for it. The princess and her knights sat down, hiding behind the knights, and whispered that their guests had no manners. The man noticed the two women and said they were the best adventurers in the city, and only the royal family had the right to speak to them. The princess held back from any unnecessary action and said she had been busy, and that was why she was late. Princess Carla de Glucun introduced herself, and the guy was handling the princess of this country. The girl reminded the guy of his instruction that she should apologize for being late and angrily asked for forgiveness. The girl sat in a chair as the adventurer bowed to the floor before her. Cash apologized for his rudeness. The girl asked that they get down to business. She asked straight out if they knew the man in the ad. The boys looked around, smiled menacingly, and said they knew. The knight suggested we begin by listing the wanted person's characteristics. Cash said the guy was of average build with dark eyes. The girl said that information did not help them. The girl from Kara's team said he wore a primitive blue cape, and the princess asked her to continue. The guy remembered making uninteresting trinkets and having disgusting taste. The princess told him he was wrong. The team was stunned. The princess could not see how those things could be called trinkets. The man mumbled and asked them to wait. The hooded man introduced himself as Gale, a master of cursed items and a former comrade of theirs, then held out 3 amulets and offered to examine them. The girl said there could be no mistake. When the princess asked what she meant, she explained she had become convinced of it while looking for the boy. The man told the princess's knight, and if he's to be believed, they are looking for the owner of a shop that sells cursed items and the amulet he gave out as a bonus. Offended, the princess said she had never had such a thing. The girl replied that maybe they had not made it before closing time, or that the princess had been too rushed. The girl turned to Luke and asked if he had anything else from the stall that came from Gale, and the man said he got that from another man, but had a different one too. He carried a ring made from an animal's fang, a palette knife coated in slime, and a chain with witch powder. The boys, stunned, asked the man why he always carried it, and concluded he was the cause of their bad luck. The princess, covering her mouth with her hands, was surprised by the objects and nearly burst into tears. She took all these items with a smile and felt pleased. The adventurers stood stunned by the girl's behavior. After calming from the rush of emotion, the princess sat and believed the informants. The princess ordered that they be rewarded. The adventurers' eyes lit up. The girl asked the princess if those trinkets appealed to her, and the princess lied and refused. The princess reached for cash, handed over the money, and said it would be an advance payment for the work. Carla stepped up to the man, said she needed to thank Gale, and asked if he understood her. The man dropped to one knee and asked to be trusted. The boys were pleased with the reward, and we are getting ready to search for Gale. The commander assigned tasks to the boys, telling Melissa to check the street stall and the merchant guild, Morris to check the adventurers guild in the inn, and Luke to search the carts. Cash couldn't see why the princess needed to thank Gale. The man said they should thank him properly for such a reward from the princess. Team Wolfong completely misunderstood Princess Carla's request. The princess and her knight watched the adventurers from the window. The girl asked Her Majesty whether she really trusted them. Clara said she had no choice. That night she looked at the advertisement where the princess had described and sketched the man. She wanted to test them to find out what C-ranked adventurers could do. Turning the table, the princess grabbed the paper and spoke about Gale. Holding the ad with his picture close, the girl said she wanted to learn more about him. The farming city called Farmer's Corner. Gale sat down and made a new artifact. The man sneezed and explained that connoisseurs of his cursed objects argued about them so fiercely. The young man accepted it quickly and carried on. Gale laughed and figured that polishing the lich's rib would boost resistance to magic and enhance its dark properties. In return, he suffers reduced light attribute power and lower physical defense. But powder made from the dark skeleton's bones cancels that drawback. He added a grain of thunder fire to increase resistance to light magic. Gale happily finished his creation from the ashes of the Lich Claymore. It was his first memorable work during his stay at the Farmer's Corner. The young man forged a sage's sword and named it Split for its good qualities. When the guy tried to swing, the girl suddenly hit him on the head and told him to shut up. Gale asked what she was doing in his room, and the girl complained about the noise. The guy did not understand what the problem was. The girl wanted to forgive him for the unpleasant living conditions, but then changed her mind. The girl asked the guy if he planned to open his shop today. Moira said she would go with him because the weather promised good trade, and he agreed. Gale, like other sellers, drew customers in by inviting them to his counter. The girl looked confused and said nothing. On the street, people came up to everyone except Gale. However, the man tried to lure two men who had just bought meat. Gale offered them chopsticks carved from a skeleton. The boys did not make the same offer. The guy offered the man a custom-made sword, and the buyer ran from Gale in horror. The girl asked angrily, and the guy echoed her. A man offered the sword to the girl, promising a special price for friendship. The girl threw the sword away, and he threw his whole body at it to grab it, saying it was very valuable and he could not let it be treated that way. Moira told the man he was sick for selling something like that in this city, especially among the food stalls. The man said trade was only good from morning to evening. The woman replied it was not about that. She asked whether he knew the term supply and demand. The young man said he did and called it the link between buyer and seller. Moira told him to hammer those words into his head. He considered what would fit here and reached a decision, mentioning the damned headbands. The girl pulled the guy along, insisting they had to go back. Gale urged her to wait because the shop was still open and the goods would be stolen. The girl replied that no one wanted his junk for free. The boys arrived at Gimli. The girl told her what happened at the market and said she couldn't cope with him anymore. The boys sat at a distance, offended, and declared that Moira was no longer his partner. Gale, holding his sword, said, Moira did not understand the beauty of his work because he had spent 3 days on it. Gimli urged the boy to listen more to others' opinions. The boy objected to the elf. Gimli explained and asked him to consider who would buy this product from him in this city and why. The man thought about it. The boy said it was for the interior. Gimli realized how serious the problem was. The elf asked why he would open a shop in a place like that. The girl warned that a cursed item shop next to a food stall could hurt other businesses and draw the guards. The man reproached his companion for complaining, and she defended herself by saying she had been talking to a wall. The elf laughed and said the couple were perfect for each other, but they objected. The man said he had paid the trading guild 1 gold coin for a trading place. The girl stood in a stupor. Moira objected to such a price in a city like that, and Gimli said they were just making money from it. The boy could not believe he had lost it. The elf told the man that a crowded street did not mean his goods would sell, since people in that part of the city rarely used cursed items. The man was completely downcast. Gimli tried to cheer him up, saying that he still had buyers here among the adventurers in the guild. Gale was happy. That did not fix the problem because they had to move first. Gimli asked whether they had checked the lucrative trading spot. The youth said it was already taken. The girl asked whether he had definitely seen the place and whether there were areas crowded with traders. The man recalled that the square had plenty of room and even some empty spots. The elf understood and said that major guilds have branches that open shops in small towns, so they would have to go, and the couple asked where exactly. The girl said she was heading to the blacksmith's guild. Meanwhile, the blacksmith forged new weapons. Blacksmith's guild. A group arrives looking for a good spot for a stall. Gale asked why the smith was skilled while the merchant was not, and Gimli replied that Farmer's Corner had a unique balance of power. The girl said there was almost no power there, so they were losing to the blacksmiths in concentration of money and people. Members of the glass breaker were paying an official visit. Mora added the trade guild was trying to become the city's #1. The elf praised the girl's intelligence. In the countryside, the blacksmith's skill was highly valued, making metal goods, repairing equipment, and building new structures, and the tools he sold to local farmers were excellent for cultivating the land, which explained his popularity. The boy asked whether they would greet influential people, since those people could help them open a shop. The girl agreed and asked whether there was any gift for them. He then took out a cursed necklace and a sword. Gale called it the Split and said that if he gave it to them, they would be delighted. Mora tried to calm the man, and a horrified Gimli asked what kind of sword it was. Mora remembered they had to form a circle because the elf had asked them to go shopping. The companion told the man to bow and promised she would give him the gift. The man, however, thought the blacksmiths would appreciate his gift. The girl told him to turn around because he had already drawn their attention. The boys walked into the room where everyone was busy working. Moira said she was hot from the stove, and Gimli said there was no reception area, only a workshop that was listed as a guild. The man told the guests they were being rude, and Gale apologized. The boy asked to move on, but Gimli objected, saying they needed to call out to them. The two adventurers exchanged glances, and Mura apologized, shouting to the workers. Gimli said it was not loud and that she would call them herself. The elf shouted Shalene's name so loudly the hero froze in a stupor. When the girls called, a hammer fell and the boys jumped in different directions. Gimli grumbled at this greeting, so the girl told her to shut up because she was interfering with the work. Wearing 2 ponytails and glasses, the girl said she would come if called once. The guys were surprised that she was a dwarf. Gimli sat on her interlocutor's hammer and laughed, saying she had called her but she had not come, which drew an insult. The girls traded insults. The heroes noticed the tension between them, and Gili told the guys it was nonsense. Gimli introduced the dwarf, Shalene, the master of the Smith's Guild. Raising her glasses, she smiled and said she was glad to meet her new friend. Shaking her hand, he noticed her hands were bigger than his and had many scratches that showed experience. I turned again to her partner, puzzled. Gale and Shalene spoke in unison. The boys realized they were professionals in their field. Gimli, smiling, interrupted the master's handshake and asked why they were looking at each other like that. The master objected to the girl. Mora asked to get down to business. Gimli said she was with an important guest today who wanted to open his own shop, and Shelley, seeing no use for shops, told her not to waste any more time. Shalena thought that letting them open a shop would cause trouble for the merchant guild. The girl said she was not against it, but there was an issue. The girl said they had no plans to take over the city, but unlike the city, they didn't just create things, they repaired them, and it would be easy for her if she only had to do one thing. But before she realized it, she became a guild master. The girl repeated her question about the guy's name and warned him not to trust everything Gimli said, since half her words were lies. The man stayed silent while the girl objected that Shalena had been cruel to her. She then said she would sign the document now. Gale and Mora were pleased with the task they had completed. Shalena faced the man and said it was not that simple. You cannot be so naive in this world, and there is always give and take. So if they need her permission, there is no goodwill in this matter. The boys didn't understand what she meant until they remembered the gifts, and she gave them a keg. Mora bowed and asked for a strong drink. Gale also offered his sword, drawing an angry look from Mora. The girl tried to stop him, asking him not to draw the sword. He said the master should like it. Surprised, Shalena asked what the boys had been knocking with. The man gave her a sword wrapped in cloth. When she opened it, she was startled, screamed, and asked what it was. Mora and Gimli watched the boy and the dwarf. Shalena, pleased by the weapon, replied with a serious expression that she understood them. She said it was more than a sword. The young man happily said she understood, and they repeated the word together while he thanked the master, and the girl grabbed his shoulder. She asked him not to address her so formally and to use first names, and he said she was a real pro, burst into tears and rejoiced that he had finally met someone who really understood. The man roared and wiped away tears of joy. Moira looked at Shalene. Shalene cleared her throat, and the guy asked if she was sick. Gimli asked what the matter was with a sarcastic smile, and the girl told her to shut up. Shalena suggested the girl go outside into the fresh air because of the dust in the workshop, but the girl refused, saying she considered the two masters close enough, So Shalina went over to the man and asked if that was what the girl meant, and the man happily changed his mind, saying Shalina was a master blacksmith and a wise master who understood him. The girl admired the sword, saying such things do not just fall from monsters, and only when he took it in his hand did he feel all its power. And by her assessment, the sword had vampirism, a dark attribute that boosted the slashing attack. Gale replied that the girl had a diamond eye and was about to tell him about its other features when Shali suddenly stopped him and said the cut had a lighter weight. Mora noticed the girl swinging her sword. Gale said the master was testing it in practice. Shalina said she would like to arm herself with one. When attacking an enemy, the sword's vampirism activated, letting the wielder regain strength during battle. Shalina noted the sword was large but felt light, so it could be wielded with one hand and was perfect for a team's frontline swordsman, and she added it would also suit a lone adventurer. Smiling, he added that the sword resisted magic, that he could enchant it against dust, and that such a sword was considered cursed, which showed his meekness. The girl listed the man's words of praise, but when she heard the last one, she asked again, and Shalene nervously asked what he polished it with. The sword began to curse and seize the girl's hand. Shalina had no idea what it was. Moore noted it was the skull's effect. The girl asked him to take his hand off her. He kept arguing that she could not know about such power. Shalina shouted at him to take his sword. Morris defended him and urged him to dispel the curse quickly. Gimli laughed at the mess they had made, but realized the boy's sword, though cursed, was also praised for its qualities, proving Gale was an unusual master of cursed items. The boy used the amulet and removed the curse. Gimli waved her hand and glanced sideways at the boys. The girl held her injured hand in front of her, not sure what she'd gotten into. Mora apologized, saying they had tried to be careful. She treated her hand and said it was too late to apologize. Shalina objected that they should have said right away that the object was cursed. The guy did not understand because he could have dispelled the curse immediately. The girl replied that what was normal for him was not normal for others, and called him selfish. Shalina asked her colleague whether they had come to hurt her. The elf told her not to be foolish because Gale had no evil intentions. Upset, Shalene realized she had been taken in by the charm of a tasteless sword and said they would never get permission again. And Gale replied that Shalene was arrogant because people brought her gifts and she behaved that way. So Shalene changed the subject and asked why he did not give such a sword to a guard. He pouted and said he had poured his whole soul into the sword, but she cursed him, said he didn't understand what customers needed, and refused to let him open a shop because if his items started selling, the world would end. Shalene thought such a person could be useful in safe hands. The girl said she was not that heartless. The girl asked how badly he wanted to open a shop. The guy arrogantly replied that he did, which embarrassed him even more. The man clutched his side in confusion and asked them to open the shop for him. Mora apologized and defended him, saying he sometimes acted out but was not a bad person. Shalina looked down at him and said it was strange they were still talking about it. The girl agreed to open a shop, but had to sign paperwork somewhere to confirm she would take responsibility. The girl leaned forward, said the guy still hadn't paid her, and looked him in the eye while asking him to show his real identity. When Moore asked if she needed the money, she said the girl held a poor opinion of her for suggesting it, since she had no intention of taking money from the newcomer and only wanted to ask a favor. The man asked what the request was, and the woman said the adventurers would point to one place. The mine was the only one in Farmer's Corner, and the girl wanted to assign a job to exterminate the monsters inside, but everyone who went in disappeared, and she had no idea what kind of monsters lived there. The quest was difficult. AA called Inanaki Mine Safety. She asked if the guys were ready to take it on. Meanwhile, in the palace, the princess's maid asked what this meant, because she was sure it was the work of those acting in the emperor's name. The princess refused to admit her mistake. The girl insisted they had been attacked by assassins and showed no doubt. The princess believed the attempt on the servant was not a coincidence, but meant something. The girl said they were facing an assassination attempt on Princess Carla, and an imperial struggle for the throne had broken out, and the girl knight added that the empire's first prince had hired an assassin to kill the princess. The servant said he had heard the emperor was ill, and that a struggle for the throne had begun between the first prince, the concubine's son, and the second, the legitimate heir. The princess asked what that had to do with her. That night, the girl replied there was none for now, but said the princess might later have a marriage of convenience with the second prince, and asked whether the princess had forgotten, to which the princess said she had forgotten and felt confused. The princess said this did not mean she agreed with her fate. The butler replied the decision was beyond Princess Carla's power to influence and that the agreement was at the international level. She replied that the princess's marriage would boost the empire's reputation and strengthen the kingdom, which would win the second prince's support, and his behavior showed his attitude toward the princess was purely political. If the plan fails, the first prince will lose nothing, and he may have planned it that way. The girl said the fragile empire now faces two paths, so the idea must be taken seriously and a friendly visit made to improve relations. The knight said they had to lure out the killer sent by the first prince, the girl screamed, and he added that even if they caught the killer and forced him to speak, it might still not yield direct evidence, because if the empire stayed silent about the incident, it would do the kingdom no good, and the most they could do would be to express concern unless they truly did not want to fight. Carlos stood up and said they should call off the engagement and break the agreement, and she, as a princess, would refuse the engagement to the second prince. The girl looked steadily into the eyes of her own knight. She threw the crown aside and collapsed onto the bed. Knight said they could not break the treaty between the countries. The princess lay on the bed and said she hated it, then, glancing at the ring on her hand, added that they had already picked out a ring. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, the Inunaki mines Shaylin meant rolls. Gale claimed to be a master of cursed items, though someone said he was a support, and Gimli said she was a guildmaster and asked to ignore her. The man asked if they needed more participants, since he and Mora were standing at the back, and the elf had not participated at all, and Shalina sadly lowered her head and said yes, so they decided not to change anything. The girl said she had first planned to give them a CB level quest, but after thinking she chose a higher level one because the heroes had been through a lot. The man said the heroes had only just arrived in the city. Smiling, Gimli reminded her the others had not told Shalina that failing the task would raise its difficulty. Shalina nearly lunged, and her colleagues said she had decided after talking to the girl. After more thought, they realized that if she did not attempt the quest for a long time, its difficulty would stay the same. And when a man asked whether failing would raise the quest's rank, Gimli agreed and warned it would become S rank. The Grow replied that many adventurers had recently gone missing there. Mura realized that 9 out of 10 cases were lost. The boys stared at the rock shaped like a monster's mouth and at the tunnel that led into the mine. The boys heard a sound and hoped it was just the wind, but they realized a monster lived there, and Shalina interrupted them by asking why they had frozen. The girl wondered why, if they were adventurers, they would not just go there and solve the problem, and she said they had been there often before. The man reminded her that people usually did not return from there, and she replied they should be paid at least 10 gold coins for such a job. Shalina told the guys the quest used to be easy, and the reward was very small. Moro said no one would take it then. Gale asked to try the attacker role himself. Moro was surprised. The girl reminded the others that the man had once single-handedly destroyed an army led by the Lich. Gale said the undead were different, and they still hadn't discovered what kind of monsters were trapped there. Shalina interrupted them. Holding the hammer, the girl said she would take matters into her own hands. Shalene decided for everyone, and the guys were surprised by the proposal. She asked why they looked so shocked and said she would just take charge. The guys were surprised the client would join them in battle as an attacker while carrying out his own order. Gimli said it would not be a problem for the girl. Shalina said she was strong and flexed her biceps, and when the guy doubted that Lita could handle it, she told him to rely on her. She was even more amazed by her team of a guild master, a master of cursed items and a support, thinking how absurd it was and refused to give herself a reason to lose. The girl believed they could rely on Gale's abilities no matter what monsters they faced. The boys moved forward, hoping everything would work out. Gimli wished them good luck and waved as they parted. The team entered and lit the passages. The man looked toward where the sound had come from in the abyss. The boys began to fuss, and Shalina calmed them. The girl told the boys hiding behind her it was only the wind, explaining the holes that make it sound like a dog's howl, which is why the mind got its name. Shanjali Na threw a stone at the girl to make her look, and Mora caught it and looked at the iron ore with Gale. SHP Lena said there was a deposit here, and sometimes Mithro would show up and say the mine wasn't bad, so the guys turned and looked at the shaft. The boys stood at the very bottom of the mine. The heroes were struck by her beauty. Shalina said that was why she settled here, that the place mattered to her, and she could not be afraid of it. Moira thought they were no longer trapped in a cemetery full of undead, and had no reason to be afraid when she suddenly hit herself and asked what it was. Horrified, the girl saw the petrified statue of a man and backed away, screaming that undead were nearby, while the man looked pleased, and Shalina said such a thing could not happen here. Hiding behind the guild master, the girl asked Gale why he seemed so pleased. Gale replied that the undead in a place like this are very special. The men concluded these were not statues at all, but complete pieces of jewelry and decoration. The man replied that it felt as if he were alive and standing right in front of him. Shalina asked the guy if it wasn't cool. He thought it showed fine craftsmanship. The girl behind him called them stupid. Mora turned and pointed to the passage, asking the boys to look as they discussed the statue's details. Moira pulled the boys aside, saying it was not the time to discuss that, and asked them to look over there, while Shalene stood up and scanned the area, surprised by what she saw. And Gale was surprised too. Statues of people filled the room. She cursed and could not understand what was happening. Shalina asked why there were so many statues here. The man said they were all different. Moira sensed that something strange was happening and asked her comrades for their opinions. Shalina examined the statue, recognized her friend in it, and told the guys, who were surprised. She recognized several more statues that were adventurers from the farmer's corner. Shalina could not believe her eyes when they had just found the missing people. Her face tightened. The boys noticed the people standing in front of them were petrified. Gale saw why he treated the statues like jewelry and admitted she had been wrong. Shalina panicked and said it felt like turning to stone. Realizing it was the work of a monster, the man grabbed the guildmaster's shoulder. The boys stood ready to fight, watching each other's backs while Mora shouted that she was near the entrance. The girl told the boys to watch the last and the side. Gale told Mora this was bad because very few monsters could do something like that. Mora agreed, saying only monsters like the basilisk or the gorgon, which were above Class A, could do it. They realized the cave smelled of chicken, was littered with feathers, and the creature could petrify. A chicken call rang out, and Gale shouted that their enemy was a cockatrice. The wall started to crumble. The cockatrice is a half-chicken, half-snake monster seen as a bringer of disaster in many religions, with strong defenses that can withstand gunfire, sharp claws, poisonous breath that turns nearby creatures to stone, high mobility, and the ability to plan its attacks. The wall on the Moro side was crumbling. The girl didn't understand what was happening. Shalina said they needed to swap places. The man shouted back at the girl and swapped places with her. Gale lunged at the cockatrice as it ran straight toward the heroes. The monster began attacking the boys, and the hero readied a counterattack, clutching 3 darts in his hand. A snake with bared fangs emerged from the back of a huge chicken. A man threw 2 darts, hitting the snake in the neck and the bird in the body. The monster was electrocuted, and the boy said happily that it had tried to corrupt them and had already opened its beak, but in the end it became the target. Shaoli asked the hero how he managed to pierce a monster with such strong defense, saying that would be normal for a dungeon monster, but the ones ahead were a boss, and the hero replied that it did not matter what kind of monster it was, and he had to attack immediately because the darts were disposable, had a paralysis spell, and ignored defense. Gale said the effect would not last long. Shelley swung her hammer and attacked, saying she did not care as she went into battle. The ground crumbled beneath the girl's feet from the hammer's force. Charlie braced himself for the strike and glared at the enemy. Charlie struck with precise blows and severed the monster's head from its body. The monster's head flew into the air, and others noted she launched it by hitting it 5 times. One man said it was just a head-on blow. Shelley replied proudly that it was her heroic form. The men warned the girl there was more. Shelley fell into the snake's mouth and screamed. A girl called to Mora, who began casting a spell to strengthen Shelley and told her to rely on her. Shaylee was surprised to find her arm muscles had grown, and Mora warned her comrade that speed mattered in enhancement magic, so the effect would wear off quickly. Shelley drove her hammer into the snake's mouth as it flew and said she could handle it. The girl tried to pry the snake's jaws apart. Shali said a first-rate blacksmith would now show them his strength. The boys watched it unfold. Shalina ripped open the monster's mouth, proving her strength. The monster tore along the opening. The girl landed close to the fallen one and gave off steam. Shali lost her balance, fell to the ground, and laughed, saying it was a complete victory. Shaylee sat on the ground while the boys ran toward her, and Mora warned her to be careful, explaining that Coratrix's slowness had saved them because the dart's effect was still active. The girls asked about the dart artifact and learned the man had found it on a ghost that ignored the capital's protection. But he could not remember clearly and only described it as a skeleton in a black cape, and they asked him in unison while looking at each other. The girls asked whether the skeleton had a sickle inside a creepy tin lamp in his hands. Remembering, the man snapped his fingers and said he did. Gale appears as a tiny skeleton and passes through the walls, and the girls cry in horror that it is the god of death. The messenger of disasters, the god of death, did not appear among people, so the girls rushed to warn the guy. Gale smiled and said it was nothing special, and that you could see such a skeleton in underground catacombs. But when the skeleton saw him, it fled in shock, and Mora stared at him, stunned by what she had heard. The partner grabbed the man by his coat collar and shook him, saying he could not have seen the deity. The man said he had seen it only twice. Mora screamed at the man for what he had done to him. Gale said he had used a skeleton for the cursed item, and there was nothing more he could do. Mora froze, closed her eyes, repeated his words, and realized why the dart had affected the boss monster. Shali watched him with disapproval and asked what kind of person the main character was. Remembering her comrade, Moira told Shali she should have been more careful, explaining that her life could have been destroyed in an instant. Shelley defended herself, saying she could not just sit in a corner, cowering in fear of death, and that anyone in a dangerous situation would let their guard down, while Moore glared at the girl until she promised to be more careful next time. Moira remembered what she had meant to say, but the man cut her off. They stepped closer and announced they had successfully completed the AA difficulty quest, Inunaki Mind Safety. All three people jumped for joy when the task was finished. Gale collected monster feathers while the girls sat behind the man and waited, and Mora told the girl they needed to notify Gimli about helping the adventurers, then asked if they could use the mind they were in and received her consent. Shelley said there had been various monsters there before, but the most mysterious was the cockatrice, and she added, it would be sad if he put them there. The girl recalled her debut as an adventurer. The man thought about it and turned to Moira. Gale asked whether this monster could be eaten. The girl said she did not know and added that maybe some parts could be eaten. Disgusted, Shali told the boy it could not be eaten because its body was poisonous. Gale pressed Charlie again, saying the monster looked like a chicken they knew. Mora went up to the man, asked why he was hiding there, and said more parts still had to be torn off. The man warned the girl to be careful. The boy paused, then said a monster that big would be too large for this small mine, imagining it might have turned the place into a chicken coop, and leaving him to guess what the chicken was thinking. Gale lifted his head and said it smelled like a chicken coop, with droppings and rotten eggs. A crunch sounded, and the man asked what Mora had stepped on, while the girl looked down at her feet as something crumbled. Examining the object, the man realized it was an eggshell. When the woman asked if it was too big, he agreed. Gale asked Mora why chickens built coops. Shelley looked around and understood. Mora replied that the chickens used them to lay eggs. Shelley cursed, drawing questioning looks, and added that there were chicks there. Behind the miner statues, the boss monster's chicks chirped. Monster offspring gnawed at the miner's hardened remains. The chicks then turned toward the children. A crowd watched the monsters in horror. The boys became confused when they realized they were in a nest and the chicks were attacking them. The girls shouted that it was time to run, but one man didn't understand because the monsters had just hatched and must have mistaken the heroes for their parents, and snake-tailed chicks ran toward the heroes to snack on them. The boy was grabbed quickly, and the three of them ran from the crowd of monster cubs. Mora said the cubs wanted to eat them, and Shalina agreed, adding they had to run because if they were eaten, the responsibility would fall on her. They ran down the mine corridor until they reached a dead end. Shelley said the entrance was blocked, and Gale asked what they should do. Shelley said the best defense is a good offense, struck first, and asked the guys to cover her. She slapped one of the chicks in the face. The monster flew apart. Shelley happily said this hammer could even break a rock. Seeing the horde of monsters, she said it had no effect on them. Mora told the girl to hold out a little longer, and she agreed. Mora realized this battle would be many times harder than the fight with cockatrices. Baby cockatrices have bodies slightly smaller than an adult cockatrice, so their numbers could easily exceed 100. Chickens were prolific birds, and these monsters inherited the snake's trait. These monsters have a natural ferocity driven by hunger, but if you kill several adults, the young will flee in terror. The children of cockatrice are reckless and see only prey ahead, while Shelley kept count of the monsters she had killed. Enjoying the fight, the girl still faced too many monsters. Mora finished writing the rune and apologized for the delay. A magic circle formed beneath Shale, strengthening her abilities and, with Mora's magic, boosting her speed as magic hieroglyphs appeared on her body. Shalina said happily that she was overflowing with energy, and I thought this was different from the previous enhancement. So if she could focus her magic on that deposit, the ability would grow, though it was not happening quickly enough. Knowing one blow would kill the baby cockatrice, Shalene raised her agility and then boosted her other abilities, and Shaylee leaped onto the monster with cries of joy. The girl's blows tore through the little cockatresses like a tornado, and the magic that strengthened her greatly boosted her fighting ability. Shaylee was virtually invincible, but there was one drawback. Shelley carried the monsters off and shouted about how many cubs there were. The tired girl said her strength was running out, and Mora replied that her limit was near, then asked Gale if he had a cursed tool like the one he used against the orcs that could defeat these creatures. He replied sadly that he hadn't had one in a long time, and that the orcs were different, because the power in cursed instruments to boost evil spirits doesn't work well on monsters with weak egos, like the little cockatrices. Shelley asked Gale what he meant, and Gale said the spell was like a conditioned reflex, like showing a lemon to someone who then salivates, adding that the chicks had never tasted lemon. So spells that cause fear and confusion in the enemy's mind would not affect monsters with enough intelligence. Persis refused to help them this time. The small cockatrice kept attacking the boys, and Shaylee, exhausted, prepared to fend off another wave of attacks. Moira refused to accept it, and asked again if any of Gale's personal items could help, but the man said those items would be useless. The man checked the bag, said it contained personal items for sale, and found the cursed bandage. The bag also held a dark mask and an ornament of weeping horns. Gale said the design of those cursed items was something to be proud of and that they're meant for interior decoration, and Shally pointed out the guy's bag was completely full, but she was told their effects are weak. Gale answered with regret that defense was tripled, agility doubled, fatigue was ignored, and poison resistance was increased, leaving the girls shocked at how weak the effects of his cursed items were. Shelley said that this was what they needed. Mora warned she would erect a protective barrier, and the monsters were already a good distance away. Shalina sped up with the enthusiast, eager to test the new strength items sooner. The man agreed, but warned the items were not made for combat. Shale grabbed the bandage, saw holes appear in it, and hurled it into the air. The guy was horrified by Shale's behavior. The girl straightened and tried to convince herself it was a boost to her powers. The man agreed and said the item would triple her protection and ignore fatigue. Gale tied the item to her forehead while she stood tensely. The girl's aura suddenly lit up, and Shale said the fatigue had completely vanished from her body. The monsters waited beyond the barrier as Gale laid out one item after another on the girl and explained what each did. The girl changed noticeably and said she could see in the dark, though nothing showed beneath her mask, and Moira saw the chicks were about to break the barrier and asked the man to quickly put on the rest of the gear. The man said the last one was the crying horns, which effectively increased agility and strength, and the girls were surprised. Shalina was fully outfitted in Gale's cursed armor. The girl asked what was wrong. At 100, the guy said she looked cool. Moore put her hand to her forehead. Shelley thought the 5-fold increase in strength was amazing. Looking at her hand, she felt overwhelming power in every fingertip. The shield broke and Mora pointed it out, warning the others. The monsters attacked Shali, but it was more a warning to her about the danger. Shalina spun sharply and swung her hammer. With a single strike, she tore the monster to pieces. Mora and Gale stood amazed at their comrades' new abilities. At that moment, they felt minds tremble, even though Galena lacked Mora's enhancement. Surprised, Shalina happily repeated that she was now invincible. A new move came to her, so she spun the hammer and launched what Shelley called the endless spin attack. Overcome by her new abilities, the girl laughed uncontrollably. The men watched the girl's behavior, and Mora decided to ask whether any artifacts were dangerous. The man hesitated, then said no, but warned they can have effects when combined. The combined effect of cursed items is like an amplified reaction, since different curses add up, so the mask and horns together produce a stronger effect than each alone. The girl noticed Shelling wasn't afraid of fatigue and moved like a runner, while Shelley prepared to kill the last monster by striking him directly. The girl stopped beside the last monster's body. Shelley removed the leaf from her mask, and the curse faded. She was relieved to remove that armor and said Shaggy had felt ashamed after wearing it in public. The man objected because she had praised them only recently. She then explained she praised them only for the increase in strength. Gale sighed and said those items were worn now. Shalina argued she could sell the things she'd worn for more, and the boys asked what she meant. At that moment, Galena fell to the ground, shaking and saying her whole body ached and asking why, and the man told her not to expect her fatigue to vanish because the curse only creates the illusion of being rested. He continued explaining that the girl gained 5 times the strength and twice the agility to go wild and destroy a crowd of monsters, and her body became resistant to poison while the curse lasted. But once the curse was lifted, the resistance ended, and any poison already in her body kept acting. Few people are willing to experiment with cursed things, and most dismiss a peddler who makes cursed objects as worthless and unnecessary. But if a cursed object could let someone completely defeat a pack of cockatrice cubs, its price would be beyond description. Gale said the pain would ease with time and told the girl to rest for a while. Shalina lay on the ground in a star pose and said wearily after the fight, while Mora smiled, leaned in and hinted she had behaved indecently, and Shalina sharply said she had no strength to get up. Mora crouched and bowed her head, saying she had used up all her mana but it returned after a while. The guy sat, sorting through his bag, and said he had also used many cursed items. The man said the AA difficulty quest in Nuneki Mine Safety was completed anyway. The boys smiled, pleased with their victory. Mora said that if she had known it was a cockatrice nest, she would not have taken the quest. Gale agreed, saying he would have preferred to stay behind the counter in the shopping district. Shali echoed that she would not have accepted the quest. He paused to think, then asked. Gale sensed something was wrong. His anxiety began when he saw the egg. 2 huge cockatrices walked behind the boys. The monster swung its paw, trying to crush the boys. Confused, the man says the first bird that appeared was a chicken, and the one now is a rooster. He rushes to the side to dodge the attack. Gale Ube warned there were 2 cockatrices in the nest, which explained why most adventurers failed there. Shali cursed and could not understand why the male was so huge. A snake on the rooster's tail grabbed the petrified cow in its mouth and swung it. The rooster monster hurled a boulder from a cow at the heroes, and the men ran off screaming while asking if it was a waste of a round. Shalina grabbed her hammer and drew the monster toward her. Tired and angry, the girl cursed the rooster and threatened to fry him because he had disturbed her rest. She realized they had invaded his nest and made a mess, which explained the monster's fury. The monster screamed. Shelley kept talking to him, saying he had taken over the mine and she did not understand why he was angry. The girl shouted at the monster that this territory belonged to her blacksmith guild, not to the rooster. Shalina is screaming. Still angry at the monster, the girl prepared to attack. Gale tried to stop her, warning her to be careful. Gale seized the girl and leaped with her to the edge, where the fog had not reached. The dead chick's body turned to stone before the couple's eyes. Surprised, Shelley asked the boy what it was. He said he had never paid attention to it before and had only heard of it. The monstrous chick turned completely to stone. The man finished by saying that cockatrices had breath made of stone. The monster rooster kept giving off mist. The boy said if it hadn't been for him, the girl would have turned to stone quickly. The hero added that those adventurers had been attacked long ago. The cockatrice puffed out his cheeks, and the boy backed away from the new wave of fog. The main advantage for them was that the breath had a short destructive radius and spread slowly, but their location was enclosed. Standing in the middle of the corridor, she realized it was a dead end. While the boys distracted the rooster, Mora worked on a rescue plan for them. Gale and Shalina couldn't hold the line for long and ran toward the sea. The cockatrice chased the boys. The girl was stunned and couldn't make sense of the guy's actions. Moore asked why the boys were still cornered. Gale answered, the girl with a yes, and with Shali ran toward her to escape the monster rushing at them. The cockatrice struck with its tail, while the open-mouthed snake closed in on the adventurers and the boys froze in fear. The snake burst out of the collapsed tunnel, and the boys stumbled forward. The boys lay on the ground. Gale and Moore stared straight at the monster and waited. Mora said they had nothing to defend themselves with now, and needed to find something to use as a shield. The man asked what they could use and immediately said Shalina's hammer had been thrown back and the minecart smashed. Shalina stepped in front of the men and said their shield was right in front of them. Gale and Mora wondered what she meant. Monstra watched the boys, and his eyes reflected the girl as she spread her arms wide. Shelley stepped in front of the heroes and shielded them with her body, saying they could handle it and ordering them to take cover behind her. Gale objected to this girl, not understanding what she meant. The girl said she had earlier said she would be at the front of their team. Shalina stepped into the fog and smiled, saying she was doing her duty. The man panicked while trying to pull the petrified girl away, and Moira covered her mouth in horror. Shalina replied that Gale seemed very strange to her and had a deep voice, but for some unknown reason she could not hate him, and she said that if she used her body as a shield, they could survive. Moira, in tears, replied that they should stick together. Terrified, Shalina wanted to ask the guys for a favor. Remembering her guildmates, she said it was for them. Shalina also recalled Gamley, noting she really was a good elf, and she would not keep the boys waiting long because she knew she would not have another chance. Gale pointed at the girl and broke the spell with magic. Shalina opened her eyes again. The girl lowered her hand. Shalina silently looked at him, then at her hand, and did not understand what was happening. The girls couldn't stand the tension and asked what it was, and the man said that after touching the petrified Selena, he realized he might be able to break the spell. So scratching his head and smiling, Gale said he would try to dispel it, and the girls were left speechless. The boy said he believed the cockatrice's magic was a poison like the Gorgons, was surprised that some monsters could use such curses, found it odd to call petrification a poison, and then made a new discovery. Shalina cut him off, pointed at the monster, and said his comb was swinging. The girl explained that those attacks were too tiring for the monster, and if Gale could grasp the spell's principle, the monster would no longer frighten the others. Mora replied that this changed everything, that they should have pounced on the monster until it regained its strength, and that she could use one boost. The girl made a fist and said she would increase Shaylee's physical strength, and Shaylee relied on her. The girl devised a plan where Shally would handle the snake on the cockatrice's tail, and Gale would deliver the final gift to the rooster. Gale and Shalene rushed toward the monster as it attacked with a snake. The girl leaps directly at the snake's mouth and strikes with her hands. She lowered her hands, snapped her arm and struck the monster's head mid-air, then landed on the ground. Shally began to think the sudden attack from two flanks was clever in its way, and earlier they would not have believed the poison was completely deadly. At that moment, Gale was moving along the snake's body toward the rooster. He ran toward the monster, ignoring the scream he dared not hold back. Gale was already on his back, and the rooster woke up. The man showered the monster with cursed artifacts and weakening spells, unsure which curse would work on the boss monster and hoping one would be enough. Smiling, the young man said the monster curses were on special offer today and activated the continuous multi-attack tool, leaving the rooster monster trapped in a curse. The girls were coming down the skull-strewn mountain. The guy kept fighting and Gale was falling from the cock down. While fleeing, the young man held out his hand and spoke to the monster, drawing it toward him. The rooster sank deeper into the turtles, screaming in pain and casting spells while cursing. Gale came down the mountain toward the girls who were running to meet him. Moira asked the man whether he had used his entire arsenal, and she agreed that he had. Staring at the mountain of skulls, the man said he didn't know which curse would work on the boss, so he used them all. The woman stared at his back in shock as dark rays streamed from the mountain. The girl shouted at the boy that if all his magic items were activated, the world would end, but the boy laughed and said she was exaggerating. The monster rose from the fallen mountain and glowed with dark rays, and Shally realized that, although she had told the guy not to hold back, he, as always, had overdone it. The boy hid from the curse's bright light. A second later, an explosion rocked the area. The blast threw the men back, and red rain fell beside the explosion. Shalina woke, said she smelled, stood up, and called to the girl. Moore answered she felt barely alive. The girl wiped dirt from herself and said she felt disgusted. Mora was upset and said she'd have to buy a new cape now since she could hardly wash all that blood out, then took off her cloak. And when Shalina asked where Gale was, her comrade said he was lying there, upside down, and leaning against a pile of stones. The girls shuddered as Mora stepped forward, unable to believe what was happening. The man woke and stood, asking what was shaking. Surprised, the boy realized his mind was collapsing. The girls answered in unison, angrily blaming Gale. The guys rushed to the exit. The mine was collapsing slowly, and huge boulders kept falling from the ceiling. The mine had completely caved in. The boys barely got out and collapsed with relief, saying they were saved. Shalina stayed behind and gave the adventurers a light knock on the head. Shalina yelled at the man who was cursing and damaging the mine, since his job was only to clean it up. Gale got up, brushed himself off, and said they'd finish the quest anyway. Shalina didn't understand him. Moore sided with Gale and said they had defeated all the monsters and deserved a generous reward. Shalene was outraged and nearly lunged at the men, insisting no one would pay them because they owed her. Gale called it cruel, noting she had offered to recommend him to the merchant guild for a stall. Mora was outraged too, saying they had risked their lives and deserved a reward. Shalina claimed she had risked the most, remembering she had been in the vanguard as a human shield. Shalina pointed at the men and angrily called them criminals and fake miners. Then she clutched her head and said she had used the curse device on herself, lost her hammer, and the mine exploded. Standing at the entrance to the mine, Shauna screamed, unable to understand the day she had been through. The men were making faces and annoying her, so they were forced to be quiet. Near the shaft where the main passage beneath the pit was lined with pillars, a hand appeared. Lavushka coughed and tried to escape, thinking death waited for her. She realized how dangerous Gale, master of cursed artifacts, was because Gimli had planned to watch him from a safe spot, but he launched a mind blast from there, and she could not save herself. The girl ran above the heroes, watching them closely. She saw the boy's true strength with her own eyes, and it exceeded her expectations. Gimli wondered whether the boy might be useful to her. Watching the man, she assumed he was only making cursed items, but they worked as well as artifacts. Later, the boys returned to the mine with the girl and approached the petrified statue of the boy. Gale broke the spell, and the stone fell away from the man. Confused, he didn't know where he was until a pony-tailed girl with tears ran into his arms. He asked Penelope what she was doing there. She said he had gone missing and was very worried, so the adventurer had brought her to him. Tears ran down Shalice's face as she watched the couple, saying it was now hotter here than in the forge. Mora said they would restore the mine and save the remaining adventurers. The lovers thanked the men for saving him and said that if they got out of the quest, they would marry. Gale pulled his cursed instrument from his pocket and offered it as a gift. A man began promoting his shop, and the girls warned him not to slip cursed items as gifts. Mora whispered to Molly that she didn't need a free one either. The couple watched the adventurer speak and were overjoyed. Gimli opened the door without looking at the visitor and gave a short greeting, and when she saw Shali, she asked sadly what she needed, while Shalina then demanded angrily what problems the girl had with her. The blacksmith took a seat at the bar where Gimli was already standing. The girl noticed how empty the tavern was. Gimli leaned in with a fake smile and asked if the visitor wanted to sell something or just get punched in the face, and Shelley replied happily she would sell if she could afford the price. Shalina set the dart from the mind that they had used to defend themselves against the cockatrice on the table, and when Gimli asked what was wrong with it, she warned him to take a closer look at the artifact. The girl looked through the monocle and, surprised, asked what was inside. Shalina replied by asking what the girl had noticed in the dart. The girl replied that it was a genuine artifact. Shalina said Gale was giving such items away cheaply and asked if the other person knew about it. The girl added that the man was simply incredible and asked what the other person knew about us. Gimli smiled and pretended to think, saying she only knew the man was from the capital and had once been on a C-rank team. Shalina eyed her smiling conversation partner with suspicion. The girl resigned herself and asked why someone like Gale would come to the forgotten outback. Shalina rested her head in her hand and told him Gale had found adventurers turned to stone by a cockatrice in the mine and had cured them all. Shali said the boy had somehow pulled the church into his healing with a curse. Gimli squinted, echoed the word, and asked which curse Shalina meant. Shalina said she had almost turned to stone herself. Petrified adventurers kept appearing in the depths of the mine, and Gale had cured them all, Shalina explained. The girl said the church now runs the city's only sanatorium, and that could not have happened by chance. Shalina concluded she had been deceived somewhere. Gimli remembered the girl telling him about the dispersion the boy had used. Shalina listened closely to the person speaking, smiling with satisfaction. Shalina asked if the person she was talking to was interested in the guy, and got a vague yes. She thought this was clearly different from the average level of dispersion, and when you account for the cockatrice's petrification, it disappeared immediately. The viral said the man had used no potion and had not sought the church's help. Shalina thought about it and cursed. Shelley couldn't understand why he, with those abilities, was a wandering adventurer, and Gimli agreed, saying a newbie is a newbie, noting that since the salt-related taint and the rescue of the adventurers were completed in one sitting, Shelley asked if she should apply for a rank increase herself. Shalina said she wouldn't change and asked why she would. When Gimli asked Shalina what she planned to do, she gave a thoughtful look and turned around. Shalina said she had made the boy a member of her blacksmith's guild to test whether he really had the talent and a feel for the trade. And Gimli said she was completely sure of him, and added that no rule forced someone to belong to two guilds at once. The girls exchanged a smile, then fell silent and turned away in opposite directions. Inside the mine, the couple Gale and Mura were talking when the man suddenly sneezed. The girl walked away from the guy and called him messy, telling him to look away when he sneezes. The guy apologized, blaming dust from underground. The man noticed Shalina was quite rude to her people. The girl said that if she forgave them for what they'd done, they might even benefit from it. He thought his interlocutor was being overly optimistic. She accused him of being to blame for everything because he activated all the curses at once, and it turned out he was now a hero who could save the adventurers and the villain because he destroyed the mine. Gale remains silent. Moira asked the boy if he had joined the blacksmith's guild, and he agreed firmly, touching a bandage at his neck that had a plaque saying he had been a member of both the Adventurers Guild and the Blacksmiths Guild, and Gale said he and Shaylee had agreed she would help him with the shop. Remembering the blacksmiths, the girl said it was unusual, because the guild only accepted true professionals in their fields and refused ordinary adventurers even for mining. Mora asked the boy what he was meant to do there. He hesitated and said it was nothing special, just lending the guild some cursed items he had made. The girl asked again whether his work had been approved. He agreed reluctantly, remembering his pieces had been sent off for rework immediately. She reminded him that giving Shalina the cursed sword had made her angry. He said he thought her request was a private matter, so he acted in the same way. The man handed Mora a vase shaped like an upside-down skull with flowers inside. Mora reacted with horror and confusion, saying he had turned the skull over and made an ikebana from it. She asked him not to carry something like that around. He was hurt by her harshness because he had worked on the vase all day. She pressed him about how he had spent the whole day turning it upside down. He insisted he had been aiming for a sparkling finish and had polished it for hours. She snapped that he should not polish other people's skulls and called the piece a ridiculous craft. Gale pressed the vase to his face and asked if it was beautiful because he paid attention to the design. According to him, placing the vase in a room would grant steady passive healing while drinking from it would trigger rapid recovery. She said every magician would dream of that, since recovery speed can mean life or death, and he had only made the artifact a decoration. He did not realize how extraordinary his creation was, and tossing her head back, she said things were not as simple as he thought. Restoring mana is like restoring strength. It depends on the quality of food and sleep. Recovery speed is also affected by alcohol, sweets, and other processed foods. And illness or other physical conditions can make restoring mana harder, so mages take special care of their health. Clenching her fists, The girl remembered that to restore her mana, she drank potions that tasted bland to her. She meditated in a gloomy room, though she could have simply put it in a vase. She covered her face with her hands and knelt, convinced it was impossible. Moore said Shalina wouldn't like that vase. Moments later, Shalina came up behind Moore with a bag and asked what the boys were doing. Shalina noticed that the shaft's fastenings were collapsing because of the boys' screams. The man said he had shown Moora his new experimental product, and it had made her feel sick. Leaning against the wall, Moora decided to go and rest. Shalina stared at the vase in the boy's hands, and the girl warned that if he tried to sell it in the city, he would be thrown out, while the boy said he had made what she asked and handed the piece to the girl, prompting Shalina to scold him that she had wanted something useful. As Gale sat on the ground with the bag between his legs, peered at the boy through the bag, and asked what it was, and the girl answered that it held the head of the cockatrice he had killed. Shelley said he could have sold Gimli's head and warned the monster's body was not buried. Gale asked the girl again because she had killed him alone. Shelley said she had killed the monster's small cubs and a chicken and told him not to admire her. He reminded her that he still hadn't received the award, and she was stunned. Shalina grabbed the man by the collar and said menacingly that a simple thank you was no longer enough. He replied that he had taken on the quest because she had promised to help with the shop. The girl screamed at him that they had messed up and now had to restore the mine. The girl made the man happy by promising to help him with the shop after the mine was restored. He began talking about the shop's future when he was suddenly interrupted and told to look ahead. Shalina turned to the trailer where a canvas covered the monster. Teasingly, the girl asked if the guy guessed what was there and grabbed the edge of the canvas. He understood and was surprised. She said inside was an organ that lets the cockatrice use its petrifying breath. Shalina explained it was stone breath, or rather the organ that produced it, and reminded the boy that he himself had said it was a kind of curse. Gale thought about it. The stone breath the man felt was identical to the Gorgon's petrification beam, and he managed to dispel the curse and save Shaleen and the other adventurers, giving them strong evidence to consider it a curse. The girl concluded the material could be used and asked the guy whether it would suit him and whether he could make a magic tool from it. The guy asked whether she was sure about using such a tool. Shalina said they could get a large sum by selling that tool, and she was fine with that. The guy reached for the object until the girl stopped him with words. Shalina came up with a way to thank the man for his work. He did not like the idea. The girl promised to teach the guy about supply and demand. The guy frowned. Shocked by Gale's cursed items, people left Farmer's Corner and scattered across the empire. At the center of the Imperial Palace is an underground treasure. Convinced the artifact had stopped the assassination attempt, the first prince grabbed the girl lying on the ground by the chin. The prince told her excuses weren't enough, demanded to know why false rumors about him had started, declared he was the Empire's first prince, and cursed the girl who led the Assassin's Guild while asking who she thought he was. Begging for forgiveness, the girl was grabbed by the man and dragged across the tiles by her hair. He said she bragged so much but still failed, calling the killers worthless and saying they caused him problems. The man led the girl to the chest, and she froze in fear. The prince declared it the Empire's most cursed instrument, the heart of the devil, and its mere possession once plunged the world into fear, for the artifact exuded an ominous miasma. The prince warned that the heart was draining human life and asked him if he was happy with the new food. The boy told the girl his favorite food was people like her. She fell silent with fear. Seizing the girl's head, he pressed it to the devil's heart and asked whether she knew why he had brought her there, and she didn't know and asked for forgiveness. She pleaded for it to stop as the miasma drained her life force. The prince said a single touch to the heart could kill any warrior, and the girl begged through tears for it to stop. The prince released his grip and said he would stop there. The chest closed. The man asked how it happened, and the woman kept reporting the operation was successful until she sent spies to the elites. The girl said the princess's goal was to get the artifact mentioned above, and she had heard it gave strong protection against any techniques, so the prince ordered her to repeat it. The man asked whether she meant the princess personally repelled several of his attacks, and he replied that it could not have happened. The girl said the artifact resisted instant death and had several other effects. He was surprised by such an artifact. She agreed it was hard to believe. The prince couldn't accept it. But even if assassins had killed the princess, it would have made no difference. The problem was they didn't know what artifacts existed in the empire. The prince realized the situation was bad and asked about the artifact's effects. The man was furious that the kingdom had acquired such a valuable artifact. The prince ignored Carla because his brother marrying her would hurt him. The girl wanted to tell more and ask permission to do so. She replied that the artifact was actually bought from a young merchant. One night in a remote corner of a tavern where capital adventurers gathered, an S-rank team wondered why Gale had to go so far. Melissa noticed they were talking too loudly and needed to be quieter, but the black magician raised his mug and warned that if someone heard them, the reward for his capture would be taken away. Luke urged the team to return to the conversation. He had information. There were interesting rumors among the cab drivers, and Cash immediately asked whether Gale had not paid. The paladin set his mug on the table with a clang and rudely called the waitress over, wearing a displeased expression as the girl responded and ran to Karish. Shouting in a threatening tone and slapping the table, he demanded ale and complained about the clerk's outrageous slowness. The girl apologized, but he pressed on, insisting on a whole barrel despite Luke's remark. The man said one of the carts was heading straight for the village when orcs attacked it along the way. Rumor had it that someone had killed them all, and they said the killer was from the rear guard, so the paladin jumped up from his chair, indignant because it could not be true. He thought that if the rear guard could hunt monsters, there would be no point in splitting into vanguard and rear guard. The Robert cut off Cash Bilboa, showing his displeasure. He wanted to be heard to the end because he had learned something else. A man in primitive rags waved a dagger and destroyed everything nearby, and I heard he was using a cursed artifact. When he finished his story, he asked the team captain whether the description sounded like Gale, but the man ate his dinner in a strange, deliberate way and said he couldn't do such tricks, since even they could barely handle the orcs and he had started hunting them, so it was impossible. Luke, disagreeing with Cash, said they would listen to what the others had learned. Melissa added she had also heard that a man resembling Gale had been seen. Cash jumped up, slapped his hands on the table, and asked for more details. The warrior said that at first, the man, as expected, began selling goods in the shop. He probably sold his cursed items cheaply, then passed off his tasteless trinkets in the shopping district as interior decoration. Melissa sighed and explained that afterward the guards quickly shut down his shop. The paladin laughed and admitted it was him and his disgusting cursed items, which probably caused severe debuffs and many complaints. One thing bothered him. It seemed Gale had made a good profit off him. And Norris said he had heard the same, that his goods were in high demand and someone like that was somewhere in the hotel. Luke also noticed the man was wearing new clothes and assumed he had enough money to ride in the cart. They realized that even if the royal troops searched for him with relentless persistence and used every resource to capture him, the group would not find a trace of him. According to Melissa, he made a decent amount of money, so he had to do something with it. Cash had no idea how any of this could fit together, but the black magician seemed to have guessed something and suggested the outcome if all the facts were put together. Norris realized that Gale had shifted his base of activity and it was no longer confined to the capital. The team suspected he had ulterior motives. Guyal always behaved oddly. It was obvious he had something to sell. Then everyone agreed he really didn't seem to be in town. The warrior added that he was apparently connected to someone in the merchant guild and had probably applied for permission to trade in the shop. When the girl showed him Princess Carla's document and order, the trade guild man reluctantly shared a small detail, saying it was confidential. Even asked whether she was his friend, how he was, and how he felt. Luke summed it up, noting that he has experience in trade and may even do business in multiple cities at once. Cash stared into his empty mug and said it didn't matter what he sold. If he had the money, he'd open a shop for his damn trinkets. The man took his mug with both hands and said they should all drink. The paladin bellowed that he was tired of waiting for his ale. Then the waitress's footsteps sounded and all eyes turned to her. Cash said these were all Princess Carl's expenses, and Melissa and Luke froze in surprise behind him. Behind him, a girl held 2 huge barrels of ale while he ordered everyone to drink both barrels to the bottom. The waitress slammed the huge barrels onto the table right in front of Cash's face, making all the dishes and mugs jump and spill their contents. The paladin, furious, shouted at the girl and demanded to know what she had brought the client, but she had already run off and only said one thing after him. "This is your order." Luke watched her in amazement, thinking the girl was incredibly strong because carrying that barrel would be hard even for one person. She turned the corner and sighed with relief when someone spoke to her, saying the team was discussing Gale's whereabouts. The tired-eyed girl turned to face the young man who spoke to her, as 3 waiters thanked her for her work. Liznette removed her wig and asked why she had to work part-time in the capital's suburbs to gather information and carry out surveillance. One of the men asked whether these were the people they needed, and Liznette replied confidently that they were. Sitting on one of the barrels, she said their behavior matched what she had been told. A boy asked if they were hired by Princess Carla, and they said it was about a farming town and a man named Gale. The Wolf's Fangs are stalking a man named Gale Hamilton, the man Princess Carla has been trying so hard to contact. The girl said he made that artifact, and he is the creator of the artifact the S-rank team is hunting, but his identity remains unknown. Liznette noted he was extremely cunning, and even as part of that team he left no trace. She was sure this was a hoax to hide the artifact's true creator, who seemed like a ghost and whose past nobody knew. They could watch the Wolf Fangs as long as they wanted, and they could estimate Gale's general location, so it wasn't all for nothing. The girl ordered the men who had bowed their heads to make sure the adventurers left quickly, and to keep watching so they could then seize Gale by force. The manager appeared at once and shouted that the man must not shirk, that orders were idle and the dishes were unwashed, and Liznette grumbled as she put the wig back on her head. Inside the blacksmith's guild, Gale stood as a girl entered through one of the building's heavy doors. A man worked on a new device while Mora Glaris stood at the entrance, silently watching Gale at work. The silence ended when the man himself spoke up, saying he had more to say, and the girl grew curious about what Gale wanted. He turned to the girl and thanked her for helping secure the mine, knowing he had dragged her into it. Gale took the girl's hand and said he was very grateful to her because he felt much calmer when he was with her. She blushed and stared at the master of cursed objects in confusion. Moore shook his hand and said she had helped him this time so he could open a shop in a profitable location. She is one of the best support mages and can help in any situation. Thanks to Morris's help, the boy was happy, and his dream was about to come true. The girl remained embarrassed by everything that had been said to her. She said that if he insisted, she was willing to keep helping him. Then the man sneezed sharply at her. Moira asked the young man to sneeze while turning away. He apologized and said he was surprised at sneezing so much and at being remembered so often. Shalina came up to Moira and explained that the mine's dust was the whole problem. Gale saw he was doing well thanks to the rented workspace. Shalina then noticed the man had done something and began to inspect it. The man said he'd followed orders but found the result tasteless, and the blacksmith replied that if he felt that way, society would surely think differently. Shalina happily took the device and asked how to use it. Gale reached out and asked for his device. He picked up his device, quickly switched it on, turned the handle, and it began to hum and give off a bright light. It was a device that fired a petrifying beam made from the organs of a cockatrice. Shalina ducked down immediately, hiding from the beam and begging them not to use it on people. The blacksmith jumped back and asked whether Gale really wanted to turn to stone a second time, and the man replied that he could remove the curse, but wasn't sure there would be any demand for it. Shalina said it was the practical design and that she had already discussed supply and demand. The area was all meadows, mountains, and forests, with very few stones for building. The girl put on her glasses and explained in detail that by stones she meant building materials, which could be valuable depending on the area. For example, if the kids wanted to build in the desert, they could compact the sand into bricks, dig materials out of the ground, or bring in building supplies. Most people use these methods, but digging is too labor-intensive. Compaction needs water, and hauling it in is not practical. The bricks may not be strong enough. Using this invention, you can form sand and process it with a stone beam, and you do not need to do anything else. The inspired man realized how they would get the building materials. Shalina noted that Gale had golden hands, which he did not know how to use. The boy chuckled softly as Shalina continued her instructive tale. Digging or moving from the mines is one option, but farmers are often short of materials. She hugged him and said that with this invention they'd quickly get building materials. It solves the problem, and she's ready to reward him generously for it. He kept wondering if she really liked his invention, but she eased him by saying he completely lacked any sense of style. Shalina wanted to tell him earlier that she wasn't interested in cursed objects, but Gale opened her eyes. He smiled contentedly and giggled again, and she exhaled heavily, thinking he was simple-minded because she had praised the damned objects instead of him. Shalina digressed and asked whether he could make another like it from the remaining materials, but the craftsman said that was probably impossible. The organ that produces petrifying breath was underdeveloped in the smaller ones. Its tail is poisonous too, but that does not affect the curse. The girl thought it would be useful to have a machine that made poison. Gale had not expected a poison-making machine to be useful, and Shalina explained they suffer greatly from pests and insects here. The blacksmith asked quietly whether he really didn't know the poison's active ingredients. The man took the bait and then asked whether she wanted him to do it. The young man thought it would be easy if he had the materials, since he often made amulets using deadly poison. The girl rushed to him eagerly and asked which materials were needed. When dealing with the undead, you could use ghoul poison glands or stomach contents, and the talisman would be easy to attach to the mummy's bandages, but those materials are not sold. Shalina said she felt inspired and would tell Gemli to gather the materials. The girl is ready to buy anything at a fair price and accept what he offers. Then the man holds out a bottle of foul-smelling oil made from a ghoul. Mora thought the thing had terrifying powers but chose not to ask about it. Shalina told Gale to follow her orders and handed him some papers. Inspired by the moment, the man ran and said he would try to do something right away. The blacksmith said she would take the instrument to see if it was suitable, and the man agreed without turning around. Moore decided to help the girl and escort her to her destination. As they walked, Shalina asked what Mora was doing there, and Mora awkwardly said she'd dropped in to check on things. Their temporary team had reduced the number of abandoned orders. Gimli was glad, and because Moira and Gale felt comfortable here, Shalina was very happy with them. Soon after, Cash's team stood by a cart, heading toward an agricultural town. Inside, they sat laughing as they discussed the bill from the royal family arriving at the store on time. Cash could buy himself a mithril sword that cost 500 gold. The warrior bought a wyvern bone sword, the mage a new grimoire and staff, and the rogue armor made from a magical beast's hide. Now they were sure Gale and her curses were no match for them. Their captain found it odd that, despite recruiting such a cool group, not a single person had applied for his support class. The doubts faded quickly because there were simply too few adventurers at the right level, but someone sitting on the floor muttered that no one wanted to join their team. At Cash's request, the girl pulled back her hood and said their task was to replace the support in Wolfgang's group and carry their things. It was Liznet and her subordinates. Cash said they should be grateful to them for fulfilling their pathetic wish. It was the most convenient way to observe, but Liznet could hardly tolerate such rudeness. The captain pointed to the bag and ordered it brought to him. He offered his crew food and drink until they reached their destination. Carla paid while the boys enjoyed the tasty food, the drinks, and the passing scenery, and Liznet warned them not to drink too much since they had taken on a quest to protect the caravan. Cash was not pleased, told the girl to be quiet, and then told her to cover herself with a cloth over her clothes so she would not have to see their gloomy faces, since even the wine tasted flat because of them. Liznet's team had many expenses and often ran short of money, and with little cash they didn't plan to share food, so the part-time tavern job was clearly better. Suddenly, a whistle sounded. Liznet and her team responded. When the monster appeared, mercenaries and adventurers leapt out to guard each carriage, but no one could see it. Only sounds came from the forest thicket. A vast throng of evil spirits surged toward the column. One guard said the defenses had been strengthened after the recent orc attack, so there was nothing to fear. The monsters scattered horses, adventurers, guards, and even carts in all directions. The man ran up to a guard and reported they had identified the lead monster. It was a huge hippo. The head of security quickly realized it was an S-rank monster, meant to be on the border between the Empire and the Kingdom, and Liznet's team agreed that dealing with monsters was not their field since they specialized in humans. The team had almost no chance in a head-on confrontation, since the pack had killer wolves, huge snakes, and red grizzly bears. One man urged his boss to flee. Normally they would have, but they have an important task and only the Kasha team can complete it. Liznet had enough and ordered her team to prepare an attack and assume defensive positions. They were surprised because the Empire had issued an extermination mission. There should probably be a quest like this in Kingdom 2. However, it's said that the S-rank team that took the quest suddenly abandoned it. The girl quickly realized these could be their companions. They discussed what to do, and decided that Cation Company would force the hippopotamus to fight them. Lizette shouted that an enemy was attacking and that it was a hippopotamus, and the S-rank adventurer team turned their attention to her cry for help. They looked at each other, wondering what it was and where their companions had gone, but Cash only said that Lisnette had a nasty voice while her whole team held the furious girl tightly. The boys noticed the cart had stopped, the street was too noisy, and the driver was nowhere to be seen. When the robber looked out of the cart, all he saw was the mouth of a huge monster. The boys screamed in horror, and Lisnette figured out that the orcs attacked because a hippopotamus had driven them from their homes and left them on the road. This behemoth is so brutal and mighty that few can withstand it. Cash stared at the street, not understanding what lay ahead, and the monster gave him no time to think, and with a roar destroyed the cart carrying the S-ranked team. Lisnette's team stayed alert and leaped back just in time, dodging the monster's attack. They flew right over the fearsome beast. The girls' team landed carefully, while behind them the Cash team fell like a pile of stones, and the hippopotamus turned and let out a thunderous roar, showing no intention of retreating. It felt as if the air split, and everyone froze in horror, unable to tell what animal could have both monstrous strength and super speed. Lisnette said firmly that it was definitely a hippopotamus, and that it was a target for Cash and his team, who only exchanged frightened looks. The warrior rose. They didn't understand how she knew what kind of monster it was, but that wasn't important, and they proudly took a fighting stance, assuring that even he was no match for them. People in other taverns saw they had the S-rank team Wolffangs with them, so they couldn't give up. The crowd cheered the team's name. Lisnette and her assistants moved to help, and Kasha and her team attacked together, declaring themselves the strongest adventurers. Lisnette noticed their spirit and was inspired when she saw the S-rank team's true strength, but a furious swing of the hippopotamus's tail swept away the entire Cash team. As the adventurers scattered and the onlookers froze in shock, the girl cried in disappointment, having never imagined an S-rank team like that. Panic spread as people fled and monsters crawled out from all sides. Lisnette knew they couldn't stay here, and her team was ready for anything, so they couldn't just run away. After failing her mission, running away seemed foolish. The whole situation felt absurd to her. Pulling a gun from behind her back, she declared they were the #1 killer organization. Leading her team into battle, she and the others rushed at the monsters. It was important that they destroy the interfering monsters, cover one another, and not reveal themselves. After fighting bravely, the team held its ground. Lisnette told the man to prepare something. The girl planned to take on the hippopotamus herself, and the assistant asked her to take care of herself. The girl hid in the forest shadows and slipped between the trees to quietly attack the hippopotamus from cover. Nothing worked. He noticed her. Animals, especially those with keen senses and night vision, cannot be surprised. The only option is to attack openly with a fast-acting poison. The hippopotamus knocked the dagger thrown at it aside with its tail, and at that moment, when the opportunity arose, another dagger meant to cut its throat failed to pierce. Lisnette realized he had set himself up to cause more harm. The girl managed to drive the dagger into her eye. Pleased with her work, she mocked the monster. Grabbing her with his tail, he released a poisonous mist from his mouth, and the hippopotamus was immune to poison, leaving the girl in serious danger. She realized it was time to use the fragment of the devil's heart Prince Belian had given her, even though she knew it would make her his blood and flesh. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, Duchess Melinda taught Princess Carla tea ceremony etiquette. The Duchess explained that the chin should not be raised and should be kept level with the floor. Letting the chin drop was excessive modesty, and raising it was an expression of contempt. This was very tiring for Carla. Also, when seated, cross the legs at the ankles. Keep the left leg in front. This symbolizes friendship, with the right leg on top and midi. Carla noted that this will not be noticed. Melinda also added that when tea is served, you cannot take 2 pieces. You may only take 1 or 3, even if 2 would suit someone. Numbers divisible by an integer represent separation. When you hold a cup, lift your little finger with poise. The princess covered her ears and screamed from despair and exhaustion. With her tiara tilted at 45 degrees, The Duchess told Carla she had to become a lady who was flawless at all times. Carla's thoughts darkened as she remembered her duty. Saying she was married to a second unknown prince and that the first tried to kill her, she could not have thought about all this without malice. Malima realized the princess's actions directly shape the world and the kingdom's future, so someone chosen at birth must consider her role and act accordingly. Princess Carla de Glocan sighed and prepared to speak about her life as a chosen one. She said she prefers to choose how she lives her life. It may seem she has more than others, but it also burdens her and makes her feel chained. Cursed since birth, the girl watched the birds and hoped Gale could lift it, but the butler pulled the princess out of her thoughts. He said that avoiding disputes with the neighboring empire guarantees no bloodshed among citizens. It made sense to ask about the empire, but the girl cared only about the devil's heart. She wondered whether a being truly threatened the people, but Vivian said victims of the devil passed on stories others considered fiction. Kerala asked if it was true, and Vivian said no one knows for sure, but the stories make the devil's heart the most sinister cursed artifact in the world. Outside the capital, the battle raged. Liznit had the girl wrapped in his tail and was about to toss her into his mouth. Her assistant noticed this, and one of them called to his mistress and, through her, sent some kind of brightly glowing ball. A bright light flooded the area, blinding both monsters and people. Liznit seemed to have regained her strength. Digging her nails into the monster's tail, she tore it off, ripping the flesh with surprising ease. Exhausted, the girl was surprised the flash grenade affected the monster, but the short window was enough to slip on the bracelet containing 1/6 of the devil's heart. Startled, the girl jumped aside, and the hippopotamus, growing angrier, charged at full speed straight toward her. The boys were worried about their mistress because the giant moved at great speed, and its horns became weapons that could pierce anything. But the girl put her hands forward. Liznit grabbed the roaring monster with her bare hands as it flew at her at high speed. The boys, despite knowing her for years, were still surprised. They had not expected this. The bracelet with the devil's heart seemed to grant her an incredible, indescribable power. Her eyes turned black. The monster kept pressing forward with a low, menacing growl, but it was clear he could not hold on much longer. Confident in her power, the girl gripped the monster's horns more firmly, hoisted his entire massive weight off the ground, then with all her strength threw him down and ripped off one of his horns. The hippopotamus was bleeding. The other monsters watched in fear. Even Lisnitz's assistant stood frozen in horror at the woman's sudden ringing laugh. The hippopotamus's monstrous minions ran away in terror. It was no longer clear who the real monster was. The devil's heart had a terrifying effect. The girl saw that the monster had paid for underestimating her, but the inexorable god immediately struck her to the ground, and her minions rushed to lift the curse. The girl's hands had healed, though her veins still bulged, and her supporters acted fast, paying the church to perform a ritual to lift the curse ahead of time. The god king's tears formed a glowing circle around the team. She groaned in pain, and the bracelet that had fused to her arm fell to the ground. His hysterical scream made the girl remember the warning that she would become flesh and blood, and she vowed not to let it happen. The monster was trapped in a jar. The artifact cannot be completely removed by any means, and Lisnet knows a piece of the devil's heart has entered her. At last she understood why the prince had not given her a talisman to lift the curse, and she was surprised that she had used something so terrible. She felt better now. They drove off the attacking hippopotamus so we could relax a little, although the convoy had suffered heavy losses. Survivors included adventurers and mercenaries, but most of the carts were badly damaged, so they could not move on and would have to wait for a patrol. The woman from Astro Assistance asked how badly they were hurt, but she was only worried about the girl, and it was important to note that Kay and his team were very weak. By dusk, they had sealed the artifact securely. The group was amazed because that power could even suppress the most powerful artifact creators. Only Liznit realized everything had come at the cost of her life. She clenched her fist and hated Gale Hamilton more and more. At the blacksmith's guild, Gale couldn't stop sneezing. And worse, he sneezed so much that pieces of the undead stuck to his face. The man showed the girls his creation, made from Shalina's drawings and instructions, but it did not turn out colorful. It was a lantern made of bones. Picking up the lantern, the boy asked whether the skull-shaped ghost fire generator would work. It draws its power from souls in the air, even those of insects and plants. Shalina said regular streetlights use firewood or magic stones, which is expensive, while ghostly fire can be used continuously, doesn't go to waste, and is safe. Moore asked Whisperer if it was a shame that they were skulls, but Shalina assured him she would focus on practicality, and the girls told the man nothing, only asking him to replace all the lights. The blacksmith asked if the boy had made other things. Then the boy took out another cockatrice, a stone beam emitter, and some new farming tools. He listed his creations: the damned thresher, the weeping grinder, the saw of sorrow, the trembling sieve of souls. Shalina was only surprised that he had created them all. The blacksmith asked whether Gale and Moira were going to see the trading premises, and the surprised couple immediately turned and looked at the girl. The man hesitantly agreed, and Shalina told Em and me that it's the perfect option for him on a small street a short way off the main street. Gale asked happily if his shop would be there, and he said yes, noting the building had belonged to an alchemist and matched Gale's shop theme, and they would pay the deposit by selling his cursed items. Moira and the man agreed it was the perfect space. Shalina said that once they cleaned, rearranged the merchandise, and replaced the sign, the store would be Gale's. They laughed, and the blacksmith said that while he was here he could use the guild furnace freely and make himself at home. Everyone already knew. Shortly after, the weary caravan of carts kept moving, a full 10 days after the behemoth's attack. Nearly half the carts bound for the farming town were damaged, but a patrol rescued the travelers and they resumed their journey toward their destination. But the most remarkable thing was that Kasha and his whole team were now hailed as heroes after defeating the hippopotamus and other monsters, saving everyone from death. The team laughed, enjoying the praise and picturing large sums of money, and the mage and the rogue said confidently that they were excellent support for the paladin and the warrior. Melissa said they could not have done it without their help, though she did not remember it. The guys were outraged. Cashin said Melissa did not remember how they won either, but in any case they clearly would not have done it without Luke and Norris's help. Cash proudly said they had, after all, taken an eye, torn off its tail, and even removed its incredibly strong horns, and all that loot rode with them on a cart to the farming town. The team assumed the eye was cut out by Melissa's wavering dagger, but the tail and horns were clearly cut off by that sort of Koch, who still remembered those blows. Almost nobody remembered what actually happened to the behemoth, since the adventurers and mercenaries had been so badly beaten. Liesnet noticed there was not even a trace of blood on the sword, which made the whole thing even harder to explain. After the girl finished with the monsters, Cash and his team came to, stood up, and screamed in terror. They looked around, not sure where all the monsters had gone, when Melissa found the dagger she had supposedly stabbed into the hippopotamus's eye, and Luke found a cracked horn. Cash also found a severed tail. He assumed they had fought while losing their heads, which explained their foggy memories. After a while, they concluded they had done it, replaced their memories, and rejoiced in the victory. Lisnet's team decided not to tell the heroes that their mistress had done it, because it was not their main goal, and attracting attention would only harm the killer. Cash's team arrived at the farmer's corner, and everyone greeted them with joy, honored that these men had accompanied them and saved the cargo and the people, and Cash said hippos were nothing to them. Lisnet's exhausted teams stepped aside, sadly realizing the loud talkers who do nothing get all the glory while they stay in the shadows despite their feats. As Cash's team considered their next move, Melissa suggested looking for an inn, while the mage and the rogue wanted to head to the tavern. Lisnet grew angry, coughed awkwardly, and asked if they should visit the guild first. Kosh reluctantly agreed to go in to exchange the reward so the poor people he commanded, Lisnet, would not run off with their loot. The girl's patience was running out, but she held on steadily. Team Cash looked around in amazement, unsure what kind of city this was where lanterns had been replaced by ominous skulls scattered everywhere. The boys were surprised the residents were so satisfied with everything. Norris asked whether they'd seen anything like this before, and everyone looked at him with understanding. They realized this was Gale's damned creation because it was in terrible taste, and they thought all he could do was make damned instruments that looked awful. But they were even more surprised that the whole street was covered with them. The dark mage said he wasn't the only one who felt out of place here. It felt like a small provincial town. Cash said that worked to their advantage. Gale shopped was probably somewhere nearby. Cash and his team laughed together because they thought the man was a fool for leaving so much evidence, and Liznet laughed too. The guys decided to start their search at the guild as they were advised. The hooded girl said they were on the right track. Her assistant added that Gale did seem to be in the city, though Cash's assessment struck him as odd, and the assassin thought Gale did not trust his team and was hiding his true skills. At the guild, a short girl greeted them with a wide smile, but Cash was not polite. His team called the place a barn as they walked past tables and patrons, and from what they saw, they agreed there were no good quests here either. Cash rested his elbow on the counter where the owner of the skills stood and gave the smiling girl a distant look. The man said they were an S-ranked team and needed her to call the guildmaster immediately. She said she was the guildmaster and asked what they needed. Cash called Liznet, and her team rolled a huge cart. At that moment, the cloth was thrown off her onto the floor, and the man tossed the loot in front of Gimli and proudly asked how she liked it, though she did not even flinch. She kept her expression and asked what it meant, which only angered Kasha. Running her hand along the tail, the girl asked if it really belonged to a hippopotamus. The team said it was an S-rank monster and that the kingdom would pay them handsomely. Gimli insisted they should have brought back his whole head, or at least his heart, to count it as a kill, and they'd have been told the same in the capital. The whole crew looked away when he sharply asked whether they had run off without finishing the behemoth. Cash snorted that he remembered the girl, clicked his tongue, and the guys headed for the exit, while Gimli smiled and said they should definitely kill the hippopotamus next time, and Liznet's team began packing all their things to take with them. Suddenly, the master asked Liznet which organization the girl came from, and she was greatly frightened. The girl froze in place, and Gimli asked why she pretended they did everything themselves when she was the one doing it. Liznet shouldn't have left such a jewelry cut if she truly wanted to deceive, but it was too late to worry, so she hurried her people away from the girl who worked with them in the same field. Gimli was pleased to conclude that these guys probably came from the same capital as Gale, so something interesting was bound to happen. Gal and Shalina were already on their way to check out the new little shop, which was ready. Gale set the sign down and asked the girl how she had done the work. Gale said it was tasteless again, but it even suited the master of curses. The man thanked the woman, calling her a real professional, which she clearly disliked. They stood directly in front of a shop decorated with skulls and horns, its sign reading Gale's Cursed Item Shop. Shalina said the best way to thank her was for the man to keep taking her orders, and he agreed because she was a regular client who helped him, so he promised to visit the Kuznetsov Guild. Gale announced the store would open tomorrow, and he suggested celebrating today. The guy said he would call Mora, and the girl was already running after them, asking if the guys were finished. Kuznets said Mora arrived just in time because the store was ready to open and you could watch the work. The girl had wanted to help with the opening but was late. Because the shop used to belong to an alchemist, renovating it was easier than it seemed. He asked if Mora would gather a team for quests again. She said yes and pointed out he was too busy with solo quests. The young man pouted and said he had to fetch supplies, but no one would go with him because nobody wanted to face a master of cursed objects. Gale was happy about the store opening, but his plans didn't stop there. He intended to keep adventuring. Eventually, he would like to hire a salesman and collect materials to create new items, but for now, he hasn't had the opportunity, and Mora seemed to have an idea she wanted to share. She offered to rejoin the team as a salesperson. Noting that they were both rear guards, she said they had done a great job with the quests. Moira blushed, looked away, and, embarrassed, said that together they could do anything. And while she waited quietly for his reply, he turned and seemed about to come to her. Gale ran to the display case with his invention when he noticed the mummy's bandages had come unglued, and Mora covered her face with her hands in shame, realizing he was not listening to her again. The magician promised they would meet that evening after dark. The blacksmith prepared strong drinks and the young man prepared the food for the table. The girls left talking among themselves. Mora asked whether Shalina had come up with the name, and she agreed. The blacksmith added that a person without a clear goal is unlikely to come here, and Gale was glad he had opened his store with real friends. Having a place to be himself made it hard to put into words how happy he felt. A bell of coolness hangs on the shop door. said to belong to the guardian who comforts the souls of children near the cemetery and guides them to the next world, and its ringing can be heard from far away, where unique, cursed artifacts sit on the shelves. When darkness fell and the stars came out, Gale heard a sound outside. When the man heard people arriving, he greeted them and said the store was not open yet. But they were not ordinary guests. A paladin had come. Cash strode in proudly, looked around, then greeted the master of cursed items with an insult. Gale stepped back, not understanding why the team was here, while Kay accused him of ruining many people's lives and now enjoying life. The door flew off its hinges after a strong kick. The whole Cash team and 4 unknown people rushed into the room. Gale asked what they needed because his shop wasn't open yet, and the black magician told them to go to Lisnet Street. After the 4 left, Gale wondered why they needed so many new people, and Norris interrupted to say they could talk now. The master was stunned. They kicked him out themselves, telling him to open his own shop and that they had no more business with him. His voice trembled and he could not even move his legs. Cash explained they had come so Gale could remove his curse from them, which surprised the man even more. Meanwhile, outside, one of the assistants asked whether the lady was sure this was Gale Hamilton and why they had left him with the Cash team. The girl said this would let them see what the man could do, though she still doubted he had made the artifacts. Gale assumed Cash was talking about a curse on the equipment that would not harm the team. Cash scaled the curse so its effects would only impact Gale himself. He acted to help his team since he had lifted that curse long ago. Gale still didn't understand what kind of curse he meant, but Katz was sure the man had cursed them out of anger for being kicked out, and he grabbed one of the goods while threatening them. He threw the damn mummy onto the floor and crushed it with his foot while Gale shouted it was his main product. Melissa said breaking those goods would be for the best, and Luke, drawing his knife, added he would do everything to make sure none were fit for sale. Knives flew toward the items on the shelves, and the dark mage began casting offensive magic, not worried at all about causing a fire. A man rushed to stop them, but Cash grabbed him by the collar and demanded he remove the curse from them immediately because he was tired of talking. The master said that even if all their stats were reset to their original values, they still would not be higher, and Kesh asked again if that meant they were weak. Throwing the boy against the wall and onto the floor, he slowly drew his sword and no longer cared about the princess's task. He threatened that if Gale refused to lift the curse, he would kill the caster, and all his team members backed him. Cash felt trapped in a wilderness of losers and was eager to get away. The master asked again what the paladin had said. He punched him with all his strength, sending the man flying back. Gale didn't know the details. What he had done was just a reflex. In a tight space where large weapons cannot be swung, fists quickly overcome an opponent. Standing in front of Cash, the man said he would not let the shop he had been given be smashed. He demanded that the adventurer crew stop this. Gale could tolerate insults aimed at him, yet he nodded to his friends in the farm corner. Looming over the captain of the Wolf Fangs, the master said it was time to finish and clenched his fists, filled with uncontrollable rage. Everyone went outside. Lisnet thought that after this fight she would either kill Gale or kidnap him. In any case, everything went according to her plan, and she let the Wolf Fangs finish their last mission, calling them nothing more than grinning dogs. Cash said he would not give in, and Norris added that if they acted that way, they would have no choice. The captain took out a bottle, having anticipated this, and because the team was doing well, he had bought an expensive buff in the capital. The whole crew drank it, and Melissa said sharply that it would be a shame to waste something so expensive. Suddenly, light from the 4 flooded the area, making Gale cover his face with his hands. Squinting, he studied the situation. The item could increase the power of all abilities, but its familiar smell bothered him more. Cash bragged it was a top-tier item from the Adventurers Guild, a very expensive piece that boosted abilities, and laughed that someone like Gale had never even seen one. The whole team rejoiced when the potion restored them to their state before the curse, and although the young man denied cursing them, they all quickly rushed into battle. They closed in on the man from all sides, treating him like one of the monsters. Norris said that because the guy always lagged behind, he did not take part in their team tactics. But now, he will see their main tactic, the wolf discharge strategy. As a former team member, Gale knew that if you looked one way, you'd be attacked from the other, and if you focused on one of them, you'd quickly find yourself surrounded. He judged Quiche to be the team's main threat and strength, so he kept him in sight, but while he focused on Quiche, Melissa slipped up behind him and asked where he was looking. Noticing her stats had improved, and her movements were faster than he expected, he dodged the first blow because he knew that fighting style, and the second blow followed. Gale deftly dodged the robber's sharp knives after he threatened to stab him. He knew Quiche and Melissa were manageable, but Luke's attacks were the real danger. Luke threw knives tipped with an unknown poison, and even a small scratch could be fatal. Meanwhile, the team captain was already behind the man. The young man dodged again, to Dekasha's surprise, as if he had predicted every step and movement. For Gale, the top priority while casting spells was watching Norris's fire, because he had to both avoid it and keep it from entering the city. Cash disliked how boldly Gale dodged. He unleashed the summer rain slash and ordered the others to surround him to prevent his escape. Melissa and Luke rushed after the fleeing Gale. He finally did what he planned. The whole team was within reach, and he unrolled the curse's scrolls. The young man not only dodged their attacks, but also lured them, leaving the enemies frozen with anger and fear, and if Kosh and the others use enhancement items, that will be enough to slightly reduce the effect of his actions. They got a taste of the power of the cursed items they hated when he countered their boost with a debuff. Gale cast the amulet of an innocent prisoner. A huge grate appeared over the team's heads, and a dark force grabbed them as they tried to make sense of it in horror. This amulet is a one-time use item that activates after you select a target within a short range and applies a weakening effect to the target a few meters from the activation point. This unusual artifact is made from the ashes of a prisoner who was unjustly sent to prison in his youth and kept there for the rest of his life. Despite its small area of effect, anyone who enters the zone takes on all the prisoner's bitterness, sadness, suffering, and heaviness. Exploring a building abandoned because of monsters, Gale found an undead creature sealed in the wall and could not ignore it. She let out a particularly strong curse but couldn't move, and Gale began to wonder what was causing it. He reached out to the skull and asked if it would come over and tell the undead a sad story. Then he used his dispel and the corpse seemed to dissolve. An old man honestly admitted that this young man was the first person to come and speak to him. Tears ran down the old man's cheeks from his closed eyes as he told his story. And when he became undead, he merged with the cold wall he had always leaned against. Compared with boosting every ability used by both Cash and the rest of the team, this amulet, though weaker, applies a threefold reduction to all abilities. As Quiche and the others shouted that the curses and everything were nonsense, Gale was already running quickly in the opposite direction. He motioned for him to follow and continue the fight. The plan was simple. The inhabitants could not be allowed to suffer, so they had to take the fight to another place. Although he'd only been here a short time, he knew the area far better than Cashin's team, so he considered taking them to the catacombs and the abandoned church or to a hospital. Glancing back, he saw 4 silhouettes there. The wolf's fangs were really closing in on him, so he told them to keep up the good work and not fall behind. At that moment, someone was talking near his shop. The team was cautious. Members couldn't even walk. Their bodies had become unbearably heavy. Despite the expensive boosters that raised their stats, something was still wrong. Angrily, the captain wondered why Gale's curse wasn't working as expected, and turned to Liznit for an antidote or some other help. But she and the others were gone. Cash, annoyed that their assistants had disappeared, had been chasing Gale through the night forest for a long time, not letting him hide. Shortly before Gale's escape, Liznit saw an innocent prisoner's amulet and became convinced this was the person they needed, Gale Hamilton, who owned a large collection of artifacts. The assistant asked what they would do next. Liznit said they couldn't cause a scene, because even in a village the guards could arrive at any moment. They had to act quickly and prevent anyone from gathering because the guards' footsteps could already be heard in the distance. Liznit ordered her assistant to hold the onlookers back and started to move, but she froze as if turned to stone, her whole body feeling wrapped by a snake and keeping her from taking a single step. Grabbing her shoulders, the girl felt the presence of the devil's heart but couldn't believe it. It all seemed like nonsense. She immediately ordered her people to retreat, not caring what would happen to them because the main thing was to save themselves. It seemed the devil's seal on her heart had been broken, and the girl collapsed, coughing and gasping for air as the assistants around her grew worried. Even though the seal she left for her subordinates was well hidden and hard to remove, she could not shake a strange feeling. Turning to the Kasha team, she realized the devil's heart resonated with Gale's artifact and matched it in strength. The dark magical substance reached for the girl again, and she ordered her assistant more forcefully to run because it was reaching for them too. Liznette broke free and scrambled to her feet, horrified and unsure what to do next. The team felt it, an area debuff that, despite its light touch, immediately caused their stats to drop sharply. Gale Hamilton's artifacts packed real power. The girl's body trembled and sweated without stopping. This was more than a debuff. Other stats were affected. Liznette identified several signs, including slowed responses, reduced defenses, increased fatigue, fear, and impaired perception. Among experienced assassins like them, trained to notice changes in stats, there are hardly any who know this as well, and even Liznette has never heard of such a complex debuff. A light touch on that black light left her exhausted. A direct hit would have been worse. They did not know how many more were hiding there. The girl ordered the boys to spread out and not touch the black light. Still, he kept catching up to them and clung especially hard to their mistress Liznette, who fought with all her strength to break free. She realized the target was gone. Hamilton had used the artifact to weaken Cash, so why was he running away? With little time left, the four rushed into the forest after the young man without discussion. The man used the powerful artifacts he'd set aside for the escape. It was definitely the same Gale. He apparently headed for the city's outskirts, so his accomplices won't be there. Liznette was relieved. Since there would be 4 of them against 1 Gale, there was no way to retreat. When asked what they would do with Keisha's team, she said without thinking that they did not care about them at all. Gale walked toward an abandoned hospital on the edge of the village where, long ago, people who died in an epidemic were buried. The girl laughed as he, out in front and living in darkness, rushed into the grave himself, which was foolish, and the guys seemed to have recovered and picked up speed, expecting an uneven fight. After a while, they could not catch their breath and were slower than usual, but to keep him in sight, they had to push themselves hard. The killer claimed to be using a booster, but his base stats might simply be built for speed. Liznette stood very close to him, and although she did not take a direct hit, his artifact still affected her. She knew she had been careless watching the battle with Galen Casham. Missing him because of that would be a lifelong mistake, since he could upset the state's balance of power. They would not let him escape and had to capture him dead or alive. They knew with growing anxiety that they were falling behind, but they did everything they could to complete the mission. In their eagerness not to lose the chase, they failed to notice that they had neglected their usual precautions and vigilance toward their surroundings, which was out of character. No one yet knows what kind of danger they have brought to the city's outskirts. Meanwhile, Cation and his company were slowly trying to reach Gale when the captain said they now looked more like a gathering of turtles. A girl suddenly appeared and asked whether all the noise and the state of Gale's store were their fault, and Cash angrily asked if the woman had any problems. From its pose and appearance, the wolf fangs realized it was merely standing in front of them. They stared at her outfit, and then demanded to know how the woman who left them after Gale was expelled could be here. And after all that had happened, they had come to the farm corner together. The dark magician, realizing he had been wrong about what happened, slapped his forehead and said everything was clear now. Finding Gale in such a remote place seemed impossible, yet Moro was there too. He wondered if the others really believed this was just a coincidence. The magician accused the girl, saying Moragleras had been Gale's accomplice from the very beginning. Luke, Melissa, and even Cash froze in surprise while I mostly pretended to find it funny. She asked whether Norris was a bit dim, since she'd always thought he wasn't very sharp. But now he was going too far, and explaining everything seemed a waste of time while the boys nodded knowingly, pretending they agreed. The magician looked up and said such deep thoughts were beyond a young woman in a very low-cut dress, and claimed he could read her mind like an open book. He asked Mora whether he had hit the nail on the head. Mora, furious, said they were all completely wrong. Cash tried to speak, but the sorceress interrupted, saying they had kicked Gale out and she joined their team only at their invitation. The girl wanted to know exactly how this made her an accomplice, and what she had done against them. Cash couldn't speak normally, and the girl kept pressing, asking if she had put a curse on them, and how she had become Gale's accomplice. When the man fell silent, she stood and let him breathe a sigh of relief. Then she turned and spoke to her former leader. After traveling to a remote spot and wrecking someone else's shop, he still has the nerve to insult a late teammate. Moore asked sternly whether the boy had been taught as a child not to hurt others, then began casting some kind of spell. Standing in a fighting stance, she insisted this must not be done under any circumstances. Team Cash decided to use wolf tactics to defeat the angry Mora. Cash reassured them that although their movements had slowed, only Mora stood before them, and she was alone. However, the young man could not even hold his sword. The girl asked if this was an attempt to Kaim post-May. She then said that because they had put a bunch of debuffs on her, her strength and agility had increased, and she was ready to show them the real pulse of May. Mora launched a furious attack on the Cash team. She grabbed their team captain by the collar and told him she would do to him what they had done to Gales' new store. Maybe then they'd understand what it's like to be in his position. But Melissa rushed up behind Moira and swung to hit her, confident the girl was looking the wrong way. Unafraid, Moira made a sharp move and hit the rude woman who attacked from behind in the face without even turning toward her. The sorceress realized Gale had applied powerful debuffs to the team, so the fight was no longer 1 against 4. The girl said they would lose this 2-on-4 fight. Luke warned Moira not to be arrogant and said the key was to keep her from getting close because they have long-range weapons. The robber shouted that her lame tricks would not work on them. Norris and Luke moved to attack the girl from opposite sides, and the robber vowed to riddle her. But when he reached for a knife, he found he'd already used them all, and as he remembered leaving many at Gale's store, Moira stepped forward and swung at him. She punched Luke in the stomach with all her strength, forcing him to double over with a painful cry, then was hurled back several dozen meters as the mage prepared a killing blow, a hellish bullet. His magic flared brightly, and the girl thanked the magician for lighting him before throwing a bottle of liquor at his head. The bottle hit him squarely in the head, knocking the dark mage to his knees, and Moore said it was very easy to hit him. The whole Kasha team lay motionless on the ground, unable to open their eyes or see past their enemy, while a sorceress stood nearby, radiating menace. The crowd watched as the girl kept taunting the team while members begged her to stop, but higher up they were not finished yet. She looked at the bottle she had brought as a gift and said sadly that she regretted this wine being for the opening ceremony, but finding Gale was more important now. The girl squeezed her way through the crowd that had gathered at her friend's shop. After getting inside, she wandered among the display cases in surprise until a mummy on the floor caught her attention. The fallen figure was picked up carefully, and the girl held it, recalling how Gale had diligently corrected it. The man said the product was special, while Moira's mind was elsewhere. Carefully, the girl set the mummy on the table when a sudden noise came from behind, and someone asked what had happened here. Blacksmith Shalina carried a heavy barrel on her shoulder and had come to celebrate the opening. Moira froze, realizing she urgently needed to find her friend. The blacksmith grabbed her hand before she could run and demanded an explanation of what had happened. Gale was missing and had to be found immediately, but Cash's team clearly couldn't beat him, and Moira stayed worried because she thought he was trying to lead the enemy out of the city to keep the residents safe. Gimli then appeared at the doorway and said the boy had gone to the far side of the city to an abandoned cemetery. The girls were pleasantly surprised to see the master and asked how the master had known where Gale was, and she said she had found out by accident, then looked away and awkwardly said the Wolfangs were very strange people. The girl came in person to deliver the materials she had received, which were animal organs that gave off a terrible smell. Gimli said the Master of Curses was being chased by a group clearly more experienced than Kosh and his team. Frightened, Moira thanked the girl and, despite her outfit, rushed to help her friend. There was no time to change or grab a weapon, and everyone understood that. The blacksmith asked them to wait and seemed ready to go with Moira. The girls took the weapons from Cash and Norris, hoping they would be better than nothing. After that, they proudly set out on a special mission to rescue Gale Hamilton. Gimli volunteered to accompany the girls and then asked whether this was a situation when every second counted, noting that Shalina probably wasn't used to it. The girl also reported an unpleasant feeling. Moira asked if it was about those chasing Gale, but the master said she sensed something inhuman. The tail and horn she brought were parts of the hippopotamus, she told the girls. She said those now chasing Gale came here from the royal capital. They failed to kill the behemoth and it escaped. Beast-type monsters are very tenacious, and S-ranked ones are also smart. They can carry out strategic attacks and control the herd. It's no surprise they followed them so far, relying on their keen sense of smell and waiting for the right moment. A hippopotamus might appear, pushing the task to AA difficulty, and after the cockatrice they did not want to face more monsters. Gale had already reached the abandoned hospital, which also served as a cemetery, and was perched in a tree catching his breath after the run. The man jumped down, turned to face them, took a fighting stance, and challenged his opponents to show themselves. The killers slowly came out of the bushes, asked the man to wait while they caught their breath, and he obeyed without hesitation. Gale suddenly remembered where he had seen these guys before when he realized they were Kasha's comrades, which made Liznet react negatively, and she was angry and upset to hear she was a comrade of these pseudo-heroes. The girl pointed and asked what his problem was. No, when, Tay? She wondered how he could run so fast. The guy said he was sure Caitian's gang was chasing him. Then the furious Liznet said they would never catch up with him. The girl's throat went dry from screaming, but Gale said he understood, so she could calm down while he offered her a drink. He did not have water, and had no time to explain what it was before the woman greedily snatched the liquid from his hands. After drinking every last drop, she asked what it was because it clung to her throat and smelled odd, and the young man replied it was a prototype potion to reverse petrification. He added that it was the amniotic fluid of a cockatrice, leaving Liznet stunned. She tried to spit out everything she had drunk, and the young man did not understand. She asked angrily why he had given her that to drink, but her assistant said the girl should have checked what she was given before drinking it, and she refused to listen to those comments. Gale was upset because he didn't understand why she spat out the medicine that cured petrification, even though these were the bodily fluids of a monster, and she had even said she wanted to drink it. Liznet looked up, drew her weapon, and ordered everyone nearby to immediately grab Gale, who was already completely confused about what was happening. The girl ordered them to surround the boy and capture him, alive or dead. The young man raised his hands and apologized, asking whether the potion was really that bad. It no longer seemed to matter. The killers rushed to attack the man who apparently had not yet learned to defend himself. The boy dodged Lisnitz's well-aimed blow, and the girl told him not to try to run. After he fell, she struck again, but he dodged and kicked her. 3 blades from this girl's assistants flew at him, but he calmly dodged them with quick, precise movements. The girl pointed out he dodged all their attacks perfectly, but the young man said it wasn't about him. It was about what was under their feet. The team bowed their heads. The ground was littered with piles of bones of every kind, and here and there wooden crosses stood. The girl recoiled at the sight, and Gale noted there were even more bones hidden underground. Liznet decided he was an adventurer used to graveyards, and his legs were clearly fine. The boys thought that even though they were more numerous, too many obstacles kept them apart, and they could not get together. The young man expected them to give up soon. Powerful attacks and carefully planned joint strikes would not help, and the crunching of bones and other breaking sounds revealed the team's plans. The girl threw a knife that skimmed past Gale's face, but Gale was more surprised by how unhurried the man was than by his dodge, as if he were waiting for an opening. All around were graves hastily made long ago, and the rain and wind had left the hospital building in ruins. I kept wondering what awaited Gale in that terrible place. Interrupting his thoughts, the man said he didn't want to be rude, but he still suggested leaving. The team seemed used to moving around here, but that wasn't why he chose the cemetery. It seemed like an ideal place to ambush for cash because useful materials could be gathered here, so he came here often, knew the area well. And then something began that clearly pleased the young man. The Master of Curses truly belonged here among scattered bones and wandering lost souls. The simple reason Liznet's team had to leave had already emerged from the ground. The man assured them the team was being escorted out, and at that moment all kinds of undead rose and crawled out from every side. Unafraid, he joyfully spread his arms wide to show his victory. Liznet and her team assumed it was an ambush, but the smell, the dirt, and the way things looked quickly told them they were among the walking dead here. Princess Carla sat in her chambers, studying the leaflet about the search for Gale and thinking how soon the man would be brought to her. Vivian asks the high priest to examine the princess because she keeps thinking only about Gale Hamilton. The princess couldn't understand what was happening because she had only seen the man once, and the high priest pointed out that he had saved her life. The priest and his assistant concluded that the princess had fallen in love with this young man. Vivian asked, "So instead of preparing to die in the attack, the princess had fallen in love?" The man ignored the question, saying Carla and Gale's different tastes complemented each other. Though they could not meet, the mind completed the image of the ideal person. The men could not calm Vivian. At the farmer's corner, Lisnet and her team stood guard against the undead in the cemetery on the old hospital site. The girl realized this was the master of cursed objects' plan. He made them think he was being followed and surrounded the opponents with undead to set a trap here. Pressing their backs against each other, the boys noted it was the first time they had seen so many undead at once. Dodging a flying monster, he said that if he fought 1 against 4, he would have very little chance of winning. The 4 he was talking about were supposed to be Kesh and the others. Gale wondered what was wrong with them, and Lisnet snapped that they were nothing like those fools. Living in the shadows, they are killers who never lose against the undead. After these words, the whole team rushed into battle and impressed the master. The undead refused to lose, swarming Lisnet's team with sheer numbers and clinging to their opponents. The men fought with all their might, bravely covering one another and leaving no blind spots to avoid defeat. Lisnet ordered a circular formation and had it move to draw Gale into the ring. They planned to kill him on the spot. A huge monster suddenly appeared right in front of him, but the girl quickly cut it down. It was clearly his trump card, and she was satisfied that he was close to winning, but in any case. Lisnet also had a trump card, the Heart of the Demon King, but it carried too many restrictions, so they could not afford to waste time. She realized the moment they destroyed all the undead would be the best chance to use the artifact, while Gale's reinforcements raced through the night forest. The girls talked about experienced assassins targeting the gate, and about 4 of them. Moore said they had to get there as quickly as possible to even the odds. Kuznets, without slowing down, said that only after someone leaves do you truly realize how important they are to you. She shouted that the Gale was under her protection, since they needed to create many more cursed items and spark an agricultural revolution in this farming town. He is her partner. The guildmaster bowed her head, agreeing that without Gale, she would have many more problems. I also thought that the next time they met, she would notice that even a master of cursed items as stupid as he is needed by someone. She promised herself she'd tell him everything exactly like that. Shalina, still running as fast as she could, asked what they would do if a wounded hippopotamus appeared. Moira said assassins and a hippopotamus would be too much. Gimli thought about it. She said the master of cursed items can acquire unique skills unlike any ordinary profession. And when Moira asked what kind of skill it was, the master explained it lets one turn failure into success. It is a perfect evasion skill called surprise luck. The girls reacted in surprise, calling the luck strange. They said reversing bad luck was a powerful skill, and if it let someone avoid death, everyone would want it. Unfortunately, this skill is extremely rare and cannot be activated at will, so the girls can only hope for the best. Lisnet and her team had already taken down a huge horde of undead and pressed on to finish their mission. The girl realized they had somehow managed to destroy all the undead, but she lacked the strength to even approach Gale. Lisnet raised her hands and said they were giving up because there were too many undead, and Gale kept summoning more, admitting her defeat. The assassin's captain offered her hand in acceptance, and Gale, without thinking, hurried over to return it. As the boy approached, Lisnet said she was only joking, ordered him to toss her the jar, and clearly caught the sealed curse. Declaring it their trump card, she opened the jar and released the creature inside. After taking out the creature, she decided to tell the man about it as a gift for his life. She held the artifact in her palm and explained that it boosts physical abilities to their limits at the cost of draining life force, making it the most terrible and powerful artifact. However, Gale noticed something behind the girl. She turned and saw a hippopotamus charging straight at them from the forest thicket, the same one missing a horn and an eye. Lisnet couldn't understand why the monster was here, but there was no time to think since it was already flying toward them, and Gale, preparing for the best outcome, made her decision. To save the killer, the man pushed the girl, who hesitated, and braced himself to take the full force of the blow, knowing the enemy's strength. Amid the roof rubble from the falling body, Lisnet clenched her fists and watched. Despite his eccentricities and constant chatter, she could no longer deny it. He had saved her life. Her face is still gloomy, and she thinks the man was quite unlucky despite everything. Standing confidently before a massive horned opponent, she holds a straight posture and a focused, fearless gaze. He admits he stubbornly followed them and kept going. The ruins and debris make the situation feel extremely dangerous. She drew out the artifact, turned it over in her hands, and began to tell her story in an intriguing way. Holding the artifact, which shimmered as if echoing her mood, she skipped threats, gave an icy look, and a quiet line about liking persistence said it all. Black vortices stream energy from the artifact. The heroine grins madly and raises her hand, the sinister artifact sparkling in her palm. With triumph, she commands it to absorb her and the Demon King's heart. The artifact quickly draws the girl's body in, wrapping her from head to toe in dark magic. The artifact's power has clearly spiraled out of control, filling the room with chaotic, frightening energy, and Liznette bites her lip hard. Dark tentacles wrapped the heroine, and at the same time her abilities activated, granting immediate stun resistance, fatigue resistance, and greater strength, showing her growing combat potential. Tentacles still covered her body. New abilities appeared, giving her an endless reserve of magical power and immunity to pain. The artifact's power reached its peak, making the girl an extremely dangerous opponent. The hippopotamus froze. Its massive body coiled like a spring. Its yellow eyes tracked the girl's every move without blinking. A sense that the chance to attack had passed hung in the air. Now any move would be too late. The heroine took a fighting stance and said it was time for a rematch, adding that this time Behemoth would not escape, and everything about her showed complete confidence and certain victory. Two opponents closed in on the battlefield, a girl holding an active artifact and a massive rhinoceros-like monster. She charged forward while the beast let out a threatening roar. A massive hole in this building's roof showed that Gale had landed there after a huge impact. A dark shape appeared against the night sky, pushing through the leaves, and someone gave a short cry of surprise. Gale lay on his bed, stunned. He admitted he'd seriously thought he was going to die, and then felt relieved when he realized he'd been incredibly lucky to land on the bed after falling through a hole in the roof. Gale sat on a bed in a room with many beds, a large hole in the roof above him. Looking around, he realized it could be a genuinely happy place. Falling to the ground would seriously injure him. Alone in the dim room, he replays the events as his mind races. Almost certain he never got a clear look at the monster, he still remembers the beast suddenly pouncing on them. His expression shifts suddenly as he recalls the phrase, zombie animal. A distorted dog pops into his head, and the thought is dismissed a second later as something entirely different. Still thinking, he noticed the creature had a broken horn, a missing eye, and a ragged, damaged tail. Amazed, he realizes he has never seen such a creature before, yet its appearance exactly matches the description of a zombie animal, and he collapses onto the bed, lies down, and tries to make sense of what he saw. Still thinking it over, he recalls Shalina saying the villagers were alarmed by a creature attacking the fields. It likely started as a wild boar that later became an undead creature. Rising abruptly, he knew there was no time to waste. Gale had warned the monster might threaten Liznette. Smiling confidently, he said that as a master of curses, he should do this, and that, working with the undead was his direct responsibility. Waking from sleep and peering through the door into the dark room, Koshi said in alarm that he was somewhere far away. It was dark all around, and he had no idea where to go. Liznette kept fighting the monster, its face twisted in malice, and she held her ground despite the danger while Gale rushed in to help, though it was unclear if he would reach her in time. Gale walked forward, seen from behind. A tense atmosphere surrounded him as he wondered if anyone would appear to slow him down. The fierce fight with the monster rages on. The monster and the girl locked eyes with determination, then attacked at the same time. The three observers watched the battle with anxiety and tension, fear and concern showing on their faces and their eyes widening. Descending swiftly from above, the heroine focused and readied a powerful strike, moving with confident, precise movements that showed her determination in this decisive battle. Her sword hit the ground and broke. She struck the monster's unyielding horn and he grew angry, his face filled with evil rage. After the blow, the girl fell to the ground, and the monster let out a piercing, ferocious roar. Bracing against the monster's horn, she kept from falling completely. The observer shouted to Liznette, allowing her to steady herself and, instead of falling, smoothly assume a fighting stance. Gathering her strength, She raised her head and prepared for the next move. She said she wanted to gouge out the monster's other eye. But even with the Demon King's heart, the battle artifact that boosted her strength, it was still too difficult. The observer said Liznet needed a replacement weapon, but she said it was unnecessary. She said she tore off the monster's tail, an important and powerful part of its body, using her own strength. The girl vowed she would tear the monster's head off, exposing his face and his fist. Before she could finish speaking, she began to cough. The coffee worsened, and the girl lost her strength and collapsed to the ground. Against a dark background, the girl's heart appeared, starting to beat weakly. Lying on the ground, she lifted her head with effort and gave a weak wheeze, and a dark spot appeared in her heart as if something black had begun to spread inside. The others looked anxiously at the girl on the ground and asked what was happening to Mrs. Liznet, who could not get up. She lay on the ground, barely able to lift her head, clenching her fists and biting her lip to hold back the pain. One observer said in alarm that this was impossible. Darkness began to grow in the girl's heart, spreading steadily and leaving Liznet noticeably weak. The heroine rolled onto her back and clutched her chest over her heart as the pain and discomfort intensified. She could not breathe, and the others quickly came to her, worried about her condition. Eyes wide, breath ragged and heavy, she began to choke, unable to handle the rising tension inside. The artifact's tentacles wrapped around the girl's body. The effects faded one by one: death resistance, strength enhancement, fatigue, ignorance, and infinite magic power. Her body quickly lost its support. Lying there with her eyes wide open, she couldn't breathe and was too weak and confused to understand what was happening. The man who stepped forward to lift her body said the curse had gone out of control a second time, and the Demon King's heart was beginning to fail. The artifact would likely stop only after it had completely absorbed Miss Listnet, he concluded. A monster approached from the opposite side. An observer ordered 2 people to stop the hippopotamus. They quickly moved toward the monster, assume fighting positions, and prepare to fight. Listnet tried to stop them, warning that they couldn't handle the monster. One powerful blow from the monster sent both of them flying in opposite directions, scattering stones around them. Half sitting and leaning on the arm of one observer, she looked at the aftermath with alarm. Wide-eyed, sweat beaded on her forehead, revealing the tension and fear of what she saw. 2 of them flew off with the stones, blood trailing as they spun, and traces of blood at their mouths showed they were seriously injured. The monster roared fiercely, and Liznet shouted that it was enough. She shouted at someone there and told him to clear his head. He answered in a tense voice that it didn't work. In despair, he cried that the Divine King's tears had failed. This was impossible because the artifact was regarded as a top-tier church relic. Cursing, he dropped the artifact on Liznet. The drop evaporated instantly without touching her skin, as if something inside Liznet had rejected it. The girl glared at him and asked if the curse had really grown so strong that it could not be dispelled. Liznet's eyes rolled back and blood spurted from her mouth. The man holding her cried out, his voice full of panic and desperation. Trained extensively and with a high tolerance for pain and losing consciousness, Liznet kept enduring, teeth clenched as she forced herself to stay conscious and hold back the suffering. She convulses, her limbs shaking. Deep, dying cries come from inside, and the Demon King's cursed heart pounds with unnatural fury as if trying to burst free. Numerous fallen undead lay scattered, motionless in unnatural poses, their faces warped and with traces of shadow clinging to them. The battle intensified, as if drawing not only the hippopotamus but also another dangerous opponent into this royal battle. A dark creature began to appear, its outline warped and menacing. It was regarded as the closest thing to the underworld, and its very presence broke the laws of nature. The air around it thickened, filled with a heavy, oppressive darkness. A dark figure rose from a high mound of undead corpses, emerging from the massive bones of decaying bodies amid the stench of death, its presence the embodiment of doom. The skull-faced silhouette admired it, saying he felt the stylish aura of death beginning to unfold. Listened to her dry voice, like an old man's, and turned her head in that direction to see the source of the sound. A figure darker than the shadows cast by the dead caught her eye. The heroine spotted a glowing lantern that gave off a faint yet noticeable light in the surrounding darkness. The weapon held by the dark figure was huge and menacing, a long curved blade that caught the lantern's dim light. Doubt widened Lizette's eyes, and she thought it couldn't be true. A vague shape became visible, and the silhouette slowly took form. Gradually, the dark figure's features emerged from the shadows. It felt grim and inescapable. Behind it, the silhouette of her long, sinister braid slowly appeared, making the figure seem even more threatening. Shinigami, the god of death, appeared when he sensed a strong presence of death. His duty was to gather the souls of the living and guide them to the world of the dead. Liznet said the hippo was unexpected, but this creature's appearance was even more surprising. Shinigami appeared as an unusual, terrifying creature, and its mysterious power left everyone shocked and afraid. This creature is a type of god or demigod that rarely appears on the world's surface. This being is known as the ruler of death. Rarely seen, it has now appeared in the world of heroes, bringing a feeling of dread and inevitability. Slowly, the creature opened its arms, greeting everyone present and ready to embrace everything around it with its sinister power. Opening his arms, he spoke in a slow, deep voice and called those present the children of men who hunt for life with their accomplices. Liznetz's eyes widened at the sound of the voice. The one holding Liznet barely managed to say he could not move. His voice was strained and his body seemed frozen by the mysterious creature's powerful pressure. Liznet and her companions were frozen, their bodies refusing to move as if an invisible weight pinned them to the ground, all because the terrifying voice of death awakened a primal fear that robbed them of the will to act. A chuckle escaped the creature, a short, icy sound. The overwhelming effect reached beyond Liznet and her companions. Even the monster that had been growling fiercely until then fell silent. No one could move, not even Behemoth, an exceptionally powerful, tameable monster, who stood frozen as if chained to the ground. Tilting its head slightly to one side, the creature seemed to listen to the silence. The creature paused, then slowly lowered its gaze, its empty eye sockets shadowed by its skull, and fixed on Liznet. Half sitting, Liznet's body trembling and barely breathing, she raised her head and met the creature's empty gaze with eyes full of pain and tension. The creature squinted at Liznet, as if testing her resolve, and said in a cold, ironic tone that he was interested in what they had here. A low, sinister laugh escaped the creature as it stared at Liznet's chest, thinking of the Demon King's heart, as if hinting at the hidden power or threat there. Even the Demon King's heart froze, as if it were holding its breath. The Shinigami scanned Liznet and the hippopotamus several times, assessing them carefully. The Shinigami looked up, spread his arms, and said he could hardly contain his amazement at such a magnificent spiritual offering, calling it truly wonderful. Lisen felt her chest tighten as she feared her soul would be consumed by that side, and even if she dodged its strike, the Demon King's heart would still consume her. If the Demon King's curse were lifted, she believed the hippo would tear her apart as it stared at the monster. Looking down, she decided lifting the Demon King's curse would let the behemoth destroy her. She started to grasp her situation. Shinigami hovered over the battlefield, a hippopotamus nearby, and Liznet sat powerless on the ground. She felt death closing in and knew she might not get out alive. Suddenly, a mirror appeared behind the demigod. He said this mirror reflects people's thoughts. Turning to Lizette, he said he would now show her two important things. He then told her it would be a memory from her life. Liznet pictured seeing every memory before she died. She began to recall her life, born into a poor family and sent to work as a servant to reduce the number of mouths to feed. Serving a noble family, she remembered being treated very harshly, like an animal. She thought there was a girl about her age in that house, someone she had seen while drawing water from the well. Lizette remembered a girl about her age looking at her coldly, which made her feel slightly afraid. Whenever she was reminded of her birthplace, the image of that beautifully dressed girl came to her, and the feeling that a person's birth determined everything kept coming back. Lizette suddenly recalled losing her patience and stepping forward toward freedom and a life she could choose. Dark liquid coats the ground as she steps on it. In the end, she remembered that her path to freedom had led her into a murder case. She saw a frightened version of herself in her mind's eye. The memory ended and the scene returned to the present. Lysnit stood motionless, head bowed. The heroine remembered standing on a mountain of corpses. Overcome by pain and loneliness, she told herself that no matter where or how she died, she would have no regrets. Lizette kept her head down and said, in grim resignation, that her life was meaningless. She thought it was karma, and never imagined her career as an assassin who took lives would end with Shinigami himself coming for her. Shinigami looked at her and said the second part had begun, and that was all. Shinigami continued, describing the life that might await her. At that moment, Liznet gathered her strength, stood up, and took a fighting stance. She reacted in bewilderment, saying her life here was being interrupted and refusing to accept Shinigami's words about the future. Liznet looked at the demigod and considered his words. After the murder case closed, the noble family continued to use her, causing pain and humiliation, shown in the background where a man pulls her hair. She added that she had been sent to the burial of the Empire's first prince, and that nothing had changed since. Liznet remembered fleeing, always longing for freedom and resenting every restriction. Jumping over the fences, she remembered those moments and thought about how she had ended up trapped by restrictions again. She wondered what the place she ended up in would be like. Looking up, she wondered what had happened. The heroine recalled arriving at the farm, standing by a tree and watching the village from afar. Liznet thought the farm was not wealthy, but its natural surroundings were far richer than the cities. She remembered that people find happiness even in this simple, humble life. Liznet looked towards the door with a faint hope and some uncertainty. The heroine approached the door and wondered if anyone would accept her as she was. From then on, she dreamed of a quiet life on this farm and reached for the door to open it. Faced with fear and uncertainty, she opened the door. Her wish to live peacefully on the farm is interrupted and shattered before it can be realized. Her memory is interrupted, and the Shinigami screams for anyone who heard it to forget it. Shinigami said it's pointless to dwell on the future or the past at death's door. Liznet peered through the broken mirror. At that moment, the demigod saw the soul as a dish seasoned with the finest spices and tightened his grip on his scythe. With a sigh, he spoke his parting words while looking at Liznet's small body before him. Overcome by tears and anger, Lizette said she had had enough and would not tolerate it. Seeing the raised Sith, her companion instinctively sensed danger and moved closer to protect her. As she lifted her hands to defend herself, someone appeared at her side. Gale stood between Shinigami and Liznet, raising both hands to hold the scythe. Still holding the siphon, he turned and looked at her. Shinigami stared at him in bewilderment, and the heroine was surprised he was still alive. Liznet asked him in disbelief how he could move under such pressure. Gale froze in surprise and asked about the pressure as the cursed bracelet activated. He smiled and said the cursed objects were very handy. Shinigami was shocked and irritated. The demigod asked why the hero had come. Irritated too, the hero said it was him again. Gale's rival was annoyed that she showed up wherever there were undead. Shinigami raised his side and launched an attack on Gale. You look straight at the demigod and raise his hand. The hero cast dispersal magic at the Shinigami, and a heavy splash followed. Then the demigod began to fade away. All three examined the scattering effect. Liznet took it all in, surprised. The three watched Shinigami fade as the heroine said he had dispelled the demigod in a second. Gale smiled and said goodbye to his enemy as the bright light in the sky began to fade. The enemy's body fell to the ground on its side. All three stood still, watching the spot where he had fallen. Liznet regarded the undead body with disdain, surprised to find it was truly dead. Looking at Shinigami's body, she asked Gale if a demigod could be killed despite his status, and noted that he had still defeated Shinigami. Gale looked at them and said he had just lifted the spell. He explained that if he killed a demigod, he could not get quality materials while he was still lifting his opponent's Sith. He defended the Shinigami with his bare hands, much to everyone's surprise. Raising his Sith, the hero watched a skull with a spine form around him, casting an ominous, frightening aura. He looked at one of the skulls and said it always appeared so suddenly. Lizette felt confused and wondered why he was surprised. She realized even the Demon King's heart was still and silent. Right then the heroine began to cough. A nearby man called to her in concern and stepped closer, and Gale watched them in surprise. Saying she was fine and that she had to defeat the hippopotamus, she realized the artifact inside her began to move after Shinigami disappeared. Gale studies Liznet with concern, clearly worried about her condition and noticing something wrong. He senses something showing a dark force inside her. Listen, it is in the foreground, kneeling and holding her hands to her chest. She pushed herself up with difficulty and asked weakly how he knew that. Perched on the railing, the hero looked at her and said he hadn't noticed her curse before. Liznet confirmed with a bitter smile that this curse was unique and the only one of its kind in the world. When Gale said it was the Demon King's heart, he froze, stunned by his own words. Repeating the name to himself, he could not believe what he had learned. Speaking excitedly about the curse, he calls it alive and powerful. and Liznette is surprised by his fascination. Even the church potion on the ground could not break the curse, but she said Gale could try. The heroine, with a serious look, warned Gale that touching the creature could let it possess him. The hero answered confidently, ready to take the risk while making it clear the artifact was for him. Suddenly, Liznette was hit by a coughing fit and could barely remain standing. Realizing time was short, Gale wasted no time, focused, and began to dispel the artifact attached to Liznette's chest. A dark, smoky substance started coming out of Liznette's chest. Gale kept dispersing until the end. Liznette stared at her chest in stunned confusion as the curse's dark, swirling energy slowly emerged, her eyes widening as if she could not believe it was happening. The curse escaped the body and rose above them. The dark curse rose from Liznette's chest, condensed into a tight ball, and slid smoothly into Gale's hands. The curse on Gale's hands flared up, and he smiled, surprised at how agile it was. The starter gift revealed its energy. Gale spoke eagerly about wanting to break the curse into small pieces and turn them into objects so he could study it thoroughly. Sitting on the ground, Liznette marveled at how quickly the curse faded. She watched him and thought how firmly he resisted the Demon King's hold on his heart. Holding a vessel of liquid, he handed it to the heroine and asked her to drink it while he kept the curse in one hand. She said irritably that she had been foolish to spit out the liquid, and he explained that it boosts physical attributes and mainly reverses petrification. Smiling, he said that living things contain nutrients and that cannot be ignored. Right then, something distracted him. The hippopotamus monster watched them as Liznette drank what Gale gave her. She stood up and thanked him for his help. She stood up and warned Gale he had to run while he was still alive. Closing in on the monster, she hoped it still hadn't recovered from the Shinigami's pressure. Facing the monster with steady resolve, she said that in the end, she was his target. A vicious monster loomed in the background as he explained that the animal had taken the body and that it was a miracle she had survived. Gale excitedly called the monster a zombie animal, while Liznette looked bored and confused. Annoyed, she asked him why he thought that, looking over her shoulder. Gale said enthusiastically that those were the key traits of an animal. Missing body parts meant he was a zombie. She thought he was out of his mind. As he suddenly rose, she loudly warned Gale to run away. Seeing him slowly rise, she decided the hippopotamus was beginning to recover from the Shinigami's pressure. Gale, holding Shinigami's side, said he would handle it himself because the villagers had been complaining about the beasts, and he did not want anyone harmed. Adopting a fighting stance, he raised his scythe and vowed to destroy him here and now. He launched his attack just as the monster pushed itself up and readied for battle. Liznette tried to stop him, warning she shouldn't touch it with her bare hands because it might curse her. But Gale calmly said it was fine and began to speak. After all, with some pride, he said he was the master of damned clients, and Liznette looked at him with wide, surprised eyes. The behemoth approached them as Gale dropped into a fighting stance. They stared straight into each other's eyes as the tension grew and the battle was about to begin. The hero said Shinigami's Scythe was so sharp it could cut through flames, storms, and even waves. Nothing could stop it. With those words, he put it into action. One powerful swing cut off the hippopotamus's head, and Liznette watched in shock as it fell to the ground. Standing over the spot where the hippopotamus's body lay, Liznette realized Gale was a true master of cursed items who could even defeat the Shinigami god. She even considered banishing the Demon King's heart. She looked at the hippopotamus's head and thought Gale had defeated him too. She looked at Gale, thought she had already saved him 3 times, and called his name loudly. Smiling at her, he turned his head in response. Abruptly, she dropped to her knees. Looking at him with admiration, she thought how wonderful he was. Approaching her, he wore a worried expression. The monster's severed head lay on the ground. In that instant, the head opened its eyes. He walked up to her and called to her. He called her, and she gave him a sharp look. He began lifting her up, and she apologized, saying she was fine. She said admiringly that he had defeated the monster and looked at him through it with wide eyes as if she had noticed something. Right behind Gale, the headless body of the hippopotamus began to rise. Liznette shouted a warning, telling him to look behind her. Gale screamed, used the side again, and smashed the hippopotamus's body. The body split in 2. At the body's side, he thanked Liznette, saying the monster had nearly caught him off guard. Surprised, she looked at him. Liznette watched the monster's body and thought about its raw strength and resolve, because even after being decapitated and while dying, its torso kept attacking, relying only on smell. She looked down at his body and felt he deserved admiration, Even as an enemy, remembering the fight with the monster, she thought their first meeting was a draw, and the second time Gale saved her. She figured if they fought 10 times, he would likely survive 9. Liznet looked into his lifeless eyes, said goodbye to the fallen beast, called him a fierce fighter who lived to fight, and wished him peace. The heroine thought bitterly that a single mistake would have cost her life. Lizette held your hand, unsure what to do next, while Gale calmly handed out the cockatrice liquid and other potions. Lizette felt relieved watching him laugh with the others, comforted to know he was alive. As she looked at him, she realized she'd completely forgotten her mission. Her task was to kill him. The 3 who had just helped each other up stood side by side, while Gale watched them calmly. Lizette studied his smile. Facing the 4, the heroine told them that Prince Bariol's mission had failed. When he looked at her, Gale's eyes widened, and she said they were giving up. After those words, 3 people bowed to the hero. Startled by the sudden bow, he heard someone call to him from behind. Gale said Sharina's name in surprise, and he realized she was not alone when another girl looked at them, also surprised. Wide-eyed, she looked from Gale to the other girl, not believing what she saw. With tears in her eyes, the girl felt relieved that he was safe and longed to see him. Gale looked at the girl in surprise, and the girl, returning his gaze, felt the time until they saw each other had seemed like an eternity to her. Letting her feelings show, she rushed toward him to close the distance. She ran to him, eager to hug him, convinced she would never let him go again because he was here, alive, and that was all that mattered. She looked around and saw the behemoth's corpse, a pile of wounded undead mercenaries, and a bloody reaper's scythe, the traces of the battle she had just survived. Almost overcome by emotion, Mora moved to hug Gale, but stopped when an eerie atmosphere made her freeze. The 2 girls shared impressions, noting how intense and dramatic everything around them was. While demonstrating the scythe, Gale told Sharina it was a very sharp weapon that could be used to make good farming tools. Holding her sword, the girl looked at the monster's chopped-up body and thought that everything has a limit to how sharp it can be. Gale kept explaining to Sharina, adding more details to his story. He began talking about Sharina's store, and she listened closely. Gale revealed that his former teammates destroyed the girl's shop, and despite preventing further damage to the area, he could not avoid the consequences. He apologized. The girl smiled and said she would just get something from her workshop. Hearing the girl's answer, the hero relaxed, and she smiled to confirm it. Sharina and the girl with the sword congratulated Gale, said he had brought back the creepy style, were surprised at how quickly he pulled off such a scary look, and patted him on the back to encourage him. The craftswoman watched Gale, who could not tell if he was being criticized or praised, and the 2 girls explained it was both criticism and praise at once. Turning to Lizette, she noted they had met again and called her Miss Killer. She said her journey was already over. The girl began to explain that a recent event had completely changed her outlook on life, and her 3 comrades lowered their heads as if feeling the weight of what she was saying. Liznet admitted her outlook on life had changed, but with her head down, she said it did not give her any new plans or perspectives for the future. Listening closely, the craftswoman showed genuine interest and understanding. The girl told the guildmaster they would not stay long and needed to rest, and because she and her subordinates were badly injured, the craftswoman promised clothes, food, and shelter until they fully recovered. Gale gave her and her team temporary work at his store so they could recover without feeling like a burden. Hesitantly, the girl asked if she was sure. The hero smiled and said the store was in a difficult situation now, and until it started operating normally, he would not be able to pay much. Gale smiled and explained that Liznet's wounds would heal over time, and that working as a salesman would not make them worse. She looked at him, surprised and a little hopeful. She had hoped someone in this town would accept her as she was, so she could spend peaceful days with him, and now she wondered if that wish had come true. Staring at the ground, Liznet could not hold back her emotions, tears filling her eyes as she bit her lip to stop herself from crying aloud. When he saw her tears, he instinctively stepped forward and looked at her anxiously. His hand rose slightly, as if to steady her, but he froze, unsure what to do. He paused briefly and began to circle her, gently asking what had happened and whether she was in pain. Wiping her tears away, she watched him fuss and say he had no more cockatrice fluid. She responded to his kindness with a smile. Laughing through her tears, she said he was so stupid. Sharina watched them interact, smiling softly. Smiling, she thought she had always known Gale was kind. She remembered he was the sort who listened closely, even to tales of the undead. "It feels a little strange to me." She began to frown. Something had clearly offended her a little. She decided to tell him everything later. The girl with the sword beside her laughed at her. Smiling, she turned to the craftswoman and said everything had turned out well, and the craftswoman nodded in agreement. Gale stepped up to the three and tried to show them something, and the craftswoman's eyes widened in surprise. The craftswoman questioned Gale and listened to it, then confirmed it was the Demon King's heart. Listening revealed the Demon King's heart had been split into 6 pieces, each held by a different empire, and one of those pieces was hers. Gale had helped her remove a piece of the Demon King's heart before it could completely consume her body, the girl said, and the master listened attentively. The craftswoman, seeing the item in Gale's hands, realized that even 1/6 of the cursed equipment containing the essence of Poled demons was lethal. An ordinary warrior would die and a priest could not cope with it. The craftswoman kept thinking with a serious expression, convinced that Gale was a true master of curses, able to remove even a power that dangerous. She watched his surprised face while he still held the artifact. The night had already fallen, and the craftswoman was quietly thinking about everything that was happening. At first light, an angry voice rose over the village, loudly declaring they were an S-rank team. Guilty men sit in a small cell, seething with anger and loudly showing their outrage, and one prisoner is clearly furious and, with feeling, demands to know what unbearable and unacceptable treatment they are being subjected to now. Meanwhile, the girls sit calmly at the table, talking leisurely. Mora sighs deeply and wearily, saying the place is very noisy today but hoping it will soon pass, and her companion, resting with her elbows on the table, quietly agrees. She understands the wolf creature that caused the fight cannot be released without punishment or consequences, and she feels how serious the situation is. She knows this is why an important meeting was organized in the city where the trial was planned, but an unexpected intervention from the royal capital abruptly changed the course of events. Reflecting that many debts had piled up, there were requests to postpone the punishment of Kosh and his entire group in this city, and she agreed with the decision while acknowledging they were not required to carry out the order without question. She concluded it was an astonishing, urgent, and unexpected message from the royal capital, so they obeyed, though reluctantly. The girl realizes they could have refused the order because the official statement promised to pay for all damages, and she remembers fondly that Sharina, the farm's representative, briefly held back her anger and calmed down. Gimme asks the girl if Gale might be in his workshop doing something important. The girl says he mentioned a moment of inspiration and is in a hurry to act on it. Noticing her interlocutor was not listening, the girl called her name, and Gimme lightly poked Moira's nose, joked about her serious expression, and wondered if it was because she could not see Gale at the moment. Blushing, the girl denied it and, embarrassed, asked why they were talking about it, and the companion at the table told her not to worry because she understood what the girl meant, which made Moira even more embarrassed and, to change the subject, she said the quest had been interesting and that she would go kick him out now. Gimme smiles while holding the paper and understands that a girl is not straightforward in such situations. Both women agree and are sure some people would not be shocked even by the Demon King's heart. The girl says it's common that someone with exceptional skills and talents becomes popular and draws attention. She admits she can partly understand why Moira and Lizunette are in love. Her face brightens with a genuine smile and then looks a little sad. Looking up with confidence, she says the woman who truly desires him is clearly herself. She explains that the Demon King cursed their clan of dark elves, and a terrible 1,000-year curse has driven them to the brink of extinction. The girl realizes it is time to be strong and prevent their clan from disappearing, and remembers the fragment of the Demon King's heart they had desperately sought and finally obtained. The woman believes someone can lift this terrible curse. Gale, working intensely, says he did not sleep or rest and kept working without breaks. The man is happy that his work will be finished soon. The man proudly said he had improved the Demon King's heart and that it was a unique, rare artifact. So when he discovered the fallen material could suppress the heart, he used a large amount of it. By using opposing forces, he managed to completely suppress the Demon King's heart's flaws without reducing its strengths, and knowing he could only weaken the negatives, he cast many small spells to restrain its wild tentacles while equipping it. He says he suppressed the appetite that made the artifact drain its owner's life energy, then reveals the finished piece and calls it the Heart of the Demon King, a further improved version by Gale. Standing by the stove with a broad smile, the boy is genuinely pleased with his achievement and says this is the newest and greatest thing he has ever made. A man handed a letter to the man at the table. The recipient read it carefully and angrily asked what it was and whether it really came from Lisnette. The letter said she was resigning for personal reasons. A furious man rose from his chair and demanded to know what had happened to her and to the Demon King's heart he had given her. Then he looked at the letter again and noticed something. The letter said she took 1/6 of the Demon King's heart as severance pay, and the man collapsed to the floor in shock, stunned at what kind of severance pay that could be. The man says that after reading Lisnette's letter, Prince Belil went pale and people said he looked worse than any undead nearby. The night girl and this princess look at the bound culprits before them, angry and indignant. The culprits are clearly ashamed and look away. Addressing the C-rank group Wolffang, the princess admits she suspects they haven't realized everything yet and, seeing their mixed, happy and unhappy faces, says she has been watching them all along. The girl admits she knows everything that happened. She says she has no idea who they think they are to destroy a private shop and round up all the guards. The girl speaks, and the knight, indignant, says it was an official order, and that what they did on the farm shows the kingdom's incompetence. She says she's already handled all the farm issues, and they've decided to mark the matter resolved and release the information. The men look at them in surprise. Refusing to consider their feelings, she says she will not allow such a disgrace to tarnish the history of their glorious kingdom. The boys are indignant, saying they did nothing wrong and admitting they were only trying to break the cursed objects that looked like trash on display in the store. The girl looks at them in surprise. She covers her face with her hands, pitying Gale's wonderful creations, and asks him to hold on. Suddenly she turns with a stern look and says that if they follow such logic, she must consider what punishment they deserve. The men froze at what they heard. One man, nervous but hopeful, asks if they have been pardoned and will be released. Then a girl knight quietly steps forward, waves a stack of papers, and slaps him hard. The girl says they opened an account in Princess Carla's name and bought everything from the shops. The princess says that after totaling their expenses and payments to the farm, they owe 2,310 gold coins and 82 silver coins. She says their expenses cover the hotel stay and meals, dinners at exclusive restaurants, and bills for various items and equipment. Then she asks what happened to the equipment they bought. The girl admits they charged all those expenses to the state treasury, but says they must still repay them in full, adding that she knows they cannot because they spent all their money and have no savings, and the man replies that it was all an expense. The woman grows angry and, shouting, demands to see where the paper says the expenses are covered, insisting this was investigative cooperation. The girl predicts they will be taken away, and the guy, outraged, asks where they are taking them. The girl replies that if they cannot pay, they will work off the debt with their own hands, doing unpaid work based on how extravagant they were. The woman says it's a tough place, but given their bad behavior, they're lucky to have found somewhere that will hire them. The man looks on in shock as he realizes they will be forced to work without pay. Indignant, the man stands and asks how much they must pay for everything. The girl, with a cold look, says it will take about 10 years. The boys are shaken by the verdict, realizing it sounds like a life sentence. They are forcibly removed while the girl watches, and a man approaches to say that from today the task will be theirs too. Indignant, the man asks what kind of task this is and wants to know what work they will be doing, and the girl, smiling, says she will give them some peace and quiet for now before they start working and assures them they need not worry about the work. Frightened by the girl's face and behavior, the boys back away, and she tells them not to pay attention to her kindness while the guards lead the culprits away. Peeking from behind the door, the princess asks the girl if they have gone. The knight agrees, and she turns her head and sighs in annoyance. She sits by the window while I turn to the girl and tell her these men did terrible things. The princess closes her eyes and smiles, admitting they were useful after all, so she spared their lives. The girl opens her eyes and looks out the window. Looking ahead, the girl raises her hand and agrees, thinking Jill Hamilton is in the corner of the farm. The girl insists she has finally found him, and she clenches her fist as a sign the man is now in her arms. The princess smiled and said she had been thinking about where to go on an expedition, and the girl turned to Vivian and said she needed to contact her father, which made Vivian look at her in surprise, not believing her. Smiling broadly, the girl turns to her, puts a hand on her heart, and admits it's time to pay more attention to agriculture. Gale works in his farm workshop, busily making something. The man suddenly reacts, lifts his glasses with worry, and looks toward the door as he calls Liznette. The girl peeks in from the other room and asks what happened. The man apologizes, saying he got carried away with his work and missed the time for her to change. Thanks her for her help, and she says there's no need to apologize because it's better if she doesn't interfere with his work on the artifacts. Wiping his sweat, the man thanks the woman, saying she helps him a lot when she's on duty at the store. The man realizes she meets clients when he doesn't have a chance, and smiles as he admits he even managed to make a laughing turtle during that time. A lich's skull used as decoration grins creepily at the guests as the man looks at it and asks the girl if anything is wrong. The man looks at his attractive new girlfriend in uniform and admits it's still better when guests are greeted by a person. Embarrassed and worried, the girl admits the uniform is from the bar where she once worked part-time. She says the deduction from her already small salary made her angry. She did not expect to need the uniform again, and in the end she had to buy one, admitting she was very angry because labor laws were violated. The girl smiles broadly at the man and says she will accept the offer and go first. Liznette says goodbye to her friend and adds they will see each other tomorrow. Gale stands, breathes a sigh of relief, raises his hands and says the artifact is finally complete and amazing. He explains he can now enhance all abilities without debuffs, because the tentacles that once harmed the body now focus on better stimulating points. The man leans over his work, admiring it and admitting the most important thing is the cool design, because the tentacle idea is brilliant. Closely studying the artifact, he says it is obviously cursed, because unlike normal curses, this one has a musical solo, and sometimes he speaks to its owner in a quiet voice. He dances like a skeleton, and says he will never be bored by being alone. Surprised that this skill is only 1/6 of what he can do, he realizes the world is huge and likely holds many more interesting things. Looking out the window, he smiles broadly, realizing many amazing artifacts are still unknown to him. The man decided to search for new materials to craft more artifacts and studies the monster's head, knowing the upgrade is complete and he must make something new from it. Lost in thought, the young man carefully examines his ingredients, sorting them as he decides how to refine the mysterious, alluring Demon King's heart. And this makes him consider his next steps, since he still needs to gather other materials. Realizing that if someone wants to buy it, he should consider selling it, he decides to put it on display for now. And he wonders if the Demon King upgraded something like this since dangerous items like this are usually destroyed or sealed. And he questions why he thinks that because it's his hobby. Lost in thought, the man suddenly notices something behind him, turns around and finds a girl standing before him, clearly deep in thought, and the surprise and quiet anticipation make the moment tense. They hold each other's gaze for a long moment, taking in the scene and too afraid to move, as if time stopped, leaving them alone with their thoughts and feelings. Coming to his senses, the man is startled by the girl's sudden appearance. She looks at him with a sly smile and greets him cheerfully. The man, startled, leaned back and asked the girl why she had appeared so suddenly beside him, and she replied that he should have asked when she had managed to turn up next to him. Then she listed all the words he'd said earlier and heard, and the man, embarrassed, covered his face with his hands, surprised that she had really listened to everything he'd said. Smiling slightly, the girl says she overheard his conversation, decided someone else was here, and, seeing what was happening, hesitated briefly before speaking to wait for the right moment. The man grows more embarrassed and admits her words sound terrible to him. Coming to his senses, he stood up and asked the girl how she had gotten there since all the doors were locked. He wondered if Liznette had forgotten to close one, but deep down he knew that was impossible. Laughing with a playful tilt, the girl hands the artifact back to the man and admits she came without permission and even tried to steal the Demon King's heart. The man, embarrassed but smiling, takes it back and says he understood everything without further ado. The elf girl closes her beautiful eyes and smiles faintly, while the man replies that she shouldn't smile so broadly since he realizes they are actually trespassing on private property. Gale, slightly perplexed, asks Gimli why she came here and whether she might like to buy his artifacts, since she cannot come during the day because she works as a guildmaster. He looks at the faintly smiling girl and asks what exactly she is interested in. Embarrassed and a little shy, she admits she doesn't need the artifacts at all and that she only needs him, Gale himself. He, surprised, turns toward her and asks what she means, and suddenly notices she has bowed before him. Observing her bewilderment, the man does not understand what she means, and the girl stays silent and looks down as if searching for the right words. Gimli, having addressed the boy, says she greatly values his skill as the finest maker of artifacts, and then boldly asks him to listen to her, while the boy watches in surprise, still unsure what she now wants from him. The girl pleads with him to listen to her people, the dark elves. She steps forward slowly, gathering courage, and asks whether he will refuse her important request. Perplexed, the man thinks about how she, without her usual arrogance and wearing a sincere expression, spoke words that moved him deeply. The girls leave the bar cheerful and drunk. One of them staggers and turns to Gale, and her friend, holding her by the shoulder, says his shop is still very far away. With a slight smile, she says she met Mora by chance in a tavern, and they never celebrated his shop opening. And then, humming, she suggests they must have a drink with him in his wonderful artifact shop. She says confidently that Mora's modesty won't let her face Lisnet if Mora believes the stupid artifact maker is to blame. And her friend quickly and firmly agrees, saying alcohol makes her fearless and ready to take any risky step. The girls approach Gale's shop, knock and ask to be let in, and when one of them nudges the door, they find it unlocked, so the friends, embarrassed, giggle foolishly at their luck. Mora, still laughing, confidently says she will go inside and, with all her heart, calls out loudly to check if he is home, happily asking to share a drink and talk about life while her friend in the background proudly supports her. Frozen by the girl's actions, Gale stands before them hugging Gimli, the two warmly and tenderly pressed together. Still not understanding what is happening, the man asks in bewilderment, and Gimli glances at the girls entering the room while Mora freezes, surprised and embarrassed, unsure how to react to their behavior, beginning of form. Mora looks surprised and, not fully understanding the complex situation unfolding, turns anxiously to the man to find out what is going on. And the man, clearly worried and slightly nervous, says he wishes he knew. The boys sat down at the table for dinner to talk about the important and exciting events taking place. One boy looked around and felt the room was heavy and tense. Gimli gathered his thoughts and began to speak to the group. She explains that the dark elves are under a 1,000-year curse from the Demon King, and a girl interrupts to warn the wine they bought for the celebration might turn tasteless because of the conversation. But not daring to delay, she asks her to continue, and the girl resumes her story. According to her, the creature the brave heroes defeated 1,000 years ago was nearly immortal and overwhelmingly strong. Gathering her thoughts, the girl says that in the last battle they couldn't destroy him completely, so the ancient heroes split his body into parts and turned them into artifacts scattered across the world. And now no one knows exactly where they are. Mora, having understood the whole story, asks whether the Demon Queen's heart is just a name or actually the real heart of a demon. The man, unable to hide his surprise, reacts in amazement, and she smiles warmly and confidently confirms it. She says the Demon King wants to be reborn and slowly regain his former power and form, but to do that he must collect the scattered fragments of his body, parts that over long, difficult years have turned into artifacts. Gathering her thoughts, the girl admits he used the Dark Elves for the dangerous mission, because they had once been close to the demon race and had little choice. The girl says that even though they are sealed, they still have enormous magical power given by the Demon King, who forced them to choose to cooperate with him or be destroyed, and the men at the table are surprised by her words. Gimli lowers his head and admits his inner turmoil, saying they could not refuse this fateful choice, because if the Demon King's parts are gathered, he might be reborn as he was in ancient times. The boy admits this is a serious problem and suggests turning to those who call themselves heroes like people did 1,000 years ago, but the girl refuses, saying many artifacts have already been gathered in the Dark Elf village, which now suffers a powerful curse from the area. She looks at the man, convinced that besides searching for the parts, they were also seeking someone who could lift this powerful curse to save them. The girl continues, saying that Gail Hamilton, a master of cursed items who could lift the Demon King's heart curse, appeared then and brought hope to the conversation while the man listened attentively. The girls focus on the man, staring at him in disbelief. The man pauses, thoughtful, then looks at the Ejimili to figure out what to do next and asks what they should do. Realizing that Gail has seemed very thoughtful since their meeting, she reflects on whether revealing this important information to him was the right choice or a wasted effort. The girl thinks it is feared and avoided, since even the Empire treated the Demon King's heart as a self-destructive weapon. Viewing the request as reckless and foolish, she becomes disappointed and sees no hope that anyone will carry it out. Unable to contain his emotions, the man suddenly shouts and demands of Gimli whether the Dark Elves' village holds artifacts that, according to rumors, are not inferior to the quote of the Demon King in strength and power. The girl agrees with the man and says all artifacts made from parts of the Demon King gathered in their village are as powerful as the heart. And the man stands up from the table, clearly excited, and says he must definitely try to use them. He clenches his fists and says he feels he can create something great with these artifacts. Then he takes off, declaring he feels a strong surge of inspiration. The girls open the door and realize this is remarkable for him. The artifact's power surpasses even the horror of the Demon King. Gale says this may not be just a routine excursion for the hero. The girl says the Dark Elves refuse to swear allegiance to the demon's greatness because they remember joining humans and demons in a war against that power, and to them it was just another racial conflict. But after their defeat, they live with little hatred. The girl says humans live short lives and forget quickly, so almost no one still has negative feelings toward Dark Elves, and many have even forgotten that Dark Elves are from a demonic race. What effect does Gale have on the girls? Morris says the Demon King's existence has become a kind of fairy tale for non-humans. Her interlocutor agrees, and the elf says her relatives will be glad to have him when a man suddenly approaches and agrees with her. Suddenly, the girl asks them to wait a minute, stands up angrily, and says she doesn't like this story at all. The guys look at her in surprise. Giving Gimli a stern look, she says she doesn't trust these elves, and the girl only smiles slightly. Sharina admits they've known each other for a long time. She asks why she has been silent so long, saying that if she had not accidentally dropped in here with her friend this evening, she would never have found out about this now, and the girl bares her teeth as her companion goes on with the story. She says information about the Demon King's parts is top secret outside the village, and making threats about it is strictly forbidden, so before telling Gale everything, she carefully tested his abilities. Sharina grows angrier and bares her teeth. The man beside them suddenly felt déjà vu. Sharina took a sip from her glass, asked the man how he was and whether he liked Farm Edge, and the man, confused, asked what kind of sudden questions those were. She says she only meant to ask how life is here and whether he's settled in, and he replies that it's a nice town with good food, several suitable dungeons, and plenty of undead materials because that matters to him. And the girls look at him in surprise. The man says it would be good if the goods in his shop sold better. Sharina says that despite the shop's sales, Gale has made the city's infrastructure more interesting. She admits she has seen many masters and trusts his work, which confuses him. When he asks if it is true, she says they have worked together for some time, but he is the first master of cursed items whose pieces she has ever faced. Gale says this profession usually gets little attention because talented people typically switch to another profession once they reach a certain skill level. The man admits no craft is really worth perfecting that much, and the woman, looking at him, agrees. She says she doesn't think she's useless because every profession has its place and deserves respect. Morris says maybe she means that seeing them among the adventurers makes you realize how hard it is for her. The guy accepts it and says the job is basically useless, since a master of cursed items only supports others and cannot fight alone. The girl replies that he does fight in battle, and he looks down and says Kesh and the others kept telling him that. Gale remembers the man saying he was completely unable to fight, just a craftsman and nothing more. The most he can do is throw knives from behind his back without any debuffs. The man says he was told not to push forward or act like an advisor. Mora says all she could do was quietly add stat buffs to their gear, and he says he shouldn't have left before being kicked out. Gale began to feel sad. saying he had become so withdrawn that his outlook was very limited. Sharina then stepped up behind him, patted the immunologist on the head, encouraged him, and told him not to listen to those idiots. It is understandable that once self-esteem is broken, it is hard to restore. Now that he is a resident of Farmage, he should stay here forever. Smiling broadly, the girl says she will take care of him if he wants. The boy is confused by the girl's words. Suddenly, Gimli says she thinks Sharina sees potential in Gale. The girl says they should return to their conversation and adds that the boy is not only needed by Gimli, but that she also does not want him to leave. The girl asks if they shouldn't turn to the church for help, but the other person says ordinary priests can't handle it because they too had to go to churches for help despite the shame. She admits they kidnapped and forced well-known priests to try to lift the curse, but it was all useless. Mora asks if that isn't illegal, and the man asks if they really let the man in alive. The girl asks why they must take Gale to the Dark Elves' village, and Gimli says there is no other option. Sharina points out Gale is a vital specialist who must not be put in danger, so she asks Mora to set conditions, and the girl agrees. The girls stand behind the man. Mora says she will join the mission as support. Sharina, sensing the moment, confidently says she will be a vanguard fighter. Surprised by the girl's words, the boy turns and asks what she means, and Gimli chuckles quietly, asking if they really plan to form a 4-person squad to lift the Demon King's curse. The man's sighs hides his eyes, but he says it makes him happy anyway. Then Sharina gathers her courage and asks permission to reintroduce their new group. The girl lists the group members, Sharina, Gimli, Mora, and Gale, and Sharina raises her glass to wish them success in their new endeavor. The newly formed group clinks glasses, celebrates fresh beginnings and the future. The members smile broadly, knowing they are now very close to one another. The men spend the entire evening at the table, enjoying food and a variety of drinks. The man watching the happy girls remembers that when he served in the squad with Kashi and the others, he was rarely invited to share a calm, simple drink like this. Mora suddenly comes up behind him with a dazzled look and asks if he's had too much to drink. Worried, she asks how he's feeling, and he sighs slightly and says he's fine. The man realized it felt like an eternity ago, though it had not been that long, so he decided to tell the girls that some things should go on the trip and others stay in Raqqa, and that they needed to make new cursed items, to which Mor declares that she is counting on him. Gimli arrives home late at night, climbs the stairs to her room, and lies on her bed to rest after a hard day, when suddenly she feels someone is talking to her. The girl apologizes, says she is very tired, and asks to take it with her. The neighbor turns to the chest, imagines a fortune inside, but it gives off an ominous aura and seems to curse anyone who touches it. The girl looks at the woman on the bed and asks if she is sure. Gimli admits she heard the woman had tried hard to carry it out of the village and says those efforts were in vain. The girl says the master of cursed items, Gale, is a really strange man. She says that if the girl wants to take the treasures and everything goes well, she should go ahead and prepare everything for the meeting. The girl says she sent her regular reports to the desk and hands her a stack of papers. Gimli picks up the sheets and, after reading them, realizes the monsters are active and that she may be connected to everything happening. When the girl finished reading the letter, a blue memory overwhelmed her, and Gimli said she remembered the contents so everything will be fine, because some of the cockatrice's attacks were activated. The behemoth went mad. Even death intervened and now waits for a part of the Demon King. The girl remembers the early events and realizes they are all connected. She says it was to be expected, since the king could not stay quiet for 1,000 years, and there must be something behind it all. Gimli knows she must use the guild and dark elf intelligence networks to find the best solution, because Gale is a master of cursed items with top-level abilities but is too unpredictable. The girl writes that his combat skills are almost zero, but his curses can destroy even the most dangerous creatures, because he is both weak and incredibly strong. After she writes this, Gimli breaks his pen in anger. The girl, trembling with anger, says this is a contradiction. She knows it would be impossible for her to escort Gale safely by herself, so she is glad she could include Sharina and Mora in the group. She realizes most of their journey will be by road, then down the river, across the inland seas by ship, and finally through a dense, dark forest. Real horror and danger. The girl knows that if they go there unprepared, they will die on the road before the 1,000-year curse, and that would not be surprising. Gimli turns to his mistress Minerva and promises to bring Gale to her. Gale approaches Lisette and tells her it's time for him to go. Lisette says that if her wound had healed, she would have gone with him. He tells her the Demon King's curse will take time to fully leave her body, so she should focus on recovering. Lisette thanks him sincerely. The man examines his artifact and says he made an improved version of the Demon King's heart from the one Liz once wore, and it no longer randomly attacks its owner, but he admits he still hasn't fully studied it. The man says an ordinary person only has to touch him for the curse to destroy their soul and body, and Gale realizes it is a truly terrible curse. Gale tells Lisette the store is his soul and as important as his life, and he will be at peace knowing Liz will be there. But his only worry is that the stock might run out before he returns. The man tells her to just take pre-orders and promise more batches later, and she agrees but thinks sales have dropped sharply since she started. So that is unlikely. Then she waves him off. She knows that even though he is about to face terrifying curses, he remains inspired, and she admits that Gale Hamilton is truly an unusual man, as she looks at him with a sincere smile and wishes that luck will always be with him. A man walks through the city when some girls notice him. Mora calls out to him, and he sees his girlfriend and waves with a warm smile. Shalina says everyone is here. A man questions whether she is truly the master of the Blacksmiths Guild and can lead the department that long. The girl replies the guild will not fall apart if one member is away for a while, then turns and sees Gimli walking toward them. The girl reminds her not to forget their agreement because she only got the Belgians to agree on that condition. The other girl smooths her hair and says she remembers. The guy, confused, asks what they mean, and Gimli says she agreed to supply ore from her village to Shalina's forge. She explains that its export is usually prohibited, which surprises the men. Shalina becomes angry and says the girl could be lying, so it is better for her to check it herself. Mora asks whether the ore is valuable enough that even Shalina wanted to go. A man asks what kind of ore it is. Gimli says that since they are both going, they can tell. And Mora looks at them with a sly smile while the men do not understand what is happening. The girl shrugs and smiles, saying it's Orshokum. Gale asks again what kind of Orshokum it is. Mora thinks for a few seconds, then asks in a menacing voice if it is really Orshokum. The man's surprise at the girl's reaction makes him ask why she is so surprised, and the girl asks why he is so calm. She realizes Gale knows nothing about rare materials that can't be used to make magical items, while Mora watches the man with fascination, ready to explain what Oracle Chum is. She says this legendary ore, from which a sword can be forged, is so valuable it could build a castle, and armor made from it would make a person unafraid of any battle because the ore is unbearably hard. The man realized it was for Gimli, who would get a valuable magical item, while Shalina would get the ore. Gale says it would be great if more people got something valuable too. Listening to him, the girl turns away and smiles, saying she will try to get something too and telling him not to worry. Gale was surprised by the girl's courage, but Shalina suddenly said it was time to go. The guys climbed into the cart, and Mora said she had not ridden in a cart for a long time, and one of the men looked at the girl, realizing she meant more to him than Orch Alchem. The boy climbs into the carriage. Mora, watching Gale closely, knows it's time to travel with him. Wheels creak on the road at the farm's edge, as a caravan of several wagons heads northwest to the trading city of Eblets, a vast city near the Empire and far from the kingdom. Gale and Mora are bored on the road. Gale asks why the steady rocking makes her so sleepy, and Mora answers that the drink actually tastes better, and that she is not surprised by Gale's behavior. The man says it's fine because they've taken the whole cart. Shalina admits half of it is filled with cargo, so it's not very comfortable. He tells her she should know the rules because the journey is still long. She says that's why she's drinking, since there's nothing else to do. Gale asks where the girl's village is, and the girl says it is in a dark forest far away, and that even if they hurry, it will still take several days. She suddenly stops and asks whether this is the dark forest. Gimli agrees, saying he doesn't know which forest the girl means, but she only knows one by that name, so it must be that one. Mora grabs her head and bends over. The boy, worried, asks whether she knows about the forest. The girl angrily asks if this is the same legendary forest where the kingdom's army perished, and Gimli replies that it did happen. She insists it is not a legend but a historical fact, then asks if this is still the same forest where the ancient dragon sleeps. Gimli says that's not true. They are not dormant but are actively building nests, and the girl, hearing this, curses, says this is the forest where anyone who enters will not return alive, and accuses him of trying to lead them into the forest of death. Gimli says it looks like the realm's army was devoured by ancient dragons, admits she saw them hunting humans for their young, and Moira, frightened, asks whether Gimli really saw it with her own eyes. She asks hesitantly about the difficulty level for adventurers. Xianli explains that adventurer ranks indicate how dangerous it is. Gimli says it is at least a C rank quest, possibly higher. The girls realized this was their end. Gimli said they were not taking the route where the ancient dragons nested, so they should not worry because, to her knowledge, they were on the safest path to the Dark Elves' village. The girls still looked at her with distrust. The girls get angry and say they will go to bed to rest. Then the man suddenly comes to his senses and asks them to wait. Shenlina asks if he remembered something. Gale warns that if they take that route, they will face many undead from that dead army. Shelina grows angrier, and Mora calms her, saying the man should meet them in a dream. After a while, the boys fell asleep. Gimli says she will, of course, lead them along the safest route she knows. Knowing that relative safety does not guarantee absolute safety, she tells everyone to stay alert. The first stage of the journey then ended. Gleeful Gimli hopes the boys will wake and tells them to get up, because this is where they will change seats. The boys step off the cart and see a large ship. The girl says she has arranged the journey and tells them to sit as if in a cart when the cargo is laid out. He wonders if she booked the ship in advance. She happily agrees that the ship will be more comfortable than the cramped carriage, and they exchange joyful glances. Gimli says they will sail farther along the Cactus River, a large river that runs near the farming towns. As the boys approach the ship, they say they are glad to be starting new adventures. Gimli called out that they were boarding the ship quickly. Shelina asked them not to push because she would not run away. Gale set out on his first voyage, and Mora did too. When the young man boarded the ship, he said it was rocking a lot. The dark elf said it always did that at first, but once they sat down in their seats, they would stop feeling it. The sails filled with wind, and the ship slid smoothly away from the shore. In 1968, the ship made a majestic departure from the pier and began a long voyage. In 1969, Mora said sailing was far more pleasant than being out in the scorching sun. The master thought the steady sound of the waves had a calming effect that helped people relax and forget their worries. Gimli said it looked like they would reach their destination soon. The team gathered around the map, studying every corner carefully. They wondered whether the guild had made the map. The girl said it wasn't meant to be shown at all, but an exception was made for them. The mage thought acquiring that information from the guild would be expensive. Gale noticed several markings on the map. Gimli explained the markings were made by hand. Finding a map with detailed information on underground passages and valuable artifacts amazed him, and his guesses were confirmed immediately. Seeing such valuable information shown to others surprised him, since he had been told it was strictly classified and available only for a separate fee. And the magician said she appreciated the chance to become familiar with this unique knowledge. She said solemnly that the map held nearly all the guild's knowledge about the surrounding regions and more. Shelina noticed the map was old and showed territories she had never visited. Her companion next to her raised an eyebrow in surprise, because even such an experienced researcher did not have all the information. Gimli began explaining, repeating what she had said in the wagon. There were several routes to the Dark Elf village. She stressed that the party should take the safer route, even though it would take much longer. When Shelina asked the girl which route she would take if she went alone, the girl unexpectedly said she would go straight ahead, surprising everyone around her. The girl said she planned to slip past the border fortresses unnoticed. The team immediately realized they could not do that. Moore pointed to the map with her finger and said they would sail down the river to its mouth, then transfer to another ship, cross the bay, disembark at the port, and then go into the dark forest. Shelina said there are difficult spots, so they will go around and enter the Dark Elves' village through the back door. The mage's chosen path proved a very difficult test, and Gimli calmly noted that this was exactly how it would turn out. Mora explained that once they entered the dark forest, the boys would have to dismount because the main transport carts and ships would be left behind, and they would only have to walk a short distance, since most of the route ran along water and roads. The girl said they were now moving comfortably along the route the dark elf had planned, and confirmed it was the right course, which made the journey easy and pleasant. Gimli concluded the expedition offered a rare chance to lift an ancient curse that had burdened generations. Her companion agreed, noting the mission's historical importance. The girl looked at Gale and thought he was the one who would have to remove the ancient curse, so he had to reach the place in the best physical condition. The boys started noticing the castle symbol near her village and discovered something odd in the middle of the forest. The dark elf said it was the Demon King's castle, and a heavy silence fell over the ship as everyone met each other's eyes, aware of how serious it was. Gimli hastened told those present that the castle had been destroyed and only ruins remained, and that the builders had used its materials to build new structures, which surprised the boys and led them to call it a very brave act. It went unnoticed that the dark elf village sat at the foot of the Demon King's old castle, and given the Demon King's close ties with the dark elves, this was not surprising. Gale said the map makes it clear how huge the sea is, and the magician agreed, calling it an old truth every child understands since the sea is so immense no one can deny it. In 1993, they noticed the map's center, where a giant squid was drawn. Shalina was amazed to learn squid lived in those waters and suggested squid fishing, saying the shellfish could be cooked and enjoyed with a good drink. The young man figured a sharp knife would be useful for everyday tasks, so he took it with him and relied on his own resourcefulness. The girls were genuinely happy with the decision because they knew he expertly turned ordinary ingredients into culinary masterpieces that pleased any appetite. Gimli said that while a knife might be useful, a squid that large would hardly make a simple snack, and the others asked her to explain what she meant. She called it a sign of the Kraken, expressing fear that the sea demon could sink ships. Shalira asked whether she had compiled a dossier on all the sea monsters. The Kraken is a giant squid that attacks often, and those who face it are doomed to die. The boy asked what they should do if they suddenly had to face this terrifying creature, and whether any shelter could save them from inevitable death. The girl trembled as soon as they imagined it. The magician screamed that she did not want to die at all and demanded to return immediately. Gimli tried to calm the others, urging them not to panic, while the two wondered aloud whether they could avoid the Kraken and whether everything had been planned well before the journey. The dark elf said this was a common trade route, regularly used by many ships and usually without incident. She hoped their ship would slip through. Gale said it was merely an attempt to escape reality, a dream of returning home, but the dark elf insisted they could not simply leave the ship, and the others said she had considered every possible circumstance. Gimli knew an encounter with the Kraken would leave them little chance of escape, and the crew had no other way to reach the dark elf's village than by sea. They also have a curse master with the power of stunning luck, and if you cannot defeat him, it is better to avoid him entirely. She pinned her hopes on the master of curses, sure his powers would ensure the expedition's success, while he relaxed in the hot springs, forgetting all the dangers of the upcoming voyage. The girls warned Gale not to try to spy on them in the women's bathhouse. The man replied casually that the high walls made it impossible even if he wanted to. He said it was pure bliss, and hadn't expected to find a hotel with hot springs on his way. The men noted the young man clearly liked it and added that here you can drink while bathing. People still say that where crowds gather, money and resources concentrate. Boatmen mostly stop here to move goods along the river. There are many ends along the Cactus River. When asked his name and where he was from, Gale said he was from the farming town of Farm Edge. The men said they were traveling merchants, moving from city to sell various goods, and the young man replied that he had recently opened his own shop under his own name and admitted that trading was not easy. His shop displays rare items hard to find elsewhere, but sales have been disappointing so far, and one person noted that quality goods do not always find a buyer. He pointed out that having good products and the ability to make them is not enough. The key to successful trade is knowing how to present your product and attract buyers. Gale found the advice helpful and promised to apply it in his work, then clarified the store was currently being run by a girl with health problems. It's good that the girl isn't so busy with work. People said the man left his wife to work in trade, suggesting family problems. He said he went to get goods, but the woman is not his wife. Thanking them for their helpful advice, He asked their names, and they replied that they were just ordinary people, and he did not need this information. The young man said confidently that they were free to do as they pleased, and on hearing that, the others began to whisper excitedly among themselves, talking about the goods and admiring this wonderful place. They set off determined to check the stock at the young salesman's shop on Farm Edge. Gale did not yet realize that he had just met a group of brothers who traveled from place to place disguised as merchants and robbed people. The men chose the shop Lisnet managed as their next target. Shalina admitted she doubts Gale and Mora's relationship. In 2022, she further angered her companions by saying that talking about romantic stories late at night in a hotel room is a staple of women's conversation. When the girl first saw them together, she assumed they were a couple who had slipped away from the capital in secret, but others told her it was just a coincidence. Mora explained that Gale had moved to a new team because the old one was so bad he left to find a better life, and by chance they ended up in the same carriage and arrived at Farm Edge together. In 2025, a friend called these events too many suspicious coincidences. She added that it looked like they had actually run off together, but Mag stubbornly denied it, saying the man turned out to be decent and repeatedly came to her aid. Gimli said they had survived mortal danger together, and a real affection had grown between them. Moira was furious at the assumption and insisted her friend was talking nonsense. She kept insisting that if the nature of their relationship had to be explained, it only meant they were loyal comrades. In 2030, the magician rose from the water and said loudly that they were only comrades. Her friends looked at her oddly and the mood shifted. Gimli noted that the other girls also had some chance of winning the young man's heart, and Shalina said Gale was very talented and could likely become a worthy successor to their guild. Mora was shocked by the statement, and fully understood that becoming the blacksmith's guild successor was basically adoption. So she turned to the last person in the conversation and asked whether she would become Sky's mother. Shalina cried that no one here was a mother at all. The mage explained that elves and dwarves live much longer than ordinary people, and she worried about the large gap in years. The first rudely told her to shut up, then turned to Gimli in bewilderment and asked why she was happy. The girl continued, saying the young man was attractive even to the oldest among them, especially recalling the night they visited his shop when he planned to take some steps. Gimli said she found Gale an attractive young man and would not object if the other girls openly declared their firm intentions toward him. She had long been used to waiting patiently for her happiness, and it felt like the weight of a 1,000-year curse. Moira insisted she and Gale were just friends. The girl suggested taking advantage of the time in the hot springs to enjoy a drink, but said drinking while bathing should be done only in moderation. The mage sat with a glass of sake, thinking over her earlier words that she and the young man were just comrades. She believed that until he showed interest in her, they would remain friends. While the young man was away on a long journey, not a single customer entered the shop he had left in Lisnet's care. The girl felt utterly bored. Emptiness surrounded her. The store was open, but the customers appeared to have vanished. A sudden loud noise cut through the air, and Lisnet was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of panic. The skull burst into laughter, came loose, and fell quickly. The girl found the scene extremely strange. It was unclear why the figurine had fallen by itself, and to make matters worse, it was damaged. She felt the situation was getting worse, and that unpleasant events were coming. She worried that something bad might happen to Gale or to her. Disaster may strike them both. In 2050, the ship's crew was busy fishing. Shalina complained that after 3 full days at sea, the young man hadn't caught a single fish. He added that the misfortune had affected everyone, and that no one had been bitten at all. Gimli reassured them that there was nothing to worry about, the main point being they had avoided the kraken, so fate was on their side, and Mora added that their food supply was sufficient. The dark elf asked Shaline if she wasn't hungry at all, and she replied proudly that catching a fish yourself, cleaning and cooking it, and eating it with your own hands was a special pleasure not to be missed. Gale admitted he had also dreamed of testing the new knife on a fish if he could catch just one, and the whole team froze, eyes wide and fixed on the blade. Shalina said it was easy to handle even a huge fish with that knife, then suggested the tool might be an artifact, and Mora said she felt a strong sense of déjà vu, as if she had seen something like it before. The crowd wondered if the strange piece belonged to the legendary Scythe of Death. The young man calmly explained that he had turned it into an ordinary farm tool and fashioned a handy knife from the rest. Gimli was relieved that nobody had managed to catch the fish, since so powerful a tool could have accidentally sliced through the ship's hull. Shalina said with disdain that such adventures sounded hard to believe, then noticed something in the distance. She wanted to know exactly when the small stream became a full-flowing river. Moore noticed the shores were almost invisible. Gale said the landscape now looked like a real sea, and Gimli agreed that they could feel the salty breeze and hear the soft murmur of the waves. The team enjoyed a majestic view of a vast expanse of water stretching beyond the horizon. Shalina felt the sea breeze and Moira breathed in its pleasant scent, noting how close they were to the real sea. The girls felt joy in the light, refreshing wind that carried hints of freedom and adventure. The pleasant impressions soon gave way to the foul smell of rotting flesh coming from the box that held the mysterious object. Gale guessed the foul smell came from the material taken from the slain undead he had recently delivered. They immediately told him to close the lid and stop comparing the smell to wine. Far off, a ship's bell rang in a clear musical tone to signal the ship's imminent departure, and amid the city's usual bustle, the steady rustle of waves slowly lapping the shore was clearly audible. Intermittent cries from the fresh fish sellers drowned out the sailors' rough, disorderly shouts, and the sailors had been out for a stroll the day before. Gimli asked to get a closer look at the vast river harbor where many ships lay quietly at anchor, waiting to load goods and passengers. The river port, their final stop, was already very near. The boys watched the huge ocean liner sail past with delighted amazement at its size, while Gimli, laughing, told them to look at their own faces, which showed real surprise and shock. She asked the boys to wait a while, jumped off to look for a suitable merchant ship they could move to, and told her friends to stay near the pier, leaving the boys unhappy to be alone in an unfamiliar place. This place, filled with the fresh sea breeze and the cries of many seagulls, is called Non-An Port. Here, the vast inland bay links to other countries, making it an important trading hub. Gimli returned to her friends and said she had been lucky to find a merchant ship about to set sail, and that luck seemed to be with them. Her friends insisted she share some pleasant news, so she mentioned rumors of a recent attack that damaged a warship belonging to one of the countries, and Shalina wondered what, if any, positive outcome could come from such an event. Gimli said the merchant ship's captain claimed the Kraken rarely attacked, would destroy one ship and then disappear from sight for a while. It was offered more as a joke that perhaps it was a way to relieve stress after a long rest. The first sympathized with those who had fallen victim. Because of this, the dark elf said one ship would wait for the right moment today and then sail into the open sea, and she pointed to a nearby ship. The ship was weathered and scarred by time. People hurriedly loaded the ship with heavy bales and boxes, each bag set down carefully as if its placement would decide the fate of the voyage. Captain Nick sat smoking a cigar with a cheeky grin, clearly irritating the crew and making them hostile. Morris said sarcastically that it was obvious the captain meant to enrich himself at the desperate passengers' expense, and Shalina, seizing the convenient chance to cross the sea before the Kraken appeared, added philosophically that any crisis is a chance to prove oneself and benefit. Gale stepped in and offered to load the items onto the merchant ship first and to help carry the luggage. Shalina urged them to stop the pointless bickering and move on to a constructive discussion of next steps. In the end, despite everything, the sea route was the only option, and as a guildmaster she knew how to organize transport. Mora admitted she still didn't see the full picture, so Shalina decided to go over the recent discussion's details again. She said no one in their right mind would have crossed the border without Gimli's urging, even if they had applied for official permission. Approval was unlikely, especially since the final destination was listed as the Dark Forest. The kingdom's army has swelled recently, and rumors say its soldiers are behaving oddly as they prepare for major military operations. Maria nervously asked what the consequences of such tension would be, but her friend tried to calm her, saying that for now these were just whispered rumors with no reliable evidence. The guildmaster said there are rumors of several failed assassination attempts against high-ranking officials in the capital, and a serious political conflict appears to be growing between the empire and the kingdom. Shalima ended her story by saying a powerful artifact sits at the center of political intrigue and can overturn the foundations of the state. It is hard to believe such an object actually exists or could hold so much influence. Moira excitedly asked her friend to speak more simply and directly. Her friend confirmed that this unprecedented artifact was now being passed on to other people. Moira asked her to shut up. Shalina said the kingdom and the empire had fought a major battle. Gimli saw the sunken warships as clear proof. Moira feared the situation was so serious the Navy had stepped in. The dark elf observed that both sides were determined to prevent any information from getting out at all costs. The girls explain why they increased border security, list the measures taken, and say the fleet's job is to stop any leakage of valuable artifacts. It is important to stress that the problem is real, because land routes at the border are now unusable. So this merchant ship is the ideal option for the upcoming journey. Shalina explained the situation in detail and stressed that, under the current circumstances, the only viable option is to go with sea. The girl added that the route to the dark forest crosses several national borders, and ordinary citizens should face no travel restrictions because any barriers would inevitably stop trade between the countries. Deep in thought, Moira stated her position and found the situation very strange. After all, she had heard the relationship between the kingdom and the empire had remained quite stable until recently. Gimli found her friend's arguments convincing. The states might really be playing secret political games and hiding their true intentions from their own people. From the outside, those actions would look like an attempt to keep the balance of power. She continued, arguing that once the balance was upset, valuable artifacts began appearing on the market, and the military strength of both powers, once equal, can now tilt either way, radically changing the strategic situation. Two powerful forces are fighting for control of the world. One of the key players becomes the Demon King, determined to regain his lost influence and take total control of every nation and territory. Another key player is a mysterious figure who is actively distributing artifacts to people worldwide. Shalina could not identify the unknown player or his motives. Moira refused flatly to be drawn into a conflict between states, and Gimli said confidently that all three were focused on the same figure, the formidable Demon King. Even the three who had seen Gale's magical items in person couldn't believe such a man could seize power. They couldn't imagine comparing a global threat to a magic user known for complete incompetence and failure. It turns out the person the girls were talking about is Gale. Gimli realized it was time to pack his things. Shalina said it was wrong to make the boy run back and forth, and Moria added they had to load all their belongings before the ship sailed and asked them to wait a little. Everyone stared in amazement at the young man carrying an incredible number of huge bags. Both companions wondered how the man could carry the luggage of 4 people at once and bear such weight. Moore explained that the young man was wearing a homemade bracelet device. It was designed to make carrying the load easier. She said Gale had gradually stopped being a human transport and had become a literal, mobile storage unit, with each new flight bringing more luggage and the process steadily growing. Shalina noticed the journey ran non-stop from early morning to late evening, and jokes about the young man were starting to tire her. The boy bristled as his friends laughed at him. Gimli then saw how impressive even the most ordinary artifacts were. She knew the man everyone called a funny weirdo could be the one to turn the whole world upside down with his cursed objects. Gale asked, worried what had happened. The girl felt deeply confused and could not trust her thoughts. Believing her imagination was running wild, she tried to push the disturbing thoughts away as quickly as she could. Gimli quickly apologized, admitting she'd been lost in thought and assuring him she was already on her way to catch up with him. The soldiers complained they had gone too far the day before. Standing at the post under the scorching sun proved to be a real test. The warriors asked the crew to inspect the baggage again before the ship departed. Gimli complained irritably about having to go through another inspection, since it was the last thing she wanted to do. Jelena suggested the soldiers start the inspection with her. The warrior respected her skill as a blacksmith and thanked her sincerely for her understanding. They checked the young man next. Gale shocked them by revealing a warehouse full of corpses. At first, the soldiers weren't sure if Gale was a master of terrifying curses or a dangerous serial killer, but their anxiety eased once the young man's strange artifacts were safely loaded onto the ship. From now on, the whole team's well-being depended entirely on the power of those mysterious, dangerous artifacts made by Gale. The rest of the crew complained and asked to remove them, but the man took that demand as rudeness and was offended. Gimli greeted her politely and said they hadn't had a chance to talk before. The stranger said he was the bosun of this ship. The bosun said the merchant ship had been in service for a long time and was a true veteran, having sailed many sea routes. Although the sails are visibly worn, they still catch a tailwind well, and by skillfully adjusting the tension, the team handles crosswinds successfully. The Bosway said the merchant ship had been in service for years and was a true veteran, having sailed many sea routes. The young man showed the girl an impressive crossbow and said he hoped they wouldn't have to use it on their journey. He was called away urgently, excused himself, and left. Gimli decided the ship looked much better than it had at first. Mora and Shalina started to feel seasick, complaining that the sea rocked them much more than the river usually did, and they openly missed the calm of their home riverboat. Worried, his girlfriend asked him if he felt okay sitting in the middle of the seat. Gale said he was wearing a special choker that magically prevented seasickness. The decoration resembled thin, bony female fingers, as if trying to squeeze the throat with an invisible grip. A man claimed the accessory was made from the hand bones of the wife of a sailor who became a legendary hero, and legend says she stood on the shore of the Cape every day, no matter the weather, praying for her husband's safety. Mora immediately realized the decoration had been made from the worshipper's remains. He admitted his girlfriend had been right from the start, and the story continued with the sailor gambling away his earnings at every port, piling up huge debts, and the girl assumed he had sailed just to gamble again. Gale continued the story, saying the sailor, among other things, had a habit of starting romances in every port he visited, and that rumors claimed he had several official wives, while Shalina chuckled and added that he loved to drink, gamble, and have fun. Even when mistresses started showing up at their house and creditors pressed for payment, the woman finally learned the full truth. When her husband came home, she squeezed his neck hard and quickly told him not to give any more details. Shalina explained, "This is not a simple accessory, but a choker filled with the anger and despair of a grieving woman," and Gimli added that no matter how strong the deceased's emotions were, the stabilization effect during sea-rolling stays reliable. The guy apologized to the girls for having only one of that item and worried he had left his teammates behind, but his girlfriend reassured him that they did not want the sensations of putting on that ornament and would rather endure the motion sickness. Gale wondered aloud why no one appreciated the miracle cure for seasickness he had invented, but an unexpected noise interrupted him as Keys broke out on deck. Sailors swarmed the deck in panic, shouting unclear orders at each other and trying to figure out what was happening. Shalina asked if they had arrived yet. Gimli said that was impossible, since they still had at least 3 more days of sailing to the designated point. Meanwhile, the first quietly said she saw something suspicious. A small mound rose from beneath the water. Gimli didn't understand what was happening and said they couldn't see anything yet, though it looked like a ship. Mora, remembering the ships, added that it wasn't surprising because it was a trade route where other ships often met. Gale smiled and suggested it was probably a pirate ship, a pun. One of the girls laughed and said the chance of meeting real pirates was negligible. An alarm siren suddenly sounded on the ship, and Shalina impatiently asked for it to be turned off because the noise was giving her a severe headache. A sailor called out that a huge suspicious body had been spotted and immediately ordered everyone to take up combat positions. Those on board immediately rushed to arm themselves as panic grew. Shalina shouted that something was definitely wrong with that sailor. Mora suggested a giant kraken had sunk a warship and that pirates were operating nearby, and Gale insisted they stop joking and warned they would not be able to handle the pirates. Gimli stood stunned by what she had seen and by the dark suspicions that overwhelmed her. Recent reports reminded her that monsters were becoming more active than usual. The news troubled her greatly, since such events rarely bode well. Using binoculars, a sailor spotted a suspicious object ahead. On closer inspection, he recognized the monster as the famous giant kraken. Moments later, doubts vanished. Giant tentacles rose from the depths, and their worst fears were confirmed when the kraken appeared. The sailor kept screaming in a shrill voice, warning the crew that a terrible crack that had recently destroyed an entire warship was heading straight for them. Gale realized the attack did not match the plan. Mora shouted that the plans were clearly going wrong, and Shalina watched the rapidly approaching monster with tense focus, noting it was moving incredibly fast. The team stood frozen, terrified and fascinated, as the colossal monster ripped open the sea's surface with one massive motion, Frozen with fear, the crew watched as the giant cracked and ripped open the water's surface, shaking the ship's hull with powerful blows from its tentacles. The crew shouted that the kraken was astonishing, and though slightly smaller, it was almost as large as their ship. Rumors say the returning Demon King's influence reaches not only land creatures, but also deep-sea inhabitants. The sailors strictly ordered everyone to gather. The young man ordered the sails raised and preparations made to leave the danger zone immediately. Captain Nick cried out in a trembling voice, painfully wondering why the monster's attacks had grown more frequent, and why the kraken had begun hunting ships again. Gimli said irritably that this was no time for theories, and that surviving the current crisis was what mattered. The girl said wasted talk could cost every crew member their life, and they should focus on creating an action plan to stop the deadly monster. The sailor told the captain firmly that fleeing was the only sensible option. Otherwise, there would be no chance of survival. The captain accepted his subordinate's view and loudly ordered full speed ahead. The ship sped up and tried to get away from the terrifying monster. Suddenly, the kraken dove back into the sea, vanishing into the dark depths. The kraken charged the ship. A sailor shrieked that the beast had not only caught up, but had already moved around it. The captain realized with horror that it was moving too fast. Gimli reminded herself that octopuses were among the fastest creatures in the sea. With well-developed fins, this animal can hang motionless in the water and stop instantly to burst sharply in any direction. A huge crack opened right in front of the merchant ship, sending passengers and crew into a panic. The sea monster's nightmarish size and terrifying appearance left everyone helpless and despairing. The monster pulled at his massive tentacles up from the depths and stretched them threateningly toward the ship. No limit appeared to the endless movement of flexible limbs. The monster lashed the ship with its tentacles, tearing it apart and filling Gimli with rage and indignation. First, it cracked and crushed the main mast and tore the sails, leaving the ship unable to maneuver or continue moving. The sailor cried in despair that there was no more hope, and the captain called for someone to come help. Shalina insisted the captain must continue to carry out his duties no matter what. Mora reminded that the crew was armed to repel threats and must fight to drive the enemy out. The sailor reacted angrily, calling the idea insane. The ship's equipment was built only to defend against small predators like sharks. It was unimaginable that a merchant ship would have the means to fight a giant like the kraken. Gale wearily pointed out to the others that someone was boldly jumping straight into the choppy sea. Shalina tried to hold the man back, warning he would die of hypothermia in the cold water. Gimli admitted sadly that the man had been driven mad by fear and could no longer tell what was real. The poor man chose death over the kraken's cruelty. Now the friends had to rely only on their own strength. Everyone on the team joined the desperate fight against the monster. Gimli announced she would climb to the masthead to observe and report the kraken's activities. Shalina approved her friend's move and signaled the monster to get ready to attack. The monster's heavy gaze locked on her, and her heart pounded wildly with inexplicable horror and anxiety. The girl screamed, stunned by the monster's huge, terrifying eyes and filled with mortal fear. Gimli warned her friend that the monster was ready to strike from the flank. Moria immediately activated a strengthening skill and sent energy to her companion. The guildmaster triggered a rare double activation skill, and the rest of the party showed genuine admiration and surprise. Mor realized she had activated a new ability from a special quest, Evolutionary Enhancement Magic. Its effect doubled, giving her friend enormous power while greatly increasing Mor's energy use. Convinced the operation would succeed, she poured her whole soul into supporting her friend. Shalina turned to her friend, reminding her of the glorious feat of defeating the cockatrice. Trusting her experience, she activated her weapon's enhancement and used the Scorching Heat combat skill. The girl vowed that together they would burn the hated octopus out of the ocean by bringing her burning hammer down on it. Triumphantly, she shouted that the kraken was wrong to underestimate their strength. At first, Shalina set out to deal with the annoying tentacles that were slowing her progress. The attempt failed because the skin proved extraordinarily strong, leaving the girl deeply disappointed and bewildered. The other combatants froze in disbelief as the mighty strike failed to hurt the enemy. Gimli realized the monster's slimy skin cushioned blows and was shocked that any attack would be useless against such an opponent. Irritated, Shalina vented at the monster, speaking loudly in angry tirades. The Kraken reacted at once, wrapping a tentacle around the girl's hammer and hoisting her high into the air. Gimli warned her friend, urging her to drop the weapon, worried that the next tentacle would easily seize the hammer's owner. She said the Kraken's attacks go beyond grabs and strikes. Rumors say it can swallow its prey whole. Shalina cheerfully told herself she was too muscular and tasteless, and asked the Kraken not to try to eat her. Accepting the inevitable, the girl let go of the hammer's handle and fell freely. She realized she was in serious trouble, and her comrades screamed in panic as they watched her fall quickly. A sailor and a captain grabbed Shalina in time and kept her from falling. She realized she had been saved by an old, badly damaged safety rope. A young man sighed with relief, glad that even such a small thing could help. Gimli admitted she had heard stories about sea monsters behaving like that, but this was the first time she had seen such a confrontation with her own eyes. The dark elf realized the Kraken's long, flexible limbs were the real danger, allowing it to skillfully seize a victim and destroy it. The monster's tentacles strike with lightning speed, instantly crushing its victim. The victim becomes fine dust that drifts into the air and blends into the sea foam. Realizing that falling into the monster's embrace meant certain death, she pleaded with her companions to stay away and not touch its tentacles. Mora's legs trembled, barely supporting her weight as panic gripped her. She knew the enemy before her was far larger and more dangerous than the giant cockatrice they'd defeated earlier. Even Shalina's hammer that defeated the adult cockatrice could not overcome the monster, which had overwhelming attack power and could turn any opponent to dust. In the open sea, the monster has complete freedom of movement, giving it an absolute advantage and making it almost impossible to defeat. The Kraken's huge saucer-like eyes fixed on the girl, who stood frozen with horror. Gimli knew that besides their many physical abilities, squids were highly intelligent and quick to learn new things. She realized the mast and sails were not destroyed by accident, but by a deliberate strategy that showed the monster's high intelligence. Even on meeting them for the first time, Kraken already figured out Mora was the key member of the group of guys. The dark elf shouted for her companion to be extremely careful. Kraken's tentacles wrapped around the girl's fragile form in an instant. Aware that her trusty hammer was gone, Shalina had to rely entirely on her own ingenuity. Any aggressive move while unarmed would lead to one outcome, and she would end up captured by tenacious tentacles. The girl scrambled to decide what to do next. Gale suddenly appeared nearby and demanded that the monster immediately release the captive girl. Gimli saw the knife's blade and realized that even the clever Kraken had not predicted the actions of their squad's most unpredictable member. Gale cut the tentacles with a quick, precise swing of his sword, instantly freeing the girl from the monster's deadly grip. Moral froze in disbelief as small fragments of the Kraken's flesh drifted slowly around her in a strange, ominous dance in the air. Her heart pounded with a mix of fear and relief. She was alive, but now had to keep fighting. Meeting her gaze, he noted that the blade he had made for himself was very handy, even against a giant like that. The Kraken, used to ruling the deep, was stunned and confused by the pain of losing a tentacle, and when it met resistance for the first time, it felt weak and its dominance was threatened. The young man quickly ran up to the girl, looked closely at her face, and asked if she was okay after the attack. Looking at her savior with warmth, she sincerely thanked him for his courage and quick action that left her unharmed. At first, Moira couldn't believe she'd lost her head in the middle of a battle, but when the monster grabbed her with its powerful tentacle, adrenaline surged and cleared her mind. At that crucial moment, she unexpectedly found the enemy's weak point, which could be the key to victory. "This knife," she explained, "is the blade of the world's most powerful reaper of death, and in battle it must cut through everything." Even the Kraken's massive tentacle, which had resisted every attack, was swiftly cut off by a single elegant strike of the magic blade, proving the legendary weapon's power. The move had a major drawback because the owner had to get very close to the enemy and risk a counterattack from the giant creature. Fixing his gaze on Gimli, the mage firmly ordered her to watch the huge Kraken without pause and to report any change in its position. She ordered Shalene to concentrate on the monster's remaining active tentacles. The girl said that if he could hold the other tentacles back, Gale could get close enough to attack the Kraken. She said she would then cast support magic on Shalene and the young man to boost their combat abilities and improve the chance of a successful attack. The mage explained she could cast magic on 2 people at once, since she had reached a new level that let her use such a complex technique. First, she removed the rocking effect of the water and the ship on the boys, then activated a spell to make them adapt to the surroundings at the same time. She boosted each fighter's abilities, adding extra defense and faster reactions, and reminded the team to switch between attack and retreat at the right times, gradually cornering the monster and weakening its defenses. Gale knew that cutting off the remaining 9 tentacles would prevent the Kraken from attacking, and Shalina added that it would also stop their trouble with cooking squid dishes. Awake at last, the Kraken recovered movement and the power to defend itself, ready to repel the hero's next wave of attacks. Gimli cried out in fear, warning her comrades as the monster's remaining tentacles attacked aggressively from both sides, forcing the team to quickly regroup and defend themselves. The young man clearly understood how serious it was, and the situation had escalated sharply, so any wrong step could cost the whole team their lives. Shalina realized the loss of the tentacle had only enraged the Krak, turning its attack into a storm of fury and destruction, and now it was trying to destroy its opponents at any cost, moving faster and far more aggressively and making the situation harder for the guys. The guildmaster activated the blacksmith's kick technique, and Gimli watched in surprise as her friend deftly deflected the Kraken's flexible, whip-like tentacle. Moro knew that casting multiple spells at once would significantly drain magical energy. The main concern was which would run out first, the hero's power to beat the monster or her own magic, which might leave her collapsing first. Shalina smiled and shouted to the Kraken, mocking that it was nothing to worry about since it had only lost 1 tentacle, then gestured invitingly for the beast to try to regain its lost advantage. As the monster moved closer, the girl attacked, using the wounded enemy's slow movements to her advantage. Panting for breath, Gimli noticed the magic was still active, keeping his body intact and letting him endure the fierce battle. She realized Shalina had successfully drawn the monster's attention, and her partner, just recovered from fatigue, was charging back into the attack, ready to use his built-up strength for a decisive strike. She thought the young man was desperate to get to Morsid, but hesitation showed in his actions. Gimli decided that if the enemy was not one of the undead the boy specialized in fighting, this outcome was inevitable. At first, placing a rearguard fighter in the vanguard was extremely unwise. The dark elf moved to support her allies, unleashing a powerful charge of fire on the monster. Hatred showed on her face as she looked at the Kraken's terrible bulging eyes, filling her with disgust and driving her to end the nightmare quickly. The large, bulging eyes were an easy target, so Gimli exploited them, trying to disable the enemy's vision to make them less dangerous and less effective in battle. The girl had known beforehand that the attack would do little damage, because the monster's body was much tougher than it first appeared. She activated a special smoke grenade that burst into a thick cloud on impact, providing temporary cover and room to maneuver. Gale rushed toward the attack. Gimli bellows, confident this is the moment to land the decisive blow. He used a special skill, activating grinding mode to deliver powerful cutting blows that could literally saw the monster's flesh into pieces. The dark elf knew that for the young man's attack to succeed, the enemy had to be completely blinded by a thick smoke screen. Otherwise, the Kraken's quick reaction would make an accurate strike impossible. Gale combined weakness and strength. His fragility made him easy prey for powerful enemies, yet his skill with weapons let him deliver decisive blows that changed the course of the battle. Enormous chunks of shredded tentacle flesh rained down, filling the air with the stench of blood and entrails and creating a nightmarish scene of chaos and destruction, Shalina said with delight, proud of the successful series of strikes Gale had delivered. Moira, watching, said those moves recalled a seasoned chef skillfully using a knife. Gimli counted the remaining tentacles and was satisfied to see the monster had lost half its limbs. Only 5 dangerous appendages remained, which made the detachment's next actions much easier. As the smoke cleared, the Kraken slowly regained sight of the men and once again became a threat to the whole team. The dark elf ordered the young man to fall back immediately to a safe distance out of the tentacle's reach to prevent a surprise attack by the monster. The man broke into a run, glancing back as he sized up the situation and chose the safest route to retreat. A huge crack tore through the air right behind the running hero, and its size and closeness stunned Gale, wiping out his last confidence and self-control. Gimli, overwhelmed by anxiety, shouted the boy's name to get his attention and warn him of the danger. The Kraken shot out a massive plume of black ink. The monster's ink surged into a powerful wave that smashed over the ship's deck, swept everything away, and plunged the ship into pitch darkness. The wave hit so hard the sword slipped from the boy's hands, spinning helplessly in the water before landing on the deck. The girls screamed when they saw Gale swept directly under the destructive wave. The man coughed violently, trying in vain to clear the thick ink that had clogged his throat and lungs, and felt very dizzy and short of breath. The boy found that the ink had soaked deep into his eyes, burning the mucous membrane and temporarily blinding him, making the situation even more dangerous and unpredictable. Gimli remembered that the Kraken, like a common squid, could eject jets of ink to defend itself and disorient the enemy. His vision was completely blocked, leaving him totally blind and dependent on others until the irritating liquid stopped affecting his senses. The sailor stared at the blade, knocked back by a powerful wave of ink. Deciding to seize the moment, he reached for the mysterious blade to use against the Kraken, but his partner stopped him, warning the weapon gave off an unhealthy dark aura and might be tied to an ancient curse. Gimli said that although the owner had modernized the blade, its original deadly nature remained, so it is impossible to predict the consequences if someone else takes up the knife. She warned that this blade could cut anyone here, friend or foe, and could even cut off its own head. The bosun looked on with a sober expression, and decided the artifact was both the most powerful and the most dangerous weapon he knew, able to bring great benefit or cause irreparable harm. Shalina urged her friend to pay attention, insisting the Kraken was showing unusual changes and needed an immediate response. His massive body started to tremble slightly, like internal spasms signaling a new phase of the battle or an attempt to do something extraordinary. The monster surprised the hero by regenerating its lost limbs, growing back a full set of deadly tentacles and making further confrontation much harder. Everyone in the battle froze, stunned and alarmed. They realized their progress against the monster had been undone. Gimli said that while the Kraken had regrown its tentacles, the creature's overall energy and vitality were clearly lower. The team organized their tactics and lured the Krak into a choke point where he could hardly move and had to face several attackers at once. Shalina said, worried, that Gale was in a dire state, completely blinded by the ink, and no one else could handle the blade properly. Moira agreed, adding that the team had lost its only effective way to weaken the monster. At its peak, the Kraken's wrath focused on the young hero whose stubborn spirit and talent had inflicted so much pain and humiliation on the monster. The young man kept rubbing his eyes and slowly regained his sight, though it stayed cloudy and blurred, slightly improving his chances of surviving the battle. Feeling some of his sight return, the man opened his eyes slowly and asked with concern what had happened during his brief blindness and what role he could play in events to come. Before he finished speaking, one of the Kraken's long tentacles shot around the young man's body, squeezing him so tightly he had no chance to free himself. High in the sky, the Curse Master hung in the tentacle's tight grip, desperately fighting to free himself from the sea monster's clutches with every ounce of strength and magic he could muster. Gimli suddenly realized the Kraken had activated a special ability called Deadly Destruction, making every movement of its tentacles a lethal threat to anyone who entered the area. Horror washed over Moira when she realized the same thing would happen to Gale as had happened to that hammer. Shalina, filled with anger and fear, strained to be heard over the battle, shouting for the monster to release her friend who faced mortal danger. The Kraken abruptly cut her off, swung a loose tentacle at the girl, and flung her aside with great force, leaving others in excruciating anxiety about her friend's fate. Gimli was overwhelmed by guilt and regret, plagued by doubt and wondering why she had ever brought her beloved friend on this dangerous journey with unknown threats and the risk of losing a loved one forever. Memories tormented her even more because she had pulled a young man she did not know into the Dark Elf clan's secret affairs, dragging him into a conflict with extremely high stakes where one mistake could be fatal. Heavy thoughts tore the girl's soul apart, and if she had not pushed him to join, the young man would have avoided the inevitable meeting with death that hung over them all in this last desperate duel. I would keep living a quiet, steady life, spending my days in a small, cozy shop doing what I love and enjoying simple pleasures, far from bloody battles and the constant threat of death. Gimli softly whispered words of forgiveness, genuinely trying to atone for her role in the young man's fate. seeing herself as responsible for the tragedy unfolding before her. Moira could not accept the cruel reality. Seized by unspoken love and the sharp injustice of fate, she screamed her loved one's name as if trying to stop the inevitable end. A crack opened and released its most powerful ability, deadly destruction, sending streams of destructive energy that could turn any living creature to ash. Frozen in horror, the girls stood motionless, paralyzed by the disaster unfolding aboard their ship, powerless to influence the fateful events playing out before their eyes. Gale suddenly activated his unique ability, reverse death destruction, sending destructive waves back toward the Kraken, tearing the monster's body apart from the inside and weakening its defensive barriers. The girls watched in amazement, trying to understand what was happening, surprised by the unexpected turn of events brought about by their companion's resourcefulness and courage. Gimli was shocked to find the effect had worked in reverse, reversing the energy impulse and directing the destructive force back at the wielder, something she had thought impossible. Moira watched the Kraken disintegrate into countless pieces, stunned, while Shalina tried to understand what caused it and what consequences lay ahead for their group. Both turned to the young man. The man turned slowly, met the girl's curious gaze, and gave a slight smile that showed confidence and the quiet calm of a winner. Gale told them the whole thing was caused by the artifact around his neck. He took off the jewelry and placed it gently in his palm. The moment he finished the sentence, the necklace shattered into small pieces, scattering across the ship's deck. Moore suddenly realized the destroyed artifact was the legendary cursed necklace. Gale explained that when struck by a crushing blow, the damage is doubled and then returned to the attacker, triggering a special effect called Wife's Revenge that multiplies the original blow many times over. Shalina called the strange amulet a symbol of ultimate justice and revenge, repaying any aggressor 100-fold for the harm they caused. Continuing his explanation, he said the crack first regenerated its lost limbs, which drained its strength, and then regained its deadly technique doubled, naturally causing its instant destruction. Even though it was famous for sinking many ships, this sea predator ended up as food for small fish, showing the unpredictability of life cycles and the laws of nature. Shalina asked the young man if he had expected this outcome, and he replied no, stressing that success and luck in the struggle were random. Gale clarified he was fully committed to carrying out his mission, focused on saving his comrades and achieving their shared goal, and did not anticipate such an unusual outcome from the conflict. He stressed that if the Kraken had used a different technique, such as a direct strike or pulling the victim in, activating the artifact would not have had any effect, and the fight would have ended very differently. Moira could not hide her joy and relief, certain that her friends were safe, the danger had passed, and a happy future was possible. Stepping closer, she embraced the young man and, with words and gestures, showed her deep affection and joy at his passing the test. The young man warned her she might get ink on herself from him and told her to be careful. For Moira, this mattered little because the happiness of being near a loved one outweighed any small inconveniences. She confessed to Gale passionately that the tentacle's harsh grip had caused discomfort and anxiety, so she replaced those sensations with warm, comforting embraces that brought her peace and confidence. When the girl touched the man's shoulder, her partner was genuinely bewildered and embarrassed by the open display of affection, especially in front of others. The young man reached out and gently ran his fingers through Moira's hair to calm her and show his concern and sympathy. Gimli said cheerfully that killing the leader would rid the trade route of the threat posed by the rest of the species. Gale's luck and unique skills will be crucial to keeping future travel on this route safe, avoiding many dangers, and supporting steady growth in trade. One crew member wondered what caused the Kraken's explosion, but his colleagues dismissed it, saying the main thing was victory and no one cared about the details. Triumphant, the crew raised their hands and declared the ship saved and the main threat eliminated, noting how vital this outcome was for everyone's prosperity and well-being. Gimli knew that, despite their heroism and important achievements, their efforts would go unnoticed and unpaid by the authorities, because the world is arranged so that true heroes rarely receive the reward they deserve. Captain Nick asked, incredulous, whether the Kraken still showed any signs of life, which made the girls anxious and excited and led them to scan the sea carefully from the ship's deck. The sailors eagerly urged the captain to return to the ship. The captain insisted that boats be sent to pick them up from the scene. They were told that once the ship was fully repaired, the mission would be officially complete. The bosun quickly corrected himself, apologized, and told everyone he had an unpleasant surprise. After it cut the crack, the blade was lost, and the crew left it on deck, afraid of the curse tied to the weapon. A powerful explosion likely blew it into the depths of the sea. A disappointed sailor added that even the huge mast broken by the monster vanished without a trace, as if it had dissolved in the sea, showing the scale of the disaster and the depth of the losses. The man said the property loss was small compared to the lives saved and accepted it, believing the main thing was to stay alive and healthy. The other man agreed. Gale reassured the bosun, telling him no apology was needed because the materials for a similar blade were easy to find, and when he returned home he would make a new weapon as good as the last. About 99% of the material's negative effects were eliminated, making the item safe to use without the risk of negative consequences. The boy was so intent on wiping sticky ink from his eyes that he missed the important details of the discussion. The girls were stunned when the man said rare parts for making a new blade were available, and that the curse tied to those materials could be nearly neutralized, so they could not believe their ears and suspected a prank. Shalina pulled the man close and told him to stop joking because her nerves were frayed. The young man said he was not joking and was telling the truth. Gimli realized the man could truly surprise her with the most incredible possibilities and discoveries. Leaning wearily on the ship's railing, she replayed the day's events and her impressions of the young master who had won her heart. She was about to go home, eager to introduce this man to Madame Minerva. This is how Gimli pictured Gale Hamilton's rare talent and inventiveness, proud to introduce him to her loved ones and to show the world his remarkable skills. Sitting on a nearby large gray stone, she turned her face toward the warm sun and enjoyed the forest's quiet. Minerva, the wise and regal ruler of the Dark Elf clan, foresaw the events to come. As the saying goes, troubles rarely come alone, and even someone as experienced and perceptive as Gimli could not imagine the trials that lay ahead for her and the team. A new threat at sea had emerged. A new danger sped toward the hero's ship, soon to confront the crew and test the young warrior's courage and resolve. As he laid the broken object's remains before him, Gale remembered the once beautiful artifact that had been his reliable companion and source of inspiration, now forever lost and useless. The girls reassured the young man, reminding him that the main goal, defeating the Kraken, had been achieved, and that the artifact had fulfilled its mission by saving the team's lives. The man agreed politely with their arguments, but immediately added that, as a craftsman and collector, losing unique pieces causes a special sorrow comparable only to losing a close friend. Gale was most upset by the failure to recognize the design's genius, and by the fact that no one appreciated the concept's originality or the product's beauty. His face brightened as he saw a simple, elegant solution that would fix the problem and restore justice. An artist's creative vision is often not understood by the public, and recognition may come years later, sometimes only after the artist's death. Only one person truly appreciated the young man's exquisite taste in selecting cursed artifacts, a girl who shared his passion for studying forbidden sciences. Gale felt a pleasant excitement thinking about his upcoming meeting with the girl and looked forward to hearing about her adventures and personal experiences. Vivian told Princess Carla she would accompany her on the inspection of Pharma Edge, and when the princess asked if it could be handled without her, Vivian refused outright. Brightly colored birds soared high above the sea, gliding freely and lighting the surroundings with flashes of their wings. Jelena focused on repairing the ship. The sailor apologized from time to time as she listened to him try to ease the tension after their earlier disagreements. He told her she was just a passenger and only there to help with repairs, but she said that, despite lacking formal ship repair training, as an experienced blacksmith she would do everything to help the team finish the work on time and efficiently. Working together, the travelers have so far averted disaster by sealing the leaks and reinforcing the hull so the ship stays afloat. The sailor said sadly that the biggest problem was the ruined central mast, damaged by the Kraken's tentacles and sunk beyond repair, and they had no resources or tools to fix it. Gimli was right to say that without a repaired mast, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to navigate the ship. So urgent alternative solutions must be found to reach the location. The situation was dire. The crew was stranded on a damaged ship in the middle of the vast ocean and urgently needed help and supplies to keep going. Gale noted that their ship now looked more like a large ship than a sailing vessel. But they added that after the recent hardships, it was at least something to be glad about that the ship was still afloat and had not sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Naturally, Gimli agreed with her friend's opinion. Isolation and loneliness spread through the crew as they found themselves in the middle of an endless ocean, creating anxiety and uncertainty about their direction and chances of rescue. Gradually, this feeling will grow stronger and hunger will increase as limited food supplies run out. Passengers and crew, isolated and short of supplies, can lose emotional control and sanity, leading to conflicts and unrest over the remaining resources. Gimli prayed fervently to the gods, hoping the situation would improve long before open conflict, while hunger drove the passengers to extreme measures to survive. Captain Nick gave an upbeat statement saying preliminary assessments indicate the ship is unlikely to sink due to the crew's effective actions and the lack of major leaks. It was time to show the skills of a captain who loved the sea with all his heart and was loved by the sea in return. Mora doubted they could really control the ship in such an emergency, but the man promised confidently that everyone would now see true skill at the controls and be convinced his decisions were correct. The captain's actions were nothing more than releasing simple signal smoke. The man said they could only be rescued by a random passing ship and that everything depended on luck. Mora advised against lighting obvious signal fires. Shalina wondered how likely it was that right now, in the middle of the vast sea, a suitable ship would appear. Gimli added that the only consolation was that the sea was relatively calm for now, but the sails were badly damaged and could not be set normally. So if a storm came, the crew would have to endure it with fortitude and hope for a favorable outcome. Shalina said repairing the hull is only a temporary fix and does not guarantee the hull's integrity. In a strong storm, the damage could worsen and it cannot be predicted where water will start coming in, creating a real risk of the ship sinking. Mora looked wearily at the horizon and noticed the sudden change in cloud color and wind direction, indicating an imminent weather shift and a possible deterioration of the situation. Gale spotted a strange phenomenon nearby. Observers quickly realized the object was a ship. The observer confirmed the ship was heading straight for the accident site, which left her relieved and delighted. Shalina grinned and reminded the captain the ship had appeared surprisingly quickly, confirming his reputation as a favorite of the sea. The heroes shouted for help in unison, catching the attention of the approaching ship's crew and saying they were willing to explain what had happened. Mora went pale, stared into the distance, and said the approaching ship looked strange and abandoned. Shalina confirmed her friend's fears, saying the ship looked very suspicious and even worse than their own. Gimli froze when he realized the old ship was being driven toward them by a force that seemed supernatural and defied the laws of physics, pointing to otherworldly intervention. Terrified, she said it was a ghost ship. An old superstition says meeting a mysterious ship that keeps sailing despite severe hull damage is a bad omen, predicting great trouble and possible misfortune. Gale's words sent a chill through the girls, their hearts starting to race, while the young man, caught up in discussing details, did not notice the growing horror and tension around him. Deeply alarmed, the boasts began frantically to ring the ship's bell. Panic spread among the crew as men's and women's voices joined into one chorus, warning that after their victory over the Kraken they were being pursued by a terrible ghost ship, hiding an unseen threat and promising more suffering and hardship. Gimli caught sight of the Empire's familiar emblem on the ship's mast, the Imperial Army's official standard, and felt mixed emotions and associations. Remembering earlier conversations, she realized the warships the Kraken sank belonged to the Imperial Army flotilla, so this was a real ghost ship that rose after its crew died and remained a phantom. Captain Nick watched closely and noted the mysterious ship had turned its bow toward them, hoping the mooring ropes would let the meeting proceed without risk to the crew or the ship. The bosun explained that a ramming attack is when a ship sails at full speed and strikes an enemy with its horn-like stem, and that shooting, firing from ballistas and catapults, and boarding are common naval tactics. Captain Nick warned that if they were rammed, a huge hole would be torn in the hull, and Gimli realized the ghost ship meant to ram their merchant ship, and remembered the saying about being hit from all sides without any chance to rest. She noted they could not escape in their damaged ship. There were no forces left to defend after the battle with the Kraken, and the only option was to try to persuade the attackers to stop the attack. The Dark Elf said the ghost ship held the souls of those sunk by the Kraken, so they had already taken their revenge and there was no reason to expect another attack. The captain told her not to talk nonsense, saying it was impossible to communicate with ghosts. He suggested she take a closer look at the figures on the deck of the ghostly ship, saying it was necessary to confirm what was happening and to understand the nature of their supposed opponents. The captain said the people had lost all awareness after the horror they had endured. These beings exist to cause grief, sorrow, and failure in others, and they are not living people, but the incarnate form of death, disembodied spirits of the drowned who seek only to spread destruction and chaos. He could never have imagined that one day he would meet the undead in the middle of the sea. The bosun declared the time before the collision was the last minute God had granted, so he wrote a letter to his wife and daughter waiting in the port, put it in a bottle and threw it into the sea, praying the message would reach them safely. Overcome by fear and stress, the man could barely hold his pen and wrote uneven, nearly illegible lines. Seeing his despair, Shalina dryly said they had no choice but to have one last drink. Gimli sent a thought to Lady Minerva, complaining the situation was hopeless, and Moira agreed, realizing the drowned were driven only by envy of the living and a desire to punish them for being alive, when she suddenly had an epiphany. The girl said they had someone who could talk to the undead, and Gale, surprised, said nobody expected to meet the undead in the middle of the sea. The dark elf sighed theatrically and pointed out that everyone was saying the same thing, but one person saw the problem differently, and surprised Shalina turned to the young man and asked if it was true that he could even speak with beings from the world of the dead. Rain fell hard. Calling to the man in the black raincoat, the girl looked worried and barely noticed the rain. The girl suggested the boy talk to the crew on the ghost ship and lift the curse if everyone there is undead, recalling he had done something similar before. She pressed her lips together and watched his expression closely, waiting impatiently for his answer. Gale quickly said it was a good idea, and he looked too pleased for the situation they were in. Thoughtfully, the girl said that its sea battles against so many enemies would look completely different from those in the dungeon. When asked if he had a plan, Gale said yes right away and still had time to install the magical artifacts. The young man worked intently as he attached 3 amulets to different parts of the ship, which looked strange, like an upside-down slingshot with a skull. After finishing this important task, Gale gave a slight smile and walked to the ship's captain, who stood on deck watching the ominous ghost ship approach with horror and alarm. Recognizing the danger, the man in the hat said that in a ramming attack, not only does the target ship suffer damage, but the attacker also takes heavy damage, which can lead to serious consequences. He warned that in this worst case, their ship could sink with the enemy ship, causing a real disaster for the entire crew. His gaze fixed and his pupils narrowed, and he said this crude view of combat had gradually fallen out of use because ships were very expensive. The ghost ship racing toward them ignored such trifles, slicing through the waves with its tattered sails fluttering in the wind. Gale tried to calm the captain, fixated on the ramming attack, and told him to be ready in case the ship made contact. At that moment, the young man can channel the magical artifact's fullest power. After he finished, she asked if he really wanted to do to an entire ship what he always does to the undead. Gale smiled and said he would do exactly that to lift the curse from the ship and its crew. The long-eared girl did not immediately believe the young man, so she asked again if this was really possible. The young man said it was theoretically possible, but they would not know for sure until they tried. The elf, lost in thought, looked up at the bottomless sky. Alarm crept into her voice as she warned that if their bold plan failed, this place would become their nameless grave, forgotten by all. They faced a choice, certain death for all, or a chance to lift the curse that hung over them like a dark shadow. The ships closed in with every passing moment, pushing them toward an inevitable outcome. The whole team formed a circle and repeated the alarming phrase, creating a sense of unity and determination. The girl with her glasses on her head leaned toward the spellcaster and told him they could only rely on him because their fate depended on his strength. The long-haired girl, feeling she needed to act, called Gale over, pressed her hands to her chest as if about to do something important, and her eyes showed she wanted to help and support him in that crucial moment. Moments later, the girl cast the adaptation to the environment spell, and a glowing magic circle appeared between them. The guy was surprised. Moira said that when the ghost ship came near, she could keep the boy steady, even if their merchant ship rocked on the waves, and Gale thanked her with a warm smile. The girl said with eager confidence that between death and the lifting of the curse she was sleeping on the ladder, and her hopeful words spread through the ship. Moore thought Chief still had too little time with Gale, but she kept it to herself. A man agreed and walked confidently toward the ghost ship. As the ship closed in, the hero looked up. It was very old. Its planks and most of the hull were worn out, and the weapons were rusty. A whole crew of dead men from the ship stared at the boy. Their skin rotted, and most had no eyes, yet they were all dressed in uniform. True to its imperial nature, the ship was much larger than a merchant vessel, and the crew said a hit would be the end, and that the sailors aboard it were as hard to communicate with as a giant squid. The captain gripped part of the ship and ordered everyone to brace for impact because a collision was imminent, and they obeyed him, grabbing anything that might help them survive. The spellcaster spread his arms and faced the ship with a serious look, his gaze brimming with confidence. Gale casts the great curse removal spell, and massive magic circles appear beneath both ships, lighting the sea. The young man was pushing himself to his limit, clearly exhausted and worried about everyone whose lives depended on him. Mora stared at Gale with wide eyes and silently prayed he would save everyone on their ship and on the ghost ship. The world around them was bright and empty, with only faint flickers in the air. Gale stood before the ghost ship's captain, and several dozen sailors stood behind the captain in a single line. The dead man and the captain's hat stared at the boy whose eye sockets were half empty, silently and intently. Not expecting this meeting, the boy stared back in surprise, trying to understand what was happening. The spellcaster smiled warmly, his lips forming a soft, friendly expression. Nodding slightly, he seemed to confirm something important. His gaze was gentle and understanding, without fear or contempt, which was rare when meeting a dead man. The huge ship that had nearly rammed the small merchant vessel began to turn just before it reached the vessel. The girls clinging to the side of their vessel watched in bewilderment, and one, unable to hide her surprise and curiosity, asked aloud what was happening. Side by side, the two ships looked close enough to jump between without a safety net or extra precautions, creating a feeling of closeness and tension. The merchant ship was half the size of the grand ghost ship, yet it looked much better from the outside. Its sails sparkled in the sun, and its hull had been patched with no obvious holes, while the wind had died and the waves settled, giving the place a strange, quiet calm. The dark-haired Elle said the ship stopped as soon as it touched their transport. The captain said it looked as if the ship had been carefully moored alongside it. Both looked at each other, slightly bewildered, and began to say at once what it meant. The crew breathed a sigh of relief that they had avoided the ram attack at the last moment and escaped. Sailors even began to cry with joy. Moore looked at the sky and realized this was not the only thing that had happened. The squall that had raged with incredible force slowly eased into a light, nearly weightless breeze, and the flag that had flown atop the ship now gently swayed in the soft wind, seeming to greet the world around it. Wearing glasses on her head, the girl peered at the water and was surprised to see the storm waves that had raged moments before reduced to ordinary ripples, a change so sudden she had to point it out. Raising her gaze to the sky above, she said calmly that the gloomy sky was slowly clearing before their eyes, as if the weather itself had decided to give them a little light and clarity. The man in the striped shirt, kneeling in one of the cabins and leaning against the table, felt everything go quiet and calm as the storm outside finally died down, then raised his head and listened closely. After overcoming his doubts and deciding to leave the cabin, he opened the door carefully and stepped out, scanning the ship's deck. His gaze swept the area and landed on the giant ship as he realized what their strange journey had caused. Aboard the ghost ship, the captain and his sailors watched the people below, whose faces were expressionless, as if waiting for the next order. Assuming the gaze of the dead man wearing the captain's hat, Gale drew the attention of the entire merchant ship crew to himself. Still standing on the wooden beam, he raised his hand to his head in a salute and ordered all his men to do the same. They looked at each other uncertainly. A moment later, everyone on the small ship echoed the man's words and saluted the ghost ship and its crew, and the souls of the dead began to rise and dissolve into the sky. The dead captain's ghostly form rose above his body, wrapped in light and returning the young man's salute with a soft smile and closed eyes, and the magic caster smiled back, sensing a shared understanding. Appearing entirely real and solid, the spirit drew its sword from its scabbard with careful, majestic grace. The motion was so light and sure it seemed to be holding a real object, even though its form was only a memory of the distant past. The captain, showing respect, traced a symbol in the air and bowed slightly to sincerely thank the young man for all he had done. Gale watched anxiously as the freed soul's silhouette slowly dissolved into thin air and vanished into the wide expanse, while the sun's rays filtered through the clouds, softly lighting the area and bringing a sense of a new beginning. A dark-skinned girl with long ears asked whether it was an incredible sight. Mora smiled and said she still couldn't believe her eyes. Gale was asked if these were the souls of all the undead from the ghost ship, and the boy closed his eyes and answered no. They immediately stood back to back and scanned the area in fear as they asked the caster if any more dead remained, while a man watched from a distance, calm but tired. Scratching his head apologetically, he said that in fact the impulse was so strong it even freed lost souls from the seafloor, and both girls thought such a force was too much. The dark-skinned elf stepped aboard the ship, unsure what to do next. Noting that the undead had been driven out, she said the merchant ship still could not move, so in her view the situation remained a dead end. The girl looked thoughtfully at the sky. Mora spoke to a seagull that had landed on the ship, laughed softly, and said she envied birds and their ability to fly. Noting the crew's low spirits but staying optimistic, Gale confidently offered a solution to their shared problem, and with a broad, friendly smile he suggested they simply transfer to another ship. After hearing his proposal, the girls asked again with apprehension what exactly he meant by his strange suggestion. Mora was confused and didn't grasp what kind of transport the man meant. The elf, realizing he meant a ghost ship, at first denied it, but then, seeing how serious it was, admitted there was no other way out. Gale pointed cheerfully at the ghost ship that had nearly sunk their vessel moments earlier, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. The girls met the man's proposal with clear disdain and disapproval, unable to understand why anyone would seriously consider such a risky idea. Smiling more broadly, the young man said cheerfully that moving to the ghost ship would let them keep sailing. The ship creaked with old age. Its half-rotten planks and torn sails gave no confidence, and it seemed ready to fall apart. Yet the sorcerer seriously suggested they move. Before the crew boarded their new transport, Gale told them what the dead men had said to him. The ship's previous crew had been grateful to the heroes for defeating the Kraken, and had decided to give them their precious ship as a gift. The girls were shocked by the story. The sailors were unsure the decision was right, and debated whether they would actually have to transfer to that terrible ship. The girl with glasses perched on her head was muttering to herself to make the ghosts disappear when Gale suddenly called to her. Shalina said that despite the repairs, the damage to the merchant ship was too severe and it would sink soon. The man understood her perfectly. A sailor said there was no choice and ordered everyone to reload the cargo immediately. Meanwhile, the merchant captain lay on the deck clutching his ship, upset and crying because he had to part with his beloved friend. Torn sails of the giant ship that once proudly fluttered now billowed with powerful gusts, majestically underscoring the vessel's might. The next day, the team packed everything they needed and got ready to move on. The girls watched the merchant ship that had sailed many miles with them, feeling sad. The ship slowly sank, as if signaling that its service here was finished. The good-natured sailor smiled and said the cargo's extra weight had increased the ship's draft and helped keep it stable in the rough waters, and they loudly thanked the ship for all the help and support it had given them during this difficult time. The girls look at their previous transport for one more moment, smiling faintly as they savor its final display of grandeur. Hearing their new ship again, their faces fell and anxiety set in as they realized the risks ahead. Both leaned over the ship's side, which was covered with various mollusks that had grown to the tree. The girls said thoughtfully that their new ship looked ghostly because of all the seaweed and sea life on it. Mora said the sea voyage's troubles finally seemed behind them. The elf praised only Gale, who solved two problems at once. The ghost ship attacked their stuck vessel. The dark-skinned girl added that even veteran heroes could not do this, and that only someone who had mastered the cursed weapon could, and at that moment Shalina came over saying she had found many useful things. Looking adorably cheerful, The girl carried a military crossbow and an imperial battle axe and hugged them like her favorite toys. Shalina, humming softly, said that even though they had been in seawater, they'd last a very long time if cleaned. Gale approached the girls and was surprised by how much they had on board, carrying 2 bags of what he called fresh materials from the undead. The young man was a little dirty but still smiling. The girls moved away from him and scolded him. Moore wondered how it could be fresh when it was undead, since everything was rotten and smelled bad. The captain gathered everyone and announced that, thanks to Gale and the others, they could finally return to their previous course. Everyone began applauding their saviors. Scratching his head again, the magic caster admitted awkwardly that he had cast an enhancement spell on the ghost ship while the others had been carrying cargo all night. Because of that, they could now get anywhere faster than any other ship. All the girls looked at the young man with disapproval. Covering their faces, they whispered that acquiring a ghost ship was already unheard of, and turning it into a magical artifact was completely unprecedented. Along with the ghost ship, they got ownerless gold bars, and one sailor looked at the treasure and decided to see if they could take it all. The dark-skinned girl with long ears agreed, but in return, the ship had to call at the ports the sailor indicated, in priority order. Smiling and nodding, the man said it was nothing if they could thank the heroes this way. The captain said he had already told everyone who made it possible for them to get this ship and who helped them defeat the Kraken, so no one on the ship would object to the savior's request. Gale cleared his throat and said seriously that now, as the creator, he would explain to everyone the characteristics of the magical artifact made from a wild ghost ship. Proud and joyful, he raised his hands and spoke loudly so everyone would be ready to hear about his impressive skills. The ship's crew stared at the man, confused about which qualities he meant, and understood nothing. With awkward expressions, the girls listened to the young man and murmured that it had started again. But since he had pulled off an incredible feat yesterday, it did not seem so terrible. The caster began with the artifact's backstory, explaining how it started as a large imperial ship and what it became after turning undead. The ship now has incredible features, great speed, and it cannot sink. These transport capabilities amazed everyone, and a crew member said they were every sailor's dream. Gale proudly pointed to another of his creations and said the judge would be safe even if attacked. A powerful catapult appeared before the team, decorated with many fangs and bones. Curiosity in his eyes, the young man picked up one of the skulls on the deck and grinned, saying they were, by the way, like projectiles. The sailor's eyes lit up. He was delighted by his odd appearance and thought it would be a great defense against the pirates who often threatened them. The elf looked at him awkwardly and quietly said they would simply close their eyes to this terrible taste. The boy went up to the upper deck to show the crew a control improvement he had built himself that would make their sailing safer and more efficient. Climbing the stairs, he spoke a majestic phrase that piqued the sailors' interest even more. Gale said confidently that they would now experience something unimaginable, beyond common sense and the usual rules of navigation. He approached the steering wheel, which spun on its own and seemed almost alive, and proudly announced that control was now in automatic mode. Everyone on deck was stunned and watched the unusual phenomenon with amazement. Mora leaned in, having spotted something at the helm, and spoke in a questioning tone as she tried to understand what was happening. A spirit manned the helm and controlled the ship. It was invisible at first, but the girl almost immediately understood the catch. She shouted at the caster, saying it wasn't autopilot but a ghost pilot. Gale, a little embarrassed, said there was practically no difference. You just point the direction, tell the ghost ship the destination, and it goes there on its own. The captain, his face a mix of joy and awkwardness, said it was simply unbelievable. Now he waited for an answer from the caster's team about where the ship should go, and the elf replied immediately with a slight smile. Pointing with her right hand confidently into the distance, she said they now needed to set a course northeast to reach their next target. Mora, Shalina, and Gale exchanged glances, smiled approvingly at her, and felt a new adventure was about to begin. In the next moment, as if on cue, the boys all said at once that their path now led to the mysterious dark forest, which called to them with its secrets. A strong wind filled the torn sails, and everyone felt the ghostly ship come to life and begin moving in the right direction, leaving all doubts behind. The captain, surprised that the ship had started moving, could not contain his delight. Wanting to finish the tour of his creation and sum up what had been said, he decided to share one final thought about the unusual ship. The girls' faces changed sharply, and they showed displeasure, instantly guessing what the man was about to say, and the terrible secret that might be hidden in his words. By contrast, the captain and the sailors stood there bewildered and expressionless, their faces showing only intense confusion about what was happening. Gale smiled, raised his index finger, and cheerfully said the ship was certainly cursed. The three girls sighed, certain there had to be a catch, and the man was clearly obsessed and had expected this outcome. Still puzzled, the ship's crew tried to work out what kind of curse had been mentioned about their beautiful new transport. The man spread his arms wide and cheerfully said that once he boarded this ship, he would never be able to leave it, and everyone around him was shocked. The captain clutched his head and cried loudly when he realized their situation, and the long-eared girl covered part of her face with her right hand and asked what they should do when they reached their destination, since they would not be able to get off the ship then. Gale said cheerfully that lifting the curse would solve it. Mora told the young man that only he could do it. At that moment, one of the sailors, like the captain, held his bandage and sobbed. The girl accused the man of arrogance, as if he were offering cakes to the poor instead of bread. His words sounded just as arrogant. He then took out several talismans to lift the curse and handed them to the captain and the sailor. Gale said they could always stop by her magic item shop in Farm Edge if they needed more amulets. The caster also clarified that the skulls used with the catapult are consumable items. The crew grabbed the talismans and then said they couldn't do it without them. Their faces showed confusion, as if they'd just been tricked. The girl with the glasses on her head told the guy he seemed to be starting to understand the trade. The mention of the magic item shop made the elf lower her gaze, a shadow of sadness in her eyes as she fell into deep thought. Calling her comrades Gale, Mora, and Shalina, she gathered them. On hearing her call, all three turned to the elf, their faces full of anticipation and interest in what she would say. Gimli spoke in a soft, trembling voice, saying she had never found the strength to voice what had tormented her and now sincerely asked her friends for forgiveness, and the man who heard her was surprised by how sudden and serious the plea was. Memories of the recent events came back to her, the crack during the attack, the pursuit of the ghost ship. The girl sadly realized they kept facing death, and that she had put not only herself but all her friends in danger. Gimli blamed herself for everything, thinking things might have turned out differently if she hadn't pulled her comrades into the Dark Elf clan's troubles. She tried to apologize again but was cut off mid-sentence. Moira and Gale tried to calm her, assuring her nothing more needed to be said since everything had been resolved, and they were all alive. Everyone here agreed to follow the elf on her future adventures, and controlling a ghost ship could not be done from land or without experiencing those unusual emotions. The boy concluded by agreeing that the journey was hard, but he remained glad they were exploring the unknown and overcoming difficulties together. Scratching her head, Shalina joined the conversation and said that if the demon lord is fully reborn, it will be a problem not only for the Dark Elf clan. Laughing, she said she didn't want to end up in a situation where she couldn't even drink in peace. Gimli looked at her friend awkwardly. Gale, Moira, and Shalina smiled at the elf, who smiled back and wiped the tears from her eyes with her hand, saying the salty wind was stinging her eyes. As the heroes moved on calmly, the dark-skinned elf with long ears called to Mora, as if she had just remembered something. She asked whether the girl had told Gale anything and whether she had forgotten her promise. The long-haired girl grew embarrassed and tried to avoid answering. Morris said she never had a decent chance to say anything to that insensitive man. The elf asked skeptically if the girl would stay silent. A sly smile crossed her face, and the blonde said Mora had simply deceived everyone and suggested she retrain as a swindler, so the girl gave a cute but displeased look and asked not to be mocked. She defended herself, saying the man had been constantly collecting materials from the undead, then conjuring over artifacts all night so it looked like mania. Mora kept saying the young man would never be the first to say, "I love," or "I hate," because he was only interested in obsessions and curses, and the elf added sarcastically that avoiding love was the girl's skill, to which Mora again asked her not to mock the girl. With her head in her hands and her eyes closed, the long-haired girl seemed to accept her difficult situation and decided not to justify her actions or feelings, which surprised her friend watching her. Moira admitted quietly that she was just afraid of being rejected. The long-eared elf watched her closely and listened without interrupting. Moira said that now, simply being around Gale makes her happier than ever. When she looks for greater happiness and nothing changes, she fears losing everything she has now. Meanwhile, she watches a man who is actively talking about the materials and how they could be used. Moira continued, saying they might become so awkward in the future that she could no longer be on the same team with him, which would be a real tragedy for her. The elf listened to her friend's words with a serious look, realizing how deep her feelings were, and then explained that everyone thinks differently because each person sees the world through their own emotions and fears. She warned that while Moira hesitated, another woman could win Gale's heart. The long-haired girl puffed out her cheeks as tears welled in her eyes. The elf made a cute, funny face again and pointed to herself, saying she was one of those women. Moore said she only teased the girl. As Gale and his crew's voyage neared its end, events were unfolding on land too. Cloaked and wearing masks over their lower faces, two men reached the agricultural town of Farm Edge. One of them read the sign on the artifact shop, Master of Cursed Items Gale. He said they had never heard of it and asked his brother what to do. The second man said they had come too far to turn back, so they had to act. The brothers filed into the shop one after another. A friendly maid at the entrance greeted them, but the men did not even look up. The girl's expression shifted instantly, contempt in her gaze as she said dryly that these two were clearly not clients. The men started talking, and when they realized she had seen their equipment, they knew they had only one option. Relieved there were no witnesses, one of them said they would calmly inspect the goods after they got rid of the girl. As he finished speaking, the man suddenly threw a dagger at the maid. Dodging, she exhaled, and in an instant a rain of throwing knives came at her. Acting instantly, she lifted the stand behind her and used it to block the sudden attack. Surprised, the men asked how she could use the countertop to shield herself from their brother's coordinated attack. The girl called them dirty robbers and said she had set traps for this, then gave them a sideways look as if she did not take them seriously. Quickly, she put the tabletop back. The brothers praised her reaction and speed, saying an ordinary person would have fallen apart. A sinister smile crossed the maid's face as she said that, unfortunately, she was not an ordinary person. When the dark-haired girl said she was someone from the darkness, the men were frightened, their tense faces showing it. The maid called them pathetic and said that if she'd been fit, she would have caught at least one knife and thrown it back, ending their lives. One of the men warned her not to get cocky since there were two of them, and she was alone. The girl cracked her fingers and said, "So be it." The brother said she had no chance of winning in that much pain and lunged at the girl to jump on and grab her. The girl smiled and replied that close combat was her specialty. After skillfully throwing herself through the attacker's ranks and landing several blows, Liznit turned gracefully on one foot. The other woman struck one of the men with all her strength and took almost no time. She gripped the other man by the head and stared at him with contempt. Moments later, the maid sprang up and delivered a flying knee that left the attacker gasping and caused red liquid to leak from his mouth through his mask. Jumping again as the second man tried to get behind her, she spun in midair and prepared to attack. A spinning elbow struck the man's face, leaving him nearly unconscious. As the fight continued, the girl said knees and elbows are strong parts of the body, regardless of size or build, and can be called the body's natural weapons. Attacking her, a trained martial artist with bare hands, is absurd. As soon as the two brothers sat on the floor, the maid mocked them, asked what had happened and whether they really had no more weapons, clarifying she meant those throwing knives with limited range. She kept saying that however many times they threw them, none would even touch the girl. At that moment, one attacker noticed an oddly shaped sword hanging on the wall. He seized the blade and laughed because there it was, the weapon in his hands, as the second man steadied him. One brother suddenly looked at the other, who had no weapon. The sword went black, and it looked like souls were visible on its blade. The unarmed man told his brother to stop, and warned that the sword might be cursed, but it was already too late. Cursed, the man attacked his comrade in an instant, and the other, unable to react in time, was wounded in the arm. What had just happened shocked him, his eyes wide with horror. Sitting on the floor with his back against the wall, the man tried to reason with his brother, saying he had aimed his weapon at the wrong person and asking what he was doing. The attacker tried to stop the cursed weapon by gripping it with his other hand, but his body wouldn't obey, so he couldn't just throw the sword away. They made them watch. A sinister smile returned to her face as she looked at the two of them with undisguised pleasure and contempt. Speaking to the attackers, she said when someone loses their composure, they make mistakes unthinkable in ordinary times. For example, she grabbed the damned object without thinking, could no longer think clearly, and the men looked at the girl in horror. Liznit said she kept provoking them to throw them off balance and gain a psychological edge. The girl remembers that this is why she was confused when Gale calmly defeated the horde of undead. Turning again to the brother holding the sword, the maid said he had made a good choice, and the brother took the bloody sword in his hands. A drop of thick red liquid ran down the blade as Liznit said the artifact's vampiric effect turns damage dealt into health for its owner. A masterpiece that lets you attack and heal at the same time. Sinking into her memories, the girl replayed the dialogue with the caster about how vampirism worked. She answered Gale's question without hesitation, saying this ability lets you heal yourself by using the damage you deal. The man was completely satisfied with her answer. Examining the sword, the young man said proudly that the weapon has vampirism with the highest coefficient. With a finger to her chin, Liznit said thoughtfully that even 20% would be impressive. She turned to the spellcaster and asked if he would call it 50%. He asked for the number again and said confidently it was nowhere near 50%. The girl closed her eyes and said with a little disappointment that she had expected it. Gale replied sharply that the sword was 100%, and the maid was shocked by the news. She grabbed him by the shoulders and said it was impossible, that things like this don't happen. The spellcaster smiled and said it was all about the material. That's the nature of cursed artifacts. Liznit looked at him with mistrust and confusion. A holy sword stained with blood, its blade is wavy and a small skull sits on the handle. In one country, during a fight over an inheritance, a man killed his own brothers with his own hands, and they say he used this sword to take their lives. This weapon now hangs on the wall of the artifact shop. Liznit said the sword already had a dark history, and if it fell into the hands of a top master of cursed items like Gale, even the most outrageous enchantments could become real. The boy agreed with her. Raising his index finger, he added that the sword originally had one feature. It cuts anyone nearby, regardless of the owner's will. The maid asked how it could be used, and the guy replied that it would be useful for solo quests. The girl said thoughtfully that in that case there would be no need to worry about it attacking allies. She added that solo quests can sometimes feel lonely, but in combat that feeling can actually boost morale. Gale rubbed his chin thoughtfully and continued the list, citing organizing a mutiny as an example, since in those moments when nerves fail, the sword helps finish the task without hesitation. She confirmed that contract killers often miss or fail their operations because of a trembling hand. This sword will accomplish the task regardless of its owner's doubts, she told herself. This is a unique ability even the finest artifacts lack, and these are the traits that set cursed objects of the darkness apart. They run much deeper than they first appear. Liznit looked at the young man. It was no surprise that Gale Hamilton found cursed objects so fascinating. Coming back from her memories into reality, the girl said that this type apparently attracts siblings' blood especially strongly. Once equipped, it cannot be removed, and even when the wearer is exhausted, it forces them to keep fighting. So right now, both men looked terrified. The maid kept telling the tale as if trying to frighten naughty children, saying the owner would brandish that sword until he died. The brothers, tears in their eyes, screamed like frightened children. The girl could have kept watching the spectacle calmly, but said cleaning the blood from the floor was too much trouble. At that moment, Liznit turned her gaze from the killer to the maids. The brothers tried to look away from her. A girl tossed a paper with symbols onto the forehead of the sword-wielding man, and a magic circle appeared above him. His companion said that as a bonus for his first visit, she would give him an amulet to remove the curse. The sword finally fell from his bandaged hand. Liznit scratched her head and said if they rushed the treatment, he might survive. Moments later, her gaze turned murderous again, and she sharply told them to leave. Cursing and apologizing, the brothers rushed out of the artifact shop. Liznit stood alone in the shop, proud as she watched the men run away. Chuckling, she said she would not flinch at the pitiful robbers, since she had survived many deadly battles and her heart had long since hardened. The Demon King's power flows through him, and she pressed her hand to her chest. The maid looked down at the cursed sword lying on the floor. She said Gale Hamilton could handle the bad guys even without him here, and he was just incredible. Smiling with gentle warmth, the girl hugged herself and said the spellcaster protects his home even from afar. Remembering Gale, Lisnet vowed to protect his shop until the boy returned. Meanwhile, the young Nand team neared their goal after transferring from the ship to a small boat. Completely silent, the boat moved forward with one of Gale's summoned ghosts at the oars. The girl said automatic control is convenient but still a bit scary. Lowering her ears slightly, the elf was the first to spot the forest on the horizon. Warning the others, she said they were almost there. The spellcaster asked the force driving him to stop, which made all the girls think he was a little creepy again, since he was talking to a ghost. The boat eased to a stop. A dark-skinned girl stepped cheerfully into the water and said she would go first. The others followed her out of the boat. At last, the heroes talked about how they had reached the creepy dark forest. Once they entered, it would be a completely different world. They moved from the shore toward the trees. The team moved through a dense forest where the trees' canopies were so wide the sun reached the ground only in a few spots. The heroes picked their way through the tall grass. Gale said the forest was thick, with thickets everywhere. Morris said the goal wasn't far, but crossing this untouched wilderness wouldn't be easy. The girl with the glasses on her head sighed and said she would clear a path for them, then pulled out her new axe, proud of it, and told Gale and Mora to keep up and Ghibli to lead. They pushed ahead faster than before, and with the axe, they cut down most of the grass blocking them. Shalina now and then heard sounds coming from the grass in different directions. The girl warned the others, and Mora said they couldn't relax. Exhaling and closing her eyes, Shalina drawled that it was very good she had gotten a first-class battle axe from the ghost ship. Startled, she snapped her eyes open at the unexpected sound and looked up. Dragon-like creatures glided over the forest, occasionally beating their wings. The girls looked up. Shalina asked whether they were wyverns. Then the loud sound of giant footsteps came. Gale looked up, surprised by the creature's size, then asked what it was, and the man loudly suggested it might be a troll. The dark-skinned elf grabbed her friends and instantly shoved them into the grass, telling them to be quiet. The troll turned toward the sound but found no one where the heroes had just stood. Gimli whispered to her teammates to stay quiet and not draw attention. They were too small for the creatures, so ordinary people rarely noticed them, and if they kept their heads down, they would not be touched. The troll lingered here for a few more seconds, then resumed his previous route. Frightened, Morris said the forest seemed safer than the sea, where there was nowhere to run. At least she thought so. Lying on the grass, the elf reminded everyone to stay vigilant. She began talking about how traveling straight through the forest or over mountains seemed simple. People unconsciously choose the most convenient route because of shifts in the center of gravity, the leading leg, or other individual habits. You can end up walking in circles without noticing. You think you're heading straight for the goal, but you're actually circling the same area. The elf's words frightened you even more. Finishing her story, she smiled sweetly, lifted a finger, and said, "The phenomenon is called ring wandering." The long-haired girl sat on the ground, frozen with horror and too afraid to move. Moira hesitated, then admitted she shouldn't have been so careless about this forest. But Gimli tried to reassure her that everyone makes mistakes. The elf took out an old map of the area, spread it in front of her, and said she does this too. Shalina asked what the dark-skinned girl meant. Gimli grinned at her friend. After a short silence, the girl admitted she was lost. The news frightened the rest of the group, and the girls asked again whether they had understood the elf correctly. Gimli immediately closed their mouth to avoid attracting the monster's attention. Shylin and Mora said the elf should know these places because she was local and lived here. Gimli said only recently that the elf had not been here for a long time. The girl with her glasses tucked in her hair asked what they should do, since the forest was already falling into complete darkness. Noting that night fell early in the dark forest, the dark elf suggested they set up camp there. Standing in the middle of the grass, the heroes felt doubtful and unsure they would be safe. Shalina approached Gimli, and her voice trembling, asked if the forest was all right, because she did not like it at all. The elf pouted a little theatrically and asked in response if Shalina trusted her. Gale stepped into the discussion and urged an end to the dispute because they needed to find a campsite as soon as possible. Everyone immediately agreed. The boy stepped onto the tall grass in the forest. The spellcaster said he would go first and told the girls to follow him. Shalina teased him about knowing the way, and he replied that he did not but said he was used to the dark, then moved forward, pushing through the tall sedge. The girls behind the boy noted that the dense undergrowth and uneven ground did not slow Gale. Shalina said he must be used to that terrain, since they could barely keep up with the boy. Moira confirmed her friend's guess, saying Gale is an expert at exploring ruins, cemeteries, and other places full of the undead. Gimli added that the surrounding darkness and dull landscape are normal for him. In those places, bones lie scattered everywhere. The girls thought that, from the spellcaster's perspective, exploring the dark forest was just another routine adventure. The group carefully climbed over a giant fallen tree. They come to the beautiful fruits on a plant that glow in the dark. Finally, Gale called the girl along, assuming there would be a body of water ahead. Shalina asked Gimli if that was true, but the elf said she had no idea where she was in that area. They started arguing again, but others stepped between them and calmed things down. She said the long-eared girl could not know the whole dark forest from end to end. Gimli confirmed that if they had gone to a place she knew, she would have immediately known where the boys were. An awkward silence followed, broken only by the sounds of the forest. Shalina, scowling, said sarcastically that they were lost because they couldn't find a place like that. Gimli apologized sadly. Noticing something, he called them over and told them to listen. The girls followed his lead right away. Seeing many fruiting plants, he guessed there might be a water source nearby. As the talking stopped and everyone focused, they heard something drip onto a nearby leaf. The sound grows steadily clearer, revealing that there really is a body of water nearby. Moira said she could hear running water, and Shalina praised Gale's masterful work. Gimli stepped back to look around and soon found a small stream that ran underground in places, and she told her friends about it. Peeking out from behind another bush, he found a pond this time, and his face broke into a broad smile as his eyes sparkled again. A beautiful little beach in the heart of the forest opened before them, the water's reflections making the place seem to glow. A man with a large hiking backpack stood, smiled, and looked around. Large and small trees grew here, offering spots to set up camp. The girls said with delight that the place was truly unusually beautiful. Above the water, the treetops opened, letting light fall on the land. The water was clear and easy to approach. Even mushrooms grew on nearby trees. Gale asked his companions if they liked the place. One by one, they said it would be perfect for a camp. He asked if the decision was unanimous, wearing his trademark good-natured smile. Raising his right fist, he announced they would set up camp here. The girls agreed at once. Everyone followed the plan, and at Alina's signal, they dropped their things. Gimli started scanning the area for familiar landmarks, staying close to avoid getting lost. The owner of the new axe was busy gathering firewood. Meanwhile, Moira and Gale went to look for food nearby because Moira said it was a matter of life and death, as they didn't know how long they'd have to stay here. The man watched the fish splashing in the pond and said there was a lot of stuff here. Clean water is a good sign. Taking the needed parts from his backpack, the young man suggested making a simple fishing rod. Moira asked how he planned to do it. Gale said the forest was full of insects that would make good bait, and the girl agreed with his words. The man wanted to use a bone as a hook, and Moira said only he carries bones with him. He asked the girl to watch him. Grabbing one of the bones, he snapped it over his knee in a single motion. Picking up a fragment, he said that a dried, thick bone contains fibrous bone marrow, and if you remove it, it is so hard and sharp it can replace a fish hook. Gale tied bait onto the line, hid the bent hook, and explained it to Moira so she would understand. Next, the man cast his line into the still lake to try to catch dinner. The bait hit the water with a splash. They watched the line closely, and after a short time, a bite started. The young man jerked the rod up to hook the fish. Iridescent scales flashed from the water, and then a whole fish appeared. Gale asked the girl about his catch. Moira was surprised it had worked at all, especially since only a few seconds passed between throwing the bait and getting a bite. The boy explained that deep in the forest the fish were much larger than those in the sea or river. The girl remained amazed by his survival skills. More people believed that Gale had truly gone beyond all human limits. After casting the bait again, they soon caught a second fish. The girl kept gasping in surprise and celebrated her catch. She watched the men's movements so closely that he noticed her ambitious gaze, eyes bright with desire. Gale asked Moira if she wanted to try fishing. He was surprised when she blushed and asked to try, just in case. A man handed a girl a fishing rod and she asked how to use it. He said to cast a worm and, if it bites, wait a moment. Since the hook is fragile, let the fish swallow it so it can be pulled out more easily. It became more of a cast debate, and they began to wait. Almost immediately, the hook caught something. Gale told them to wait a moment, then ordered them to pull it up. The girl cried out as she pulled the bait from the water. A broken hook hung at the end of the line. Mora shook with indignation. She was very upset, even though this was the first time she had a good result. Tears filled the girl's eyes, so Gale handed her the freshly prepared bait. She asked whether she could really continue, and because she was only getting in the way, he reassured her, telling her not to worry. The bait splashed back into the water, and the young man suggested pulling the fish out again. This time, with a little effort, more of them managed to catch a beautiful fish. Her eyes shone with joy from her first catch. Gil was surprised and praised Mora for catching such a large fish. The girl began to speak softly. Holding the fish tight, the man looked at his girlfriend with a questioning expression. The girl hugged Gale joyfully and shouted that she had managed to catch it. The guy nearly dropped the fish. When Shalina heard a loud scream, she thought something had happened and immediately ran toward them. She saw Gale and Mora hugging. It turned out these two were just enjoying a casual fishing trip, so the girl gave a sly smile and hurried away from them. After a while, the heroes built a fire and began cooking their freshly caught fish. Moira immediately noticed the fried fish's appetizing smell. The man suggested they start eating. They heard a smacking sound. Gimli and Shalina happily ate the dish, praising how tasty simple baked fish is. The man said there was still plenty of meat left, so the girls could eat without any embarrassment. Mora asked the elf how the observation had gone. The girl said meaningfully that she didn't even know. The general direction was clear, but finding the exact spot was hard in the dark, so the girl looked up. Gale smiled slightly and said there was nothing to be done, so once they finished eating, they would take care of the camp. They first decided to split the shifts so no one had to stand guard all night. Gimli noticed that although they had eaten their fill, everyone was still tired from the long journey, and she felt full and content. Gale suggested setting traps so no one would have to be on duty. The girls looked at him with puzzled expressions. Gale's instant traps create paralysis through a ghost ship effect and freeze targets by using the seabed's low temperature. After completing the installation, the man scratched his nose with pride. Many skeletons stood around the camp, wearing hats and cloaks enchanted with spells. The girls stared in shock, their mouths wide open. He said the traps detect hostile monsters as they approach and instantly activate to paralyze them. The young man admitted he had rushed the enchantments, so the traps would last only one night. Thanks to Gale, they were able to spend the night without being attacked by monsters, but being surrounded by the creepy stuffed skulls made the night feel strange. At night, creepy scarecrows with glowing eyes ringed the group's camp, keeping watch so no monster could reach the heroes. After a hard day, all the adventurers slept peacefully because none of them were on duty. While Mora lay in the tent, she dreamed. Gimli knelt while the others, sitting on the rocks, looked ahead in confusion as a dark-skinned elf with long hair tied back in a striking ponytail stood before the heroes. She greeted the guests with a warm smile. At last, they reached the village of the Dark Elves. Mora felt as if she were being greeted, though she understood none of it, and noticed the elf had the same skin color and ear shape as Gimli. The elf gave her guests a kind look. When morning came, the boys began to share their dreams, and after several described an unexpected meeting in a dream, they realized they had all seen the same thing. Gimli replied to the unspoken question and said this man was their leader. She was Lady Minerva. The sea immediately understood what gave her that grace. Called the Hill of Promise, the place appeared to them in a dream, and when the travelers enter the dark forest, they are greeted in a dream. Shalina was a little surprised and said that if you become a leader, even things like this are under your control, and Gimli agreed and added that they are very close to Lady Minerva. Still asking questions, the girl with glasses on her head asked whether their leader was not only great, but also very attentive. The boys said that if they reached this hill, they would meet in real life, so she would have to come to them in a dream. Gimli slumped a little and seemed lost in thought, as if trying to hide something. The elf sipped her hot drink from her mug and said the group was right overall. The adventurers pushed deeper into the dense forest, Gimli trying to get her bearings while Gale leads the other girls. The more I realized the provisions were running low, the more my fatigue grew. Even though the campsite was convenient, it was clear we had to move on. Even then, they still didn't know if they were headed the right way. After piling the fish bones and sticks together, the heroes finished their meal. Shalina complained they had been eating this for 3 days in a row. Gimli steadied the girl and said he could no longer eat this grilled fish. Wearing glasses on her head, the girl said she was tired of the fish too, but something else was far more frightening. Shalina burst into loud cries and screams, saying her sake supply was completely gone. 2 empty bottles of alcohol sat in front of the boys. Moria tried to calm the girl, saying she understood how she felt, but shouting wasn't helpful, and Gale suggested they sort out the situation. After setting up camp, they tried repeatedly to find their way. Gimli said he didn't recognize these places, and the heroes kept walking in circles, always ending up back where they started. The elf lowered her ears as if apologizing. Moira backed the man's point, saying the camp had no problems, but the heroes refused to take another step. Shalina, still sobbing, cried out that this was utter madness in the forest. Gimli studied the map carefully and said they had tried taking a shortcut, but it had been in vain. Gale tried to calm the elf, saying no one blamed her, but Shalina was indignant that she could get lost in her native forest, and Gimli defended herself, saying she had not realized how large the dark forest was. The man glanced back at the lake and said they had enough water but were short on food. The stream does not have endless fish, so you cannot feed on them all the time. The man finished by saying they needed to move on, and Shalina agreed she couldn't rest forever. The man said the woman is the master of the blacksmith's guild and he can't leave all the work to Liz. By then, Liznet was already asleep in the store because she hadn't had any customers in a long time. The team agreed it was time to pack up and move on. The girls said it would be great to find a guide to show them the way, but they had no idea where to find one in such a wilderness. At that moment, the caster spotted something in the trees. He paused to confirm it was a silhouette behind one of the large trunks. He told the girls about his discovery, and Moira said the man's ability to see in the dark would help them, since it was dim even by day and the sky was overcast. Excited to reach their destination quickly, the girls rushed toward the figure while the man tried to stop them, saying running would waste their energy. From the bushes, Gimli, Moira, and Shalina stepped out. They spotted several figures in black cloaks and tried to get their attention. After descending the tree roots, the heroes moved closer to them. Gimli stood behind the cloaked silhouette and said they were lost. They moved closer and saw the legs of the figure they were approaching, which looked like bones with partly rotted flesh. The girl tried to call out to her friend. The dead man had already turned and glared down at Gimli. The hood flew off his head, revealing a bare skull. Screaming in horror, the girl said it was the undead. The uniforms showed the skeletons had been part of the disbanded royal detachment. Shalina said that if that was the case, it changed everything and they had to retreat immediately. But one of the dead men was already looming over her. The girl screamed in horror and surprise. Gimli, Moira, and Shalina saw the evil spirit's actions too late and found themselves surrounded. Sinister scarlet skeletons appeared in dozens, and more kept emerging from the ground. Hooves sounded somewhere behind. Suddenly, a spear-wielding rider on a dead horse appeared overhead and fixed his gaze on Gimli, trying to strike her directly. At the last moment, Gale reached the elf and cast Dispel Curses while holding the girl. A large, bright magic circle appeared before them and lit the dead man. Gimli's legs gave way and she fell to the ground. The boy immediately asked if she was all right, and the girl said she was fine as Shalina hurried to them. Looking at the young man, the elf remembered how he hugged her with a smile. Her heart fluttered, and she felt a bit embarrassed for hiding her feelings for the guy. Gale focused entirely on the cursed skeletons, since encountering them is extremely rare. Undead rushed toward the man. He smiles, ready to meet them. Gimli looked up as the purified souls freed by the gale rose into the sky as a shining light. Morris said she'd seen it many times before, yet it still amazed her. Shalina noticed the caster was too calm. He moved like a man dancing a waltz among enemies, his movements perfectly graceful. After dealing with the attackers, the young man paused, thought it over, and surveyed the area carefully. Speaking to the girls, he said the undead usually sleep during the day. In this dense forest, on damp, magic-soaked soil beneath a heavy, cloudy sky, this was an exception. The girl with her glasses on her head looked at the guy wearily and said he seemed happy about it. Gale, holding something in his hands, asked what she expected. Mora, seeing the guy's find, asked what it was. The spellcaster said the cursed skeleton left behind an undead core, a concentrated form of the curse that is extremely rare to obtain. Shalina asked Gimli if she'd heard of such a thing. Gimli said no. It was her first time seeing one. Items tied to the undead are usually unpopular. If used in alchemy, the guild sometimes buys them, but on the market they are much cheaper than materials from ordinary monsters. The elf had never encountered this core before and was eager to learn more about it. Gale held his lute and said it was used to enchant items like equipment or scrolls. The core can be embedded even in ordinary weapons or armor, allowing you to reinforce the item and turn it into a magical artifact. It looked ordinary, just regular material, but he could use it to enhance the girl's equipment. Mora asked whether the core was cursed. She was sure it was, but she decided to ask. The boy began to stutter slightly. She agreed and proudly declared she could control the curse. The girls gave him a disapproving look. The boy lifted his index finger and said he could take the curse himself, but if he pushed too far, it would immediately come back, and Shalina was surprised that curses could return. She eyed the guy with apprehension and said he could make terrible, dangerous things. Mora, understandably, said that apparently this was how the guy enhanced the equipment of Cash and the others. She thought that explained why they had no idea she was cursed. Gimli gave a slightly sad smile and said this was apparently all they could get, though these cores were rare for the boy. Gale cut the elf off and said another rare item had just dropped. He asked whether the girls remembered what the man had said about the undead. They appear because of unfulfilled desires in life. He stared at the skeletons lined up and said they had tried to escape the dark forest many times, but died in despair and became prisoners of this place. This continued for a very long time, possibly even hundreds of years. The man began to talk about a long wander in the forest, but then stopped and asked the elf from the app. He pointed to where their group stood now, and the girls watched him closely. Smiling again, the young man held something tightly in his right hand and said happily that this find could show them the way. A small pendant hung from his hand on a metal chain. It was the watch's pendulum, the crystallized tears of the royal party wandering in the dark forest. Gale said it led to a dark elf village while holding the find directly over the map. After a few seconds, the pendant began to move. Everyone watched the artifact Gale had acquired, and Shalina noticed the pendulum begin to swing with a muffled crying sound. The pendant stopped and pointed in a certain direction. Pointing toward the swinging artifact, the boy said, "The dark elves' village was there," and the girls said it was incredible, and that they now had a chance to leave the forest, but they were also interested in the artifact. The young man also considered the two war horses while the undead stood by the tree. Mora and Shalina welcomed the chance to conserve their energy, and Gimli finally breathed a sigh of relief because they could now reach the village without trouble. As she neared the horse skeletons, vague doubts crept in and her earlier confidence faded a little. Mounting their horses and riding on, Mora mentioned an expression called horse bones, but wondered what bone horses meant. As a low, eerie hum filled the forest, the girl, her face serious, told the guy to hold on tighter. They both turned toward the trees where the sound came from. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook, and the boys had not expected such a strong tremor and were unprepared. Eventually, the shaking stopped and the group moved on. The heroes talked about why the royal army was in such a remote place, and learned that after the demon seal was destroyed, the kingdom sent troops to take control of the Forest of Darkness. An ancient dragon attacked them, and they became its prey. Gimli reminded them they had already discussed this in the carriage. In the next moment, it seemed her most unpleasant thought had reached Shalina, and the girl, realizing what had happened, stopped the elf and said they were literally now in the place where the remnants of the royal army stood as undead. Gimli's face tightened with a mix of fear and dawning realization. The ground shook again, and the horses reared. A roar shook the air. The long-eared girl said tensely that she had let her guard down because she felt safe. A huge clawed paw smashed a tree as Gale's team walked straight into an ancient dragon's territory, and they froze with fear. The horses raced as fast as they could while the dragon stuck out his long tongue and opened his mouth to make it easier to catch anyone disturbing his peace. The spellcaster shouted that the dragon had spotted them. The ancient giant creature's throat began to glow with a blue flame. The heroes immediately saw the monster about to exhale. Dragon's breath is a deadly skill that incinerates everything in its path. Gimli screamed at the top of her lungs, urging everyone to run. The air by the dragon's throat grew hot, and bright motes of magic glowed nearby like fireflies at night. A moment later, a blue column of flame shot from the huge creature's mouth. The heroes dodged the stream of magic, but the warhorse is burned to the ground, slowing the boys' movement. Relieved, the girls realized the beam of fire had barely missed them, but the damage was still enormous. Flames erupted around the heroes. The team was surrounded by flames and found themselves, to put it mildly, in an unpleasant situation. Shalina shouted they couldn't die here, and Mora backed her up, urging everyone to ready their weapons. Gimli thought it was not the dragon's deadly breath, capable of incinerating everything in a blink, that made it the true master of the dangerous forest. His real power comes from the thick, scaly armor covering his whole body. Mora urged everyone to strike at once because they needed their full strength to defeat the dragon. Mora cast a spell that made a magic circle appear under the other girls and boosted all their abilities to the maximum. Shalina rushed into battle first, leaping up to strike the dragon with all her strength. The girl landed a lightning-fast blow to the creature's skull. The dragon had not taken a single wound. He shook his head, threw the girl off, and the warrior found that simply impossible. Even with imperial weapons, ordinary attacks wouldn't work against him. Gimli lifted her black Aurek alchem dagger, forged by the dark elves, to her face, preparing to strike. With beast-like grace and speed, Gimli moved toward the giant dragon. She hoped her plan would work and that the blade would cause at least a minor wound to the creature. Moving, she prepared her Orc Alcom weapon. Approaching the monster, the girl plunged her blade into its tough scales. The elf was pleased the weapon pierced the ancient dragon's skin, since she had expected that from the highest quality material, but the blade was too short. The monster tried to strike back, but the girl dodged it with quick reflexes. Gimli barely avoided exposing herself, and thought it was far from fatal, since she had only scratched him. Even sadder, she knelt and leaned on her staff. She had exhausted both her strength and her magical energy after underestimating how much magic so many positive effects would require. Gale watched the elf dodge the attack with grace, and the boy could do nothing to help them in the fight. Gimli shouted to the young man that she was fine and told him to look after the other two girls. The spellcaster went to Shalina and Mora and helped them to their feet, because the girls could barely stand. The dragon watched the band of adventurers who had come to disturb his peace. He fixed them with a terrifying stare as a dark elf blade jutted from his body. Furious, the monster let out a loud growl that shook everything around. Gimli said the ancient dragons were fiercely proud and did not tolerate invasion of their territory. This is why the royal squad was destroyed. That guy has literally touched his reverse scales. The elf told everyone to spread out so the monster could not pick a single target. They scattered in different directions. An ancient dragon cannot target 4 targets at once, so the group should use that to their advantage. Gimli thought that being surrounded by fire made even that maneuver only a temporary solution. Shalina called to the boys and told them to look toward certain trees. The ground fire there had just died down, so the heroes could try to flee the monster along that road. Gale and Mora were pleased right away and suggested running that way. Gimli felt lucky too as she watched her 3 friends head that way. Still, the ELF had a bad feeling she couldn't explain. Knowing the ancient dragon was not only hot-tempered but also cold-blooded, the girl wondered how he could miss such an obvious detail. Then the girl stopped, her legs trembling slightly. Turning, she stared in horror at the cunning, smug dragon. It took her a moment to realize he had set the whole thing up. It resembled a fishing trap that had dried out. A net is replaced by fire and fish are replaced by them. Gimli shouted as loudly as she could to try to stop her friends. She warned the huge monster meant to destroy them all with a single blast of dragon breath as they ran in a straight line. The monster's throat glowed blue again. Gale tried to shield Mor and Shalina with his body. Gimli tried to reach her friends. In that instant, they believed they were all going to die. An unfamiliar figure in a cloak emerged from the forest as the heroes heard a cry for the princess. A projectile flew toward the dragon and exploded on his head. That was enough to disorient the huge monster, at least for a while. The heroes looked around in confusion, trying to make sense of what had happened. They did not understand why they were saved, but Gale noticed something burst out of the dragon's side. New figures in cloaks appeared on the battlefield beside Gale's team, and the girls had no idea what was happening or who they were. Armed strangers surround the characters, trying to protect them from an ancient dragon. The cloaked man said the crossbow with incendiary bombs could not seriously hurt the creature, but if the monster reflexively twitched to avoid the blast, it would be disoriented enough to stop its breath attack. About a dozen robed strangers surround the team, all watching the dragon's reaction.